You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, everybody, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the Vodka stream. That's right. Welcome, everybody. We got plenty to talk about because, hey, we got another big blockbuster, big movie that came out this weekend, or that's coming out this. Well, it's already out, but obviously we're going to be doing a nice little spoiler discussion, and I'm going to give my full review, spoiler-free initial review, but then of course we'll dive into spoilers. So I'll let you guys, like I said, I won't be doing spoilers with my own little review. I'll try to remain spoiler free, and then of course might do a rant or something as I do when it comes to the Vodka stream. Let's get on some going, huh? All right, good to see you guys. Cheers to a good discussion. Going to be interesting. We've done sadly we didn't do a Jurassic World Rebirth spoiler discussion, even though there's really not much there. There was not a lot of meat on that bone. Obviously, I got sick that week and the 4th of July and everything like that. But we did a Superman one, and of course, we very much enjoyed Superman, but we also talked about what we didn't like about it. Just like what's going to happen tonight when it comes to Fantastic Four. So cheers, guys. Got my little vodka junkie drink that I make for myself. So, good times. All right, who's out there? Talk to me. How we doing? All right. We got Mr. Clone Avenger going to see F4 tomorrow, so I'll watch the stream after seeing the movie. Ended up seeing Jurassic World Rebirth today with the fam. Hey, hopefully you had fun. Like I said, I'm not going to be one of those, snobby type of people that's just going to say, like, why don't you go see that movie? Because I didn't like Jurassic World Rebirth all that much. But, people love the movies and love some dino action. And like I said, it wasn't all bad. But, yeah, so, hopefully you enjoyed yourself. Hopefully your family enjoyed yourself. And hopefully you enjoy yourself tomorrow when it comes to watching F4. But like I said, you can watch right now Clone Avenger until people come on. We're not giving any spoilers away right away. So if you want to continue watching, sir, until the panel comes on, by all means. Sonny, hey Dave and Chad, thank God this long ass week is over. Started a higher level job within my company, and damn, ready for this summer heat to be over. Yeah, I love it. You know what? It's funny because the heat sucks, especially in Southern California. But I don't know. I love the summer vibe. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, the heat can suck, but like right now, I got fans on me. The air is blowing, so I'm good right now. I'm actually pretty good, but yeah. But I get that, but I don't know. I always loved the summer vibe. I don't know, but I get it. And congratulations on getting promoted. What's going on, Mr. Ryan? Oh, great, a spoiler discussion on a movie I never got to see yet. Well, I don't know what to tell you, man. It's what we do here on Fridays when it comes to big movies. So, Monique, what's happening? Hello, all. Hope you are having an epic Friday. Was hoping for a Bond actor announcement at Comic-Con, but it seems Amazon wants to keep me in suspense longer. Yeah, I don't suspect we're gonna. Obviously we know the director, but that director is like going in production with Dune 3, Denis Villeneuve. Of course, I always, kind of say it wrong. And there's only one person that continuously in the chat wants to always correct me on. But, it's just a running joke. Yeah, so we're probably not going to hear that till next year. I would not be surprised if they do not announce that until next year. But we'll see. Arkham Knight 99, good to see you, bud. You've seen it twice, so that's cool. That's good. So it sounds like you enjoyed it. It sounds like you very much enjoyed it. So that's good. Hey, we got Mama Film Junkie. Hi, Mom. Good to see you. I'll probably see you this weekend sometime, right? So I love you, of course. Let's see what else we got. We got to make a swiper right here. Was the baby healing Doom? Okay, let's not get into spoilers yet. I guess, we should worry about the chat. I always forget the chat might be in there, and it seems like Omega right here doesn't give a shit. So we'll just try to ignore him at least. So we got Mark Ramsey, R.I.P. R.I.P. Hulk Hogan. Yes, I know, crazy. There's a trifecta, as it usually is. Malcolm Jamal Warner, Ozzy Osbourne, and then of course Hulk Hogan. Just like, geez, icons, man, icons. I mean, obviously Hulk Hogan. Well, I mean, Ozzy was like the bigger icon, the longer icon, and then Hulk Hogan came around, and then of course Malcolm Jamal Warner. But yeah, cheers to them. Cheers to them, of course. So, condolences to the families and everything. I do find it gross though, because there's people out there. The only thing that I ask, I mean, I get it that people don't like Hulk Hogan because there's been some things, and then of course he came out heavily supporting Trump and everything, so automatically he's like deemed as a super evil person. But I don't know. Like, to me, when I see the some of the tweets where they're celebrating, and these are people that I'm actually acquaintance with, when I see the celebration of a death, I don't know. It's a little weird to me because that makes you look like a piece of shit too. I don't know. Just sit it out. Like, if you don't like the person who died, just sit it out. Just sit it out. That's all. I would just say that. Like, I get it. You don't like what is politics. And I know there's some questionable things that happened in the past and everything. So, but at the same time, it's like, maybe just sit it out. They just sit it out. But when I see, like, I don't know. I celebrating death is a weird thing, unless it was like a truly evil person that was killing or harming people. And I'm like, did Hulk Hogan actually do that? Did he kill or harm people? I don't like it. Doesn't seem like that was the case. So maybe just sit it out. You have nothing nice to say, just sit it out. And you could quietly say, whatever the hell you want. But it was just, man, I couldn't believe it. Like, people who I was like, following and stuff like that, just like celebrating a death. Crazy. And I'm like, wow, you were not the person I thought you were, but okay. Whoa, Heather. I don't know if that's okay. You are the chosen one. Galactus will bow to you. Okay. Something tells me this is one of those fake accounts, maybe, or something like that. But I was like, oh, okay, that's what the profile picture looks like. Okay. What's going on, Antonio? Good to see you, bud. Nice to see ya. Let's see who else we got. We got Tyler Skenderian. All right. Also, Indiana Jones and Great Circle was mad fun. That's the video game, right? It's happening, Lane. Good to see you, bud. Let's get to the Vodka stream going. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We got Poke right here. First time here, but I'm gonna say Fantastic Four was just all right, and that's okay, And I'm gonna give my full review, and it's not gonna be a stellar one. And then I'm going to give some comments on what I've been seeing too. So, all right. Who else we got? Dave, I agree with We Are Back from Marvel fans. Annoying. Marvel never went anywhere. Just had a couple of stinkers. Exactly. And I don't know how many times they're going to say it, But anyways, people who celebrate death just because they don't like others make you, no, it's weird. It's just weird. Like, I understand it, like, oh yeah, you don't like it, but when you like celebrate the death, I'm like, wow, that's just weird. Like, if there's somebody I didn't agree with that I didn't really like that passed away, whether it was an actor or some kind of personality or something that I felt wasn't, I just would sit it out. But but if it was a truly evil person that harmed others, but I mean, Hulk Hogan, for me, I'm like, yeah, I didn't fully agree with his politics. And I know there's been some questionable things, but man, when I was younger and when I was into wrestling for a tiny bit, I had a wrestling buddy. Do you guys remember wrestling buddies? That was like a early 90s, late 80s, early 90s thing where they had like the wrestlers. I think there was only like 4 of them, and they were made with like really tough material. And that's why they call them wrestling buddies, because you could just do whatever you want. And I begged my parents to get me a Hulk Hogan wrestling buddy. And I slept with that guy. He was like he was my teddy bear. I slept with them. I was like, yeah, toss him around. My buddy had Macho Man, I think he did, or maybe it was one of the other guys. But yeah, So there was like a brief time where I was actually into wrestling for a little bit. And Mom, I don't know if you're still out there, if you remember me having a Hulk Hogan wrestling buddy. I remember you were like, you need to watch this thing because I slept there, and I use it as a pillow, so I drooled all over it. But I'm just saying, I'm just like, yeah, it was crazy. So I mean, for I liked Hulk Hogan for a moment there. I was into wrestling, and I was also watched this movie, Suburban Commando. I'm trying to remember some of the other ones, but what was that one? Was it Suburban Commando? There was another one too that I was like, trying to remember, but yeah. So I don't know. Anyways, that's besides the point. All right, guys. Let me go ahead and we'll get started right here. I got the Giants game playing. They're playing the Mets tonight. I have my really good friend Chris, who's a Mets fan. So we're betting this series. We bet a bottle of bourbon. We're both bourbon. It's my buddy that I've told you guys that when I go to his house, I always spend the night because we stay up until the late hours of the night listening to music and sipping bourbon. So naturally, when our teams play, we bet a bottle of bourbon. So cheers. So the Dodgers won, huh? Well, good for the Dodgers. Good for the Dodgers. Good for the Dodgers. Hey, Mr. Jason McKenzie, always great to see you helping out that pirate ship. Cheers, sir. Happy Gilmore 2 was a good watch. Obviously not as good as the classic original, of course. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I'm going to watch this weekend. I think, me and my brother are going to try to watch this weekend because he wants to watch it too. So we'll probably fire it up. Maybe Sunday we'll watch it. I don't know when I'm going to watch it. I didn't have time today. Work was kind of kicking my ass, but luckily I love it when I have one of those work weeks that are kicking my ass and I need something done by a certain time and I get done early. That's always satisfying, especially when it's a Friday. It's so satisfying. Like I needed to get something done early and I got it done like a couple hours before I needed to get it done. So it was great. Anyways. So yeah, cheers, man. And apparently it's it's not a fake account. Okay. Oh, okay. So you used to watch. Okay. Well, that's cool. Well, welcome, Heather. Welcome that. Salute. Hey, we got Mr. Trevino right here. I'm not watching Fantastic Four until Sunday since I have to work tomorrow, so I won't be sticking around for the spoiler talk. Yeah, like I said, when the panel gets on, that's when the spoiler talk will happen. And then, of course, like I said, guys, any super chats during the panel? It looks a little cricket. I don't know. I was looking at that. Hold on. There we go. Just making it a little bit better. My OCD just acting up right now. No, but yeah. If you guys have a super chat and you have a question to ask the panel, I'll every now and again we'll just look and I'll see something on the panel for like a question or something. But super chats, of course, will always be brought up if you have a question for me or the panel. So, all right, let's talk about Fantastic Four. First steps. Gee, who would have thought that first steps meant a baby? Well, that's not a good start. That's not a good start. A base hit, double. Jesus Christ, what kind of hats are they wearing? Anyways. Fantastic Four. All right, so you guys saw my first reaction review, and my first reaction review was positive, but I did say that the first act, I was bored, and I still stick with that. I still stick with the fact that and I even talking with other people as well. I was talking to my friend Vanessa earlier, who saw it. She texted me, and she said she cried. It was during the final act and everything. And I told her, I was like, yeah, but the beginning, I was just kind of bored. I was kind of bored. And she went, yeah, it was slow. And it was kind of, yeah. And I get it that they were, wow, this is not a good start. Sorry, I don't mean to be distracted. Yeah, so when I was talking, I was like, yeah, for me, it's just, I get it. They were just like, all right, let's do like kind of almost like a montage thing of like who the Fantastic Four is. Let's kind of recap it for everybody and just kind of show things. But I don't know. I wasn't really vibing with it at first. At first I was kind of going, oh shit, I don't know if I'm really feeling this vibe right now. I wasn't really doing it until the Silver Surfer showed up. That's when I started really going, oh, okay. Now that we got the threat, now that we're getting into the plot, I went, okay, sweet. I'm liking this now. Everything's kind of like coming together, and it's funny too because obviously Marvel Studios, and you have something like this, they go for the jokes and go for the lighthearted humor and stuff. I felt like they kind of held back a little bit, and then I felt like there was a lot of jokes that they wanted to work that didn't work. I remember there's some jokes that really fell flat in this movie. Like, no reaction in my movie theater at all, and I was like, yeah, that was dumb. I did felt that the Thing was a little underutilized slightly, and they were trying to do this whole side thing with Natasha, whatever her name is, that character, and obviously that whole thing got axed because we know that they were just towards the end. I mean, they just kept chopping. I mean, John Malkovich was supposed to be in here as Red Ghost, so you have things that they were just chopping. I thought, what's his name playing Mole Man? Cole Hauser or whatever his name is. I didn't find him really intriguing at all, but maybe there was more there. Again, just like Superman, I'm like, this movie was too short. I think there was more meat on the bone that they were trying to flesh out when it came to storylines. There was even it even felt like Johnny and the Silver Surfer. There was like more to that as well, but that just kind of all right. Yeah, there was something, but now it's gone. But I mean, it seemed like when it came to Ben, when it came to the Thing, and him like trying to find a love interest, there was something there, but it wasn't really there, and it just got chopped. So, and it's kind of funny because, even though it's an hour and 55 minutes, it felt longer. I mean, that's how much I was not really enjoying the first act. I'm kind of curious when I watch it again, because I'm like going, okay, so maybe it won't feel as long the second time because I know how and maybe I'll enjoy the first act a little bit more, but I just really didn't enjoy the first act. I didn't enjoy the first act all that much. I was just kind of bored. Even my dad said the same thing. He was like, yeah, it started off slow, kind of whatever. But like I said, the second act, when it starts really getting to the plot, and again, Galactus. That's what I was kind of going, is Galactus going to work? Is Galactus really going to work? Or are they going to pull it off? And man, I was like, what? They pulled it off. And what's his name playing Galactus with that deep, growly voice that he has? Holy shit, did that work? I mean, I was like wondering, can it work? And it did. So when you see him, and then of course, when you get that threat, and then there is a scene in this movie that will be marked as one of the best MCU scenes. And if you've seen the movie, you know what I'm talking about. When they go into deep space, to kind of just approach the threat. And that's not a spoiler. It's not a spoiler because you kind of get a sense of that in the trailer. But when they go out there, holy shit, that scene, crazy. And it just keeps going. And there's a lot at stake. There's a lot of things happening. And man, it fucking works very well. Not to mention Silver Surfer. Remember, I was even complaining about when I saw the trailer, I'm like, I don't know, she looks a little weird. Yeah, when I watched the movie, she looked fine. She looked great. And a lot of the close-ups looked really good. Her backstory was good. I wish there's probably a little bit more meat on that bone as well. But man, I tell you, it was, I was very impressed by the second act. It was just like, oh, and then of course, when it gets to the final battle and the way that plays out, kind of, it's not as, I have a little bit of issues with it. It still was like cool, but there was some issues. But then there really was some good moments in the little final battle thing. It just felt like it was, it felt like there was some things where they didn't know exactly what to do with certain things, but we know what the initial plot is and why Galactus is here and everything. And I felt like there were some things where I was like, that could have just been done better. So it was a little, the climax of the whole thing was a little like, okay. And then, of course, the ending and how it wraps up. And then, of course, post credits, which we'll talk about the mid and post credit scene later on when it comes to discussion, which I was just I was disappointed. I'm not going to lie. I was disappointed a little bit when it came to the mid and post credit scenes. So overall, like I said, I liked it, didn't love it. I have issues with it. The first act was not really vibing with it. But then, like I said, that second act was really good. And then And then it kind of just, the way that it wrapped up, I was like, okay, fine, it's fine. So there you go. That's my whole thing right there. So cheers. Like I said, no spoilers when it comes to my full-on chat. All right. So one of the things I wanted to talk about before we get the panel in here. When the hell did we get so snobby when it came to superhero movies? Can somebody ask me that? Man, I've never seen so many like snobby little comments. I mean, I guess I should have expected it when it comes to how, with Superman and Fantastic Four being so close. But holy shit, man. I mean, I even posted about it, like tweeted about it, where I was like going, geez, because I'm seeing like these, because now that Fantastic Four is out, so now, I was kind of seeing the snobbiness before, because like I said, I've said this before, like, you got the crazy Snyder fans who just say just ridiculous shit most of the time and just want to hate. But you have the ones too who kind of keep quiet, but then all of a sudden they go see Fantastic Four, and wow, did I see some snobbiness out there? And I've said it before, where there's just those certain ones that have had their arms crossed, kind of just quietly judging all this. They're not saying the crazy stuff like over here, but they're just like crossing their arms and just quietly judging all this. So now they've seen Fantastic Four, and of course they are glazing the absolute shit out of it. They are like, oh my God, oh this, that, and this. And I'm kind of going like, and then of course comparing it and putting it up against Superman, which is what people are gonna do all that. I love being one of those people that I can just not do that and be like, but I will say, and watch out people, I'm gonna say it, I did enjoy Superman more than Fantastic Four. What? Oh shit, did I just say that? Yes. And you can look down on me and be snobby to me if you want to. It's fine. You can also say that about, my dad and my nephew and the people I was with. I actually asked when we went to dinner, I was like, hey, did you like this more than, I asked everybody, I was like, did you like this more than Superman? And like, no, we like Superman more. So I was like, oh, watch out. Yeah, because I enjoyed Superman more. I thought it was more entertaining throughout, but I have my issues with that too. Like Superman doesn't have a scene like the scene in Fantastic Four, which is really good. And I could say that too. I could kind of just do that whole thing. Pretty crazy. But man, just seeing the snobbiness from people that I'm like, I've talked to and everything, just kind of like, just all of a sudden, like, oh, now the gloves are coming off, man. Now that Fantastic Four. And the reason why it bothers me, because I don't know if I could take your review of Fantastic Four seriously now. Okay? I don't know if I can. Because if you're saying like this, and then you're dropping like, oh, well, fucking Superman, and, James Gunn, I'm going, okay, now I don't know if I could take your review seriously, because it sounds like you just want to glaze this up and shit on this. You've been waiting for that. And I'm just going, okay, what are we doing here? That's what I'm just kind of like going, holy crap. Like, I get it. But at the same time, I'm going, you really have to do it like that? Is that how we're doing? I mean, I even unfollowed a couple of people today because I'm going, we don't even talk anymore. Why am I even following you? And you're all of a sudden you're acting like this? This is not, I didn't think you were like this, man. But apparently you were just holding back until Fantastic Four came out. But I'm like, okay, I can't take your fucking review seriously if you're going to be like this. I mean, people were doing that with Jurassic World because they want Superman to fail so much. They were like glazing up Jurassic World. And that's where I just go, I don't even know what the fuck movie you watched. Because, hey, if you enjoyed it, fine. But that movie, Jesus Christ, that movie was kind of a shit sandwich in my eyes. But I'm not going to sit there and judge somebody for enjoying a movie. It's superhero movies, man. I'm like, God damn. So I was just like, come on, relax, guys. But yeah. But go ahead. You can be snobby at me because, like I said, I enjoyed Superman more than Fantastic Four, but I enjoyed both of them. And can't wait to watch Fantastic Four again to obviously get that second viewing. And guess what? it's all doing good. It's doing good for Thursday night showings. It's going to have a good box office weekend. July is going to be absolutely successful when it comes to these big blockbusters. We all had fun. If you didn't have fun and you want to like rain on somebody else's fun, power to you. I don't like to do that. But yeah, so I enjoyed, I enjoy going to the movies. I enjoyed, not really liking Jurassic World. I really enjoyed Superman, saw it 3 times. Fantastic Four I enjoyed. I did not enjoy I Know What You Did Last Summer. Thought that was a shit sandwich, but I enjoyed kind of just like, but like I said, if people like that too, by all means, I'm glad you did. I did not. So, what are you waiting for? Okay, sorry. I don't mean to talk shit on that one. But anyways, so cheers to all that, man. It's been a good month. We have one more movie though, because I'm still counting Naked Gun, even though technically it's an August movie, but I'm seeing it, next Thursday with my dad on the 31st. So I'm technically counting The Naked Gun, as another July movie. And that's going to be like the last summer blockbuster, I think. So cheers. Man, I mean, the biggest gripes that I have for both Fantastic Four and Superman is just they're too short. They're too short. The run times, but I mean, I get why they wanted to make it like super tight and make it like around 2 hours. I get it, but at the same time, I'm going, well, what about that? And what about that? I mean, both movies, I'm like, there's more there. God damn it. I mean, but who knows? Maybe we'll get a Shackman cut and a gun cut. I don't know if that's actually going to happen. We'll see. But yeah, man. That's just too short. I'm one of those people. But there's a lot of people out there that love the 2-hour run times. They love the 2-hour run times. I'm just not. I don't mind a 2-hour run time, as long as you can, make it just flow, and yeah, and not make it feel like it's longer than 2 hours. Because honestly, like I said, because like the first 30 minutes or so for me with Fantastic Four, it just felt like it kind of dragged. So it did feel longer. With Superman, it's just kind of just boom, 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 boom. It's pretty fast. Jurassic World was kind of boom, 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 boom too. But Jurassic World, I just couldn't get around the plot. I just didn't like it. I just did not like that movie. So did not enjoy that movie. So all good. But if you enjoyed it, fine. Nothing wrong with that. All right, where else do I gotta send? Let's see. Where am I at? No, not that. Sorry. Where am I at? Oh, shit. Did I close that tab? I closed the tab. Sorry, guys. Hold on a sec. Sending one more little invite out. And come on. Where are we at? Okay. Got that. I think we're good. Okay. Anyways, we'll start getting the chat. We'll start getting the panel in here. And like I said, when the panel's in here, it's, like I said, it's free for all. We're going to be going over spoilers and everything, plot points, post-credit, all the things. So what are you guys saying out here? Let's see. Oh, we got a $5 super chat from Mr. Arkham Knight. Good to see you. 99. Thank you, sir. Did you spot Timely Comics and Jack Kirby and a bunch of comics with the Watcher on them? It happens in the Shalabal. Yeah, there's a lot, because obviously she's arriving in Times Square. I saw Timely Comics. I did see Timely Comics. I do love the fact that there is so much Jack Kirby in this movie. It is a love letter to Jack Kirby, and it's great. And there's even like a quote and shit like that when it comes to Jack Kirby, and I love that. I love that this is Fantastic Four. They're really like trying to represent the Jack Kirby in Fantastic Four, which is fantastic because, Jack Kirby is just a legend. He's an icon. But yeah, there's a bunch of comics. There's some stuff. Yeah, I saw Timely Comics in the background for sure, but I didn't see if like there was an actual Jack Kirby somewhere in there. I don't know, but I'll have to look next time I watch it. What's going on, Jade? Good to see you, buddy. And also, too, guys, tomorrow I'm going to be streaming. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow during the Warner Brothers panel. I'll be streaming during the, but I'm going to, if you guys want to join, if you guys are a member or part of the Patreon, you can join. I'm going to send you guys a link if you guys want to join and have a conversation about July. We'll do that. So if you guys want to do that, if you guys are a part of any of that, we'll be doing that tomorrow. Probably so the Warner Brothers panel starts at 3:30 p.m. Pacific time. So that's when I'm going to go live. I'm not expecting anything crazy to happen during that panel, but you never know. But I figured why not? And then we'll talk more about what's happening because there's some shit that was happening too. One of the biggest things that was announced tonight when it came to Comic-Con, is the fact that they had the Predator Badlands panel, and then Dan Trachtenberg was doing all kinds of teasing and talking about crossovers and talking about doing an Alien versus Predator movie. But then they revealed that there's going to be right now. You can go watch Predator: Killer of Killers, and there's like the post-credit scene, or how there's spoilers. If you haven't seen Killer of Killers, Predator spoilers, you've been warned, because I'm about to reveal some spoilers right here. Essentially, what happens at the end is what happens when it comes to Predators is they do abduct people that they interact with and then put them in like a cryo chamber kind of thing. And what we saw when we first watched it, we see the girl from Prey in one of those chambers. Apparently, now when you watch the movie, you see Arnold Schwarzenegger's Dutch and Danny Glover, which I can't remember his name, from Predator 1 and Predator 2. You see both those characters in one of those chambers. Oh, what the fuck? That's insane. Crazy. I can't wait. I'm sure the scene's going to be online. It probably already is. And we'll probably talk about it when the panel gets in here. But I was like, oh my God. Crazy. What's going on, Nikolai? Good to see you, Mr. Vega. What is happening? What's going on, RJ? Good to see you, bud. It's very strange how people are gushing over Fantastic Four movie to tear down. Yeah. When ironically they're very similar movies with the same highs. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. That's why I can't take the reviews seriously. Because if you're just going to utilize that shit on Superman, I'm like going, okay, I don't think you actually really liked it as much as you say, because you just wanted to utilize it and that's what I was seeing today. And like I said, that's why I posted that tweet where I was like, man, people are getting snobby over superhero movies. What the hell are we doing here? I'm telling you, James Gunn and Zack Snyder really got under the skin of people. I mean, somebody's got to have to do a documentary or write about this. How Zack Snyder and James Gunn have gotten under the skin for the past 12 years when it comes to comic book movies. How, these two men have achieved getting under the skin of people, or just random people. Because, man, the hate that is thrown at both of those two. I'm like, good Lord. It's so fucking crazy. Superman is way better. Yeah. I don't know about way, but I liked it better. I liked it more. But then again, I got to watch Fantastic Four. I don't know how many more. I don't know when I'm going to watch it again, but I'm sure I'm going to like it more the second time, which is usually the case. So, good. Yeah. All right. Phil's not going to be on tonight too, by the way. You know how Phil's always on. He's actually down in LA right now. I'm actually going to meet up with Phil. I should be able to meet up with Phil tomorrow. We're actually going to get some lunch, so expect a picture or two. But we're going to meet up in person. So yeah, Phil's actually down this way, so he won't be joining tonight. He's hanging out I think he's in San Diego right now, hanging out with friends. So I like both, but to be honest, I've been more anticipated for Fantastic Four since Kevin made the announcement. Yeah, 2019. God, I still have some residuals left from that bug I have. Crazy. See, neither Superman or Fantastic Four, so I don't have it. Yeah, well, hopefully you'll see it soon when they come out on streaming. I know you're probably busy there, Monique. I need to see Fantastic Four movie again before I give my full thoughts. I walked away enjoying it, but I didn't walk out of the theater in love with it. But there's a ton to love and enjoy with it. Yeah, I agree. But for the most part, I was just like, oh yeah, I liked it. But like I said, that scene in the middle of the movie when they go out into space, I was like, whoa, you guys are writing with fucking fire right here. You guys were on to something right there. It's all subjective. We like what we like, exactly, right? When they just doing that, the other side did for years. That's why I don't watch their videos. Yeah, I know, and that's the thing too. And again, that's why I'm like, you're not authentic. When people start doing this because it's like, oh, it's my turn now. It's our turn now. Because we got shit for so long. Now it's our turn to give the shit back. I'm like, then I can't take you seriously. If you're going to take that approach, I cannot take you seriously. I just can't. And then it's really sad when I'm like, there's people that I've made friends with or acquaintances with that are doing that shit too. And it's just like, now I'm like, I can't take your review seriously. I don't know if you actually really did like the movie, because if you're going to use it to shit on this, and even vice versa, people who are like shitting on Superman or shitting on Fantastic Four because they love Superman too much. It's like, okay, now I can't take you seriously. It's crazy. The escape sequence with Silver Surfer that leads from the end of the first act into the second act was the best part of the movie. Easily the best thing in this movie. Yeah. This whole scene that just takes place in space. I was like, and then there's multiple things that the stakes are super high. I almost think that should have been the final act. I was like, but of course they had to get Galactus to Earth, and but after that scene, I was like, Jesus Christ, that was intense. How are you going to follow that up? And sadly, it didn't. The resolve of the whole thing didn't quite reach that level. So I have no skin in the game. But I enjoyed Fantastic Four much more. Okay, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. I believe you. I actually believe you, Daniel. I do. He's in Fantastic Four, an hour and 55, 56 minutes. But it felt long. It felt longer just because, I don't know. I just felt like the first act really dragged, man. That's how I was feeling, So I'm one of those you unfollow because I didn't like Superman. Oh, did I unfollow? Oh, I don't know. You sure it was because of that? Usually I unfollow because other reasons. I don't care if you didn't like Superman. I won't unfollow you for not liking Superman. But I usually unfollow, and I think I know who you. I think it was just I don't know. When I see things, when I'm like, that's ridiculous. Like I saw somebody today just like tweet back at James Gunn, and this person rarely tweets, and they're tweeting back at James Gunn for shit, and that's all they've been doing, barely tweeting, and all it's been about is shitting on Superman and James Gunn. I'm going, why even? Okay, whatever. Don't forget Nobody 2. Yes. Oh yeah, very much looking forward to that. Very much looking forward to Weapons. I mean, the next 3 weeks also great. Like I said, Naked Gun. I think Weapons comes out the following week, which I'm very much looking forward to, and then we got Nobody 2, which I love the first one. So yeah, definitely looking forward to Nobody. Abso-freaking-lutely. Both movies felt like they had a bunch of character building scenes cut. Oh yeah, that's what's so interesting about it. I mean, the good thing about it though, take notes, Sony. When you start cutting things from your movie and rearranging, Marvel Studios and DC Studios, at least when it came to Fantastic Four and Superman, at least they kept the flow. They kept things going pretty good, because it wasn't like Madam Web or Craven or Morbius or anything like that. It's like, even though that they definitely trim the fat and cut things to get a tight 2 hours essentially, both Superman and Fantastic Four, even though you feel like it did lose things, and there's a lot of like some fleshed out characters that we missed out on, I still was like, oh yeah, but both movies still, I'm not sitting there going, Jesus Christ, like what the? I wasn't going but there's just some things. But overall, both of them are very enjoyable. So. I wanted to see more action with Fantastic Four. We only got Sue Storm going off, and she's just standing. Yeah, I know. Like even like my nephew was like, I totally forgot he stretched. He didn't stretch all that much until like mainly the end. I'm like, yeah. I mean, yeah. But like I said, when you're fighting Galactus, it seemed like it was just Sue was like the one to just really take the approach. The others were kind of like, hey, let's try this, let's try that. Not spoil. I'm trying to try not to be spoilerish, but I guess we could just say like right now we're gonna probably get to like some more spoiler territory when it comes to all this. What's going on, Rhea? I think Rhea is at Comic-Con right now, aren't you? You're over in San Diego. So good to see you. Making some time to be in the chat. Hey, what's going on? Taladia Plays. He's finally getting the recognition. Finally, a bunch of people in both of my audiences said, "Who's Jack Kirby?" Yeah, no. Oh yeah, we talked about Jack Kirby too. Luckily, my nephew's roommate / best friend, he knows a lot about the stuff, so he was actually talking about Jack Kirby, and I was like, "All right, good job, kid, good job. I like it." I'm not gonna ever go to the movies made. I'm not gonna ever go for movies made for 9-year-old kids, but that's the MCU 17 years strong. I wouldn't say that. I don't agree with that. I mean, I enjoy them. I enjoy the movies. They're not all winners, but they're pretty good. What's going on there, Music Man? I don't know how you found this boring. It was not in this film. I don't know which one you're talking about. What did I say? That was boring? That's not in the film? I just said the first act was not really that boring. So the Shala Ball left no crumbs for anyone in the movie. I need the merch for, yeah. I feel like you get her backstory, which is good. Obviously, they needed that. But, I feel like there's a little bit more with her character as well. Kevin, what's happening? We saw this with BVS and Civil War. Of course, they're going to do it with Superman and Fantastic Four. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, both movies are so comic booky. They're unique. They're unique to their counterparts. I mean, this Superman is unique to the previous Superman movies, which is a lot. Obviously, there's a lot, because it's Superman. Fantastic Four has had the 3 other iterations. Yes, I'm counting the Roger Corman 90s version as well. It had a 90s version, it had a 2000s version, and it had a 2010 version. And I mean, I still have a special place in my heart for that first Fantastic Four by Tim Story with that cast. And, Jessica Alba, yeah. I'm sorry, what was I talking about? I don't know. I just had some thoughts. Okay. RJ, I think it felt like, it felt long because it was such a dialogue heavy movie. It's a lot of scenes. Yeah. And I like the family aspect of it though. Don't get me wrong. So fuck Sony. Yeah. Who else we got here? Anything else? David, yep, I got out of Hall H a bit ago and had sushi. Yummy, I had sushi last night. Great. It's great. Let's see. Dave, you said the first act of the film was boring. It wasn't. Okay. I thought you were talking about a specific thing or something. Yeah, I just found it kind of boring, like I said. Nothing wrong with that. Johnny was a great person in the film. I didn't get F-boy from him. That's good. He didn't get F-boy. Yeah, it ended up being pretty good. Like I said, something that he says. I think you can guess what he says. In that final act. That my really good friend Vanessa said I cried when he said this. And I was like, I get it. It was cool. So Superman 25 sucked, but in a unique way, I agree. Hey, there you go, Lane. That's what I like to hear. You could say it sucked, but hey, we can have some agreements. Perfectly fine. That's what I'm talking about. All right. I think we're good with that. My buddy Chris already hitting me up. Is it 2-1? Show the score. I hate it when they do that. They come back from commercial and it's like, oh yeah, ads, ads, ads. What's the score? I think it's 2-1. I don't know if Chris is watching. Chris might be watching my stream. What's the score? It's 2-1. Show the freaking score. There it is. Yeah, it's 2-1 Mets. Okay. It's all right. It's only the second inning. See what happens, you know. I have faith, a little bit of faith when it comes to the Giants with the last two games. Mr. Balga, how's it going, sir?
I mean, you got to have hope. I mean, if you learned anything from Shawshank, it can be viewed as a dangerous thing, or sometimes it's the only thing. You got to have it. I mean, I'm a Giants fan, and I have faith, and then not a Giants in the sense of baseball, football Giants, born and raised.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, yeah, you're meaning the New York Giants.
Yeah. So
yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I got a thunderstorm going on around.
Whoa,
right
I heard that. That was
Yeah.
pretty wow. And you
Yeah.
you got a gnarly one happening right now.
Yeah, it's been it was a pretty hot and humid day, so I'm not surprised this is happening. But yeah, I'm doing well. Just got done with our recording of Marvel Alliance, breaking down the little movie that you just started talking about. Fantastic.
Oh
Four
yeah,
First
yeah.
Steps.
Yeah, I thought it was I Know What You Did Last Summer. Okay.
No, still not seeing that. Sorry. I mean, that might be even a maybe when it drops on streaming on one of the platforms I have, and instead like, you know what? I could rewatch the whole season, the whole 8 seasons of Suits before I watch that.
You probably should, because you're not missing much when it comes to that whole thing. And I mean, that thing just came and disappeared. Nobody's talking about it anymore.
What am I waiting for?
Yes.
Not this movie.
Yeah. Not waiting for any more talk about it. That's for damn sure. So, man, I tell you. Oh, but yeah, we got some Comic-Con things that are also started off a little bit. Obviously, it's weird. And I think you made the comment during Monday before my freaking stream got cut off again. I think you made the comment that because I was talking to Kevin Feige doing like a big, huge like update dump when it comes to MCU. You were like, yeah, not going to be at Comic-Con, so let's do an interview. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. I mean, geez. I mean, I get it though. I do kind of get it though. Like, hey, if we're not going to be there, let's at least the week of throw out some. Yeah, let's do an interview. Let's do an update or something just to get it out there, and people are going to talk about it, of course.
Yeah, and he's even when they've had a Hall H panel, he's done similar interviews of like. I mean, he'll do kind of little ones like this before movies, but the last couple of years in Comic-Con when they've been there, he's kind of done one of these. I'm not going to be able to talk about everything at Hall H, but let me give you some also more behind the scenes stuff that are the little hits that we're not going to talk about at the big panel.
Yeah. No, and it was, it was good but it was kind of funny because I was talking with, like I said, my nephew's best friend, his roommate, who's like a big comic book nerd. We were talking about some of the things that he was saying, and obviously the big thing where people are like, when he's talking about doing a reboot, and obviously the R word, that in that case, reboot, when you hear that, you kind of go, what do you mean by this? And people are like, but he didn't want to use reboot because...
Yeah, he was careful about that.
He was kind of careful, and he said, like, there's kind of like a resetting of the timelines. And, I mean, obviously it's going to be like if anything, it's going to be a soft reboot, which
is what it was in the comics, too, when it happened, so...
It's always that, because I mean, even technically that's what happened with DC, because I mean, it was more of a harder reboot than a softer reboot, because there's just certain characters that are, of course, being brought into the DCU, which we're going to see in a couple of weeks. See how that all works when it comes to Peacemaker, which is cool. But
yeah, who knew Peacemaker was going to be our explainer of how the universe is going to be? I mean, I didn't have that on my bingo card, but
no, I don't think anybody did. But it was just like, geez, yeah. I mean, but that's what happens when you got Jimmy Guns at the helm. But but it is interesting.
I will call a little bit no. Why don't we just admit the truth when it comes to Kang and like, oh yeah, we were talking about replacing Kang
Yeah.
like with Doctor Doom. Oh come on, man. I'd rather you not say anything like that because it just makes you look foolish.
It kind of does when they're trying to like pass it off like, oh, we are. I mean, I'm sure there was discussions of Doom a little bit, but no, you guys they were 100. The fact that it was teased, and then obviously, I mean, the first mistake was, oh yeah, well, let's show the first appearance in Ant-Man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that was like the first, but at the same time, I kind of got it because they wanted to like, oh, well, if it's in the, you know, the quantum, whatever dimension, whatever you want to call it. It's just like, yeah, I mean, understandable. But then all of a sudden he's in Loki, and that has a lot to do with setting things up and kind of showing like more of all that, which in Loki, it worked.
Mm-hmm.
And then, you know, but yeah, it's just like, come on, Kevin. Yeah, we know that you were not doing that. Yeah, there probably was discussions, but you know, as soon as things started coming out, you guys were like, uh-oh, fire drill. Now we got to really move it forward.
It's especially when you get the idea of he was, I mean, besides how his end happened in Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania,
yeah,
that he was still the better part of that movie. So just to say that, oh yeah, we were even thinking about before that movie came out, I'm just like, no, you weren't. Just admit it. I mean, again, we get it. Like Jonathan Majors, troubled, gotten, you know, into the legal trouble at that point. You didn't want to associate it with it, so it's better to see out of stage left. I still thought that you could have recast and still done something with it, but you know, we'll see exactly as they build up to Doctor Doom very quickly to see exactly what happened and why it happened the way it did. You know, it's unfortunate because I was actually looking forward to the idea. I mean, being of the comic books fan, the Kang Dynasty is a very celebrated run in the Avengers, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, like, if that Kang Dynasty was going to happen, I said the Avengers are going to lose and lose huge. Now, I think they're going to lose and lose huge against Doom, but I think if they built Kang up appropriately, it would have landed well. But, you know, we'll see. I'm of the idea that saying, all right, well, this is the path we're laid on. It's not perfect, but let's see what happens.
Yeah. But it's just, yeah, again, I think everybody just called bullshit on that too, because when you set up the new big baddie, yeah, you don't just like go, oh yeah, but you know, we also had, you know, the backup. And like, no, you didn't. You know, and then of course they talk about like, oh yeah, they had the idea. I mean, I who knows when they had the idea of having Robert Downey Jr., you know. And it's so funny because a year ago today was when he was announced, right? At Comic-Con last year. Was it Comic-Con or was it DC?
Yeah, it was Comic-Con last year. The Doom, this big Doom surprise happened.
That's so funny because I remember, I was live streaming during it, and I didn't like it. I mean, I was like, what the? I mean, I was like so surprised, but I was just like, what are we doing here? Like this, it just didn't make sense. I'm still kind of wondering if it's going to work. I mean, obviously it probably will, but yeah, it's, you know, and then it's just kind of funny because here we are a year later, we got Fantastic Four, which of course we're going to be diving into them once more people jump on.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, I'm with you on that. I think a lot of people are. The fact that he was, we already had like, no, you had plans to do Kang Dynasty, and then you were going to lead into Doom. You know, God knows what the hell is changing, and probably they're going to have some of whatever was going to be happening in some of Kang Dynasty is going to be now shown in Doomsday. Obviously tweaked a little bit, but yeah, there's probably some ideas that were going to be in there. They probably already had ideas of, you know, bringing in old X-Men, you know, the old X-Men actors, that universe. They probably already knew Secret Wars was going to be a thing because that was also announced, right?
Yeah, Secret Wars was always going to be following Kang Dynasty. It was it was going to be him, and I think people had problems like, wait a minute, so Kang's going to be, and it's not going to be Doom. So it's just like they already had people doing side-eye, but when, you know, to your point, like saying you're not totally necessarily sold on Robert Downey being the part, it was one of these things where and I'm not saying you're of the like, but I always kind of have discussions with people saying, oh, I wish they would do things new and do things different and have something like kind of new and not go back to the well. Well, then you don't like it. and you say, well, I wish they'd have like bring back Tony Stark and Captain America and things like that. It's like, you can't have it both ways, you know? And so Marvel's just like, fine, you wanted the guy. Well, we killed Iron Man, so you can't have it that way, but we're going to bring back Robert Downey just to see. And you know what? It may pay off. I'll give it a shot. I'm very curious to see how they do it, but it was one of those like, well, also didn't see Robert Downey playing Doom, but hey, well, we'll give it a shot.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like it's one of those wait and see kind of thing. Of course, we have to wait like a year and a half, which I was thinking about that too. I'm like, wow, there's no more superhero movies. No more superhero movies coming out for the rest of the year, right? There's nothing else. The next one we're getting is what, Supergirl?
Yeah, Supergirl.
I mean, we're getting superhero content when it comes to like, Peacemaker and Lantern, like shows and everything, which is fine. But at the same time, movie wise, it's like, I mean, we're not getting anything. I mean, obviously Marvel Studios is not going to have their next movie until Spider-Man Brand New Day comes out. And then, so we got a little break after all this madness when it comes to the superhero genre, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I mean, but again, can't have it both ways where, I think that was one of the smartest things he said is continue to admit, like, hey, we put out too much content. I mean, I like that call out saying, it took us 10 years, we put out X amount of content, and in less time, we are now putting out way more content. And kind of, I'll call it what the Joker did in the Dark Knight. You change things forever, and you can't go back. Like, you can scale back, but I think Fantastic Four is a good proof of concept where you can put out a movie and not have a lot of connections and have a good time.
Yeah, no, you can. I mean, that's one of the things about Fantastic Four, and I think a lot of people have like agreed about when it comes to the movie, is the fact that it's like, you don't have to do homework on this one, folks. Nothing. You don't need anything. You don't have to watch anything previous. You just can watch this and have a good time. And I think that's, I mean, even with Superman, you didn't have to watch anything prior to it. I mean, obviously there's nothing much there because they're trying to redo the universe and everything. But that's what they kind of have the common, I guess you could say the common ground between the two is the fact that you didn't need to do homework for either one of them. It's like, here's a new Superman movie, new concept. Check it out if you want to. Fantastic Four, you don't have to do homework. You don't have to watch anything previous. You're fine. Everything's good. So I think some people are kind of gravitating towards that maybe. And, I don't know how that's going to affect the future of all this stuff because it's like, well, I mean, even like when it came to Superman, when I obviously I stayed for both scenes when I watched it by myself just to see, but like, and they're not even like, there's not much. I mean, we talked about it. I mean, like the mid-credit scene is just him and Crypto on the moon. It's just like hey, here it is. And then Crypto hugs him. And it's like,
it's that live poster that we got when we were first gearing up for the movie.
You could see it online. I mean, it was nothing. And I was like, hey, good on James Gunn. He's not trying to do that. I mean, technically the Supergirl cameo was the post-credit scene. If it was in the Marvel, cinematic universe, it would have been a post-credit scene or a mid-credit scene. And then it was funny too, because when I saw it Thursday and I was telling everybody, I was like, we don't have to stay till after the credits. The scene is really not anything pivotal or anything. And we didn't. We were okay, fine. And then I told them what it was. I'm like, it's just him and Mr. Terrific. They're trying to put things back together and just looking at a crack of the building and arguing about it. I was like, that's it. Like, okay, good. Yeah. So they were happy. They were happy because let's get out of here because we, some of us had to pee.
But
when I watched it with my mom though, she was like, "Oh no, let's stay." I was like, "Oh, that's fine." She was okay with it. And I was like, I even told her too. I'm like, we don't have to. It's not pivotal to anything. She was like, "No, I want to see it." And I was like, "Okay," but and she thought it was funny.
Yeah, I mean they were funny, but I like James Gunn saying like, "Well, we don't have to do post credits." They're saying you didn't have to do either one of these. Like, really, you could have just basically said, we're not doing post-credits for this movie. It is what it is. Rest assured, there will be another Superman. Superman will be in something else. There'll be other movies following this universe. I would have applauded James Gunn to say, like, in a big tentpole movie like Superman, you do not need a post credits, and neither one of these were necessary for anything. Even, I guess it's cute, but in the end, didn't need it.
Yeah, didn't need it. Like I said, they're not. It's not one of those where when I decide to watch it at home, I'm not going to sit there and be like, Yo, yeah, like I watched this mid post credit scene. I mean, it's not going to be like that, which is perfectly fine. It's whatever, I mean, that the way that it ends, it's perfectly fine for me. And when it comes to obviously, when we start digging into Fantastic Four, it's they do the thing they do the thing where it's like the mid credit important. Post credit, not so much. It's like one of those. My brother was like, "I told you it was going to be stupid." He said that last night. He was like, "I told you it was going to be stupid." I'm like, "Well, it was cool though, but you never know what it's going to be." But so it was just like it was one of those things. But hey, we got somebody coming straight from Comic-Con right here.
What's up?
William right here.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me fine?
I hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, brand new setup here because I'm out in Mission Beach, actually, a little bit outside of San Diego. How you doing?
Good.
You're looking better than Paul does sometimes. At least we know, you don't look like you're a hostage.
Nah, I'm actually in a place I don't want to leave, to be honest with you. Really. I am telling myself the reality of me having to go back to Dante's Inferno here on Sunday night is just something I don't want to deal with right now. So I'm just going to lie to myself.
Yeah. Yeah, your feed's a little choppy, but
so far so good. The way all years going, the most disorganized.
I mean, you're fine. We can hear you and everything, but yeah, you're
Hold
a
on,
little
fix
choppy.
that.
But at the same time, I was like, but there is some. Where are you staying at exactly?
Mission Beach, right across from Belmont Park.
Okay.
It's about maybe 15 minutes away from downtown.
It almost sounds like you're in a dorm.
It's hold on for a second.
Yeah, but he is a little choppy, but
there you go.
It's all right. Yeah, I know. He hit me up. He was like, "Hey, man, I want to jump on." So
because he was really waiting for this movie too. He had very high hopes.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'd like to get his input on it, and then not to mention, he was in some of those panels today as well too. So, but we also have
Ray.
There he is.
There he is.
Returning again.
Good evening, gentlemen.
How's it
Good
going?
evening.
Doing all right. It's been a good year so far. As far as comic book movies are concerned, it's been a good year for me anyway. Can't speak for everybody, but
Of course.
it's all subjective, of course.
Oh, yes, exactly.
Everyone's happy in comic book world. They are completely happy. There's no
Yeah.
problems whatsoever. Everyone is united finally.
Everybody's great.
Yeah, I just got to tell everybody on social media that because they have not gotten that message anywhere.
That's the thing. It's like I find myself using your saying a lot too, where I'm like, it's almost like it's subjective. I tweak it though. I say it's almost like it's subjective when somebody is like in my mention saying something. I'm like, well, yeah, but it's almost like movies are subjective, or something.
That's a nice twist. I like the the
little sarcasm. Yeah,
right, exactly. Like to think it through.
It's crazy. It's almost like this art form that we love is subjective. Crazy.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes, indeed.
And like I said, like with my opening little, after I did my review, I just saw a lot of snobbiness now that this movie's out and people are like comparing the two, and I was going, I'm like,
Stop that. Number one.
yeah, I'm like, what do we do? Whoa. I'm like, okay, so now you're just you're doing that whole thing, and I'm kind of going, I mean, enjoy whatever one and not enjoy the other, fine. But I mean, it's just, it's not even just like, comparison. Whoa, it's loud there. What do you got music playing there, William? What's going on in the background?
Oh, man, you picking up that too?
Yeah.
Well, it's a roller coaster, but it's not really. It's like 2,000 feet away. You can hear that?
I heard something.
Yeah,
it's like I said, I was like, are you in a dorm right now?
No, I'm in the middle area. There's like a little lobby area where you could set up for stuff like this. But I always thought you'd have a problem hearing me, not hearing too much. But can you? Is it overwhelming, or do I need to?
It's better now.
It's better now, but when you first got on, it sounded like there was like a full-on song playing behind you. But there's yeah.
They're cruising out here. They got like a little car thing going on out here. Everybody's just slowing down, showing off their cars.
Oh, so that's why. So it's kind of like a little party scene happening out there, huh?
It's Friday night in San Diego, so it's
of course, yeah, makes sense. Definitely makes sense. So
let me know if it gets too bad. I'll switch to the chat.
Yeah, if it gets bad, I'll let you know if it gets like too much. But how's Comic-Con going so far?
Fun-wise, it's there, but disorganization and all the years I've been coming, they need to improve some things. So line management this year, I don't know what happened. It's not like they didn't know what was happening, every year. They've done some really dumb things. Somebody came up with some really bad ideas and said, "Hey, let's try this year," and some of the stuff is not working. A lot of the stuff you're waiting in a lot of lines, which is natural. You're going to wait lines when you come to things. But this year, the lines are not. They're not organized as they've been in the past. Other than that, panels have been cool. Hall H has been a breeze for the most part. Without the major studios here, there's still been stuff going on, and there's other panels that are going on in the other ballrooms. We went to the Predator one today, Predator Badlands. They showed us the first 15 years of Predator Badlands, and they gave us who was it at? Yeah, they gave everybody the mask to do it. So, they showed us like a work print cut of it. It's not complete, so there's like stuff in there that was like animated and blacked out. But they showed us the first 15 minutes.
There's some big background noise happening now.
Okay, I'm gonna switch a headset.
Yeah, okay, switch it up. No, but I do want to ask William because they showed the first 15 minutes of Predator Badlands, apparently.
Yeah.
And I've seen nothing but good things. And then, of course, when they revealed that whole thing, Dan Trachtenberg revealing the fact. I don't know. Did you guys see Killer of Killers? Predator
Yes.
Killer of Killers?
I did not. I am behind because I haven't even seen Prey yet. I still haven't seen
you got to watch Prey first.
Yeah. So I definitely need to catch up. I mean, I have no idea how they're treating it continuity wise, but I want to get caught up before I see Badlands.
Oh yeah, they're definitely Trachtenberg is the man for the job for sure. Prey, if you're a Predator fan, you're gonna enjoy Prey. You don't even have to watch any of the you can go into Prey fresh as all hell. It's just a movie that, but there is there's gonna be some things that you'll recognize from the previous stuff, but then when you watch Killer of Killers, that's an anthology movie, and obviously it's very much set in the world, and apparently they revealed that we cut out a certain part for it that was totally just blew up the internet, which I already talked about. I don't know if you want to hear it, Ray, but essentially 2 characters from Predator 1 and 2 are very much acknowledged. So
wait, 1 and 2?
Yes. Dutch, and I forgot who Danny Glover plays, but him too.
Yeah, they just called Danny Glover's character.
Yeah, I know. What was his name? I totally forgot what his name is.
So have I told you what I call like my affectionate, also kind of slighty name that I have for Predator 2?
No.
I call it Predator Lethal Weapon.
Yeah.
Because that's what it is. It's absolutely what it is.
It does seem like Murtaugh is fighting a predator.
I mean,
he's getting too old for this too. I mean, to be frankly honest.
Aside from the fact that Lethal Weapon is an LA franchise, like all those movies happen in LA.
Yeah.
So you just watch it, and because it came out like it's 90s, so it's got the 90s action vibe in terms of like the look and the editing and the feel and the music, and then you throw Gary Busey in for good measure, like wait, Joshua, no, I thought he was dead, no, he's somebody else, right? So it's
do a lot of cocaine, you can come back from the dead, you're right.
In that era with those movies, probably. Yes. But no, one of these days I do need to sit down and actually give it another shot, give it another watch, at this point in life, because I'm a lot nicer about movies at this point in life, and I do want to revisit that particular one because the last
Yeah.
Predator movie that I really watched was Predators, the one
which
with
is
Adrian.
also good.
Oh, we saw that at the theater. That was
Yeah,
at the time I was like, oh, this replaces Predator Lethal Weapon. I don't need Predator Lethal Weapon anymore. But I didn't see the one that Sterling K. Brown is in. The Predator, I have not seen that one.
Which one was that? Was that The Predator?
The Predator, yeah.
Yeah, that one you don't need.
Yeah,
to see
I've heard that.
not good. But not good.
I might still because I have a bit of completionist in me. I might still give it a shot.
So the character that Danny Glover plays in Predator 2, aka Predator Lethal Weapon, is Mike Harrigan. That's who is Lieutenant. Okay. But you're right though. It does feel very much like that. You watch that movie, and there's they capture hot LA because everybody's sweaty, everybody's glistening, yet they're wearing suits. When Danny Glover takes off his sports jacket, he's got the sweat going down his back, wet mark, he's glistening.
And I mean, it's him, and then, like I said, Gary Busey for good measure, and then
Bill Paxton.
Bill Paxton. It's like all like half of like the 90s, like James Cameron, like action people, like that guys and stars were in the damn movie. Oh, and then throwing Marita Conchita Alonso, who was in The Running Man. She's in there. It's like, okay, just everyone from the 90s. So
it's the Expendables before the Expendables,
completely.
Good point.
But I do remember that. I remember the ending of that movie, like when the Predator throws in the musket.
Yep.
To basically tell him, oh, we've been here for like a long time.
And I think that is pivotal to what's happening now, because obviously now that when you have Prey going back and then you have Killer of Killers doing different time periods too, that is very pivotal and everything. So
they have some very good callbacks. Very good.
How's it sounding?
I can still hear a lot of background. Check your mic and make sure. Is your mic like fully on? Because I know you have your headphones on. It should be.
Try that. Okay, how about that?
Still a little
much
background.
Better.
Yeah, it's better.
Background,
It is better. Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah. Well, just check and make sure your mic is fully on there, where it's not taking like the computer's mic.
Yeah, is it too loud or you just can't hear me?
Well, no, I can hear you, but there's just background noise. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah. That's just, I don't know. Maybe it's just, we'll figure it out though. But, like I said, it just sounds like you're like in a dorm.
Well, I'm in an area. Well, you could call it sort of that, not like really, but hold on, echo cancellation. Here we go. He's back down those.
There you go. Well, a little better.
It reset itself. I had different mics on here. I've had different types of setup to do different types of things.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay, that does sound better. Yeah, now I can't really hear the background noise. Okay, you're good. You're good. Okay, so we were just talking some Predator things. Obviously, you saw the first 15 minutes. You saw the first 15 minutes. Right?
First 15 minutes of a work. It was good. It was a work cut print, so there was still some editing that needs to go on.
I heard about
for the most part, but for the most part, it gives you the premise, it gives you the setting. It's basically it's rite of passage, but his father, the chief of the clan, thinks he's a piece of shit. So it starts out kind of brutal that way, and then it goes on its way. So, but it looks like it's going to be one of the better ones. I don't know. I mean, I'd still put Prey in the original movie up there, but I think this one, if it goes the way the first 15 minutes goes, and they also showed Dak Trachtenberg showed us the end credit scene that they added.
Dutch and Mike.
Yeah.
They
told us about it and then said it was going to go live, so it should be live now. He said it was going to go live about 7:00, but that was cool. That got a good cheer.
Is it actually them, or is it like?
Well, it's part of Killer of Killers, so it's animated.
Oh,
it's animated.
Right. I got you. Okay,
but he said that is canon.
Yeah.
So right. Yeah, it's canon. I just didn't know if it was actually Danny Glover and Arnold or not.
Yeah.
Oh, well, Arnold for sure. Sure. He actually he talked about he was talking to Arnold a couple of weeks ago in the morning, letting him know that this is what they were going to do and that they were going to be in touch with him about that. So it's definitely, I don't know about Danny Glover, but it's definitely Arnold. If they use him again, it'll definitely be him, and it's definitely Dutch. But that got a big crowd because a lot of us suspected that anyway. So
I like that
cool.
Trachtenberg said that his idea for Badlands was to, like, we never rooted for the Predator, like in the sense of the Predator winning, and so this would be the film to kind of like have some empathy for the character. So that's an interesting take to kind of build a movie around.
Especially this one because it's a lowly predator. He's considered the weakest link in the tribe, and that's why the father just wants to euthanize him. And this is his chance to.
So you get sympathy right off the bat for this predator, which is good. That's what you have to do because how do you win? I mean, it's literally Predator. I mean, we always go, oh fuck, he's scary and you got to kill him. So the fact that we're gonna sympathize, that's good. I mean, that's good. That's what I mean, if you're that's where you got to take the franchise, really. I mean, they try to do that with the first Alien versus Predator. Didn't work.
Horrible. No, it did not work. Those movies, like I said, he talked about that as well, about the future of that franchise. He said, they're not there yet, but if they do it, man, they got to do it. Oh, you can't do a worse job than other than the ones, because Requiem was garbage. Requiem was garbage, and I don't think AVP was a horrible movie, but when you waited that long to get that and what they were doing in the Dark Horse series to get what you got was really disappointing. So I hope he does his own thing and just doesn't refer to those movies at all, to be honest with you.
No, he's not gonna. I think they're gonna totally ignore those ones. But I do love the fact that, like I said, when it dropped, that they just showed like that where it referenced obviously Dutch and Mike. I was like, oh my god, there we go. So I'm like, yeah, as you should, because I mean Predator 2 is like one of those where there's people that just don't like it, and there's people that love it. I think it's a good follow-up, and it's got like that, when you watch it now, and like what we were saying, like what we were talking about, is the fact that it does have that 90s nostalgia, like to a T. Who directed that one?
That's a great question. I
can't remember.
Yeah,
I know I saw that in the movies, and I love that movie. Late great Morton Downey Jr. in there causing problems.
Oh, right. I forgot.
Yeah.
He was in there. I've never heard of this guy. Stephen Hopkins directed it.
Okay. What else did he do?
Yeah, let's see what else he's got. Okay, he directed, what is this, Nightmare on Elm Street 5?
Cinematic classic. Awesome.
Wait a minute. He directed Judgment Night.
Ooh, that's a good one.
He directed Judgment Night. He directed Blown Away. He directed
Blown Away was not bad too. Is that the Tommy Lee Jones, Jeff Bridges?
The one with the bomb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Ghost in the Darkness.
Oh, he did the Ghost in the Darkness.
Yeah, that's Val Kilmer, right?
Yeah, Val Kilmer and Michael Douglas.
Yeah.
And also Lost in Space. Okay, never mind.
He did the first one. Oh, he did that one. Yeah.
The William Hurt.
Where the doctor wants to kill everyone.
Yeah,
because it's Gary Oldman. Well,
yeah.
To be fair, Chris, Dr. Smith originally in the show was nefarious.
Oh yeah, I know. It's just kind of funny because it's Gary Oldman, like you said. So
yeah, no, they turned him into a punchline in the show. They did not do that in the movie.
No, they turned him into a fucking spider.
Yeah, totally. But no, like
all hell.
The premise with Predator 2, like, I totally got what they were trying to do. They're like, okay, the first one was in the jungle. I think the subtitle for it is called Urban Jungle, Predator 2 Urban Jungle, because the idea was, okay, we had them in the wilderness, we had them in the jungle in the first movie. Now we're going to put them in a city and see what he does with an urban population, right?
Yeah.
Like
LA in the 90s, which is probably more dangerous than any jungle animals that you could deal with. I was living in LA in the 90s, so.
Well, what was cool too is like the opening scene when it like fades in, like the camera is like, I think it's on like obviously a helicopter or something. It's showing like a bunch of trees, and then it pans up, and then you just see the skyline of LA, and then it's like Predator 2, and it's like, because it was trying to make it seem like, oh yeah, remember how we were like in like this, the jungle.
They show the palm trees of LA.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden it just pans up, and you see that skyline, and it's like and I'm like, oh, it's a cool little opening of like, oh yeah, even though everybody knows.
And it definitely follows like the pattern of escalation with a sequel, because after you see the first one, you're like, well, it's a good thing they were in the jungle. Imagine if he was in a city, that would be chaos.
Yes, exactly.
And so they're like, oh no, he's in a city now. How many people is he going to kill?
Well,
and they progressed it too, where we saw the Predator ship. We saw multiple Predators at the end, and then we saw, like our first little Easter egg of like when we see the skulls like hanging up on the wall, and you see a xenomorph skull, and then everybody, whoa. Everybody was like, "Oh my god, it's happening! They're in the same universe."
I actually completely years later, I completely forgot. I was like, "Yeah, no, they did tease that really early." Like before any of the other, because that was like it's kind of surprising Cameron didn't direct this movie. Truthfully,
I was one of my favorite. Like when they have, they're starting to do this more with Marvel, that they have the license with Alien, Predator versus kind of the heroes at this point. One of my favorite ones still to this day is Batman versus Predator.
Oh yeah,
the artwork, the idea of it, but like what they're doing with stuff with the Marvel Predator versus stuff is really, really good.
Chris, I just saw
the Spider-Man one's the best one.
I just saw a thing today where apparently it's Captain America versus
Yep,
Aliens.
he's the next one up.
And it's like Hydra is releasing the Xenomorphs. Like, oh, wow.
Yeah, they did one with Avengers versus Aliens. It wasn't too bad. It was an interesting concept.
Yeah, that's nefarious even for Hydra. Damn.
And go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just saying, just that they all of their nonsense, and then to basically go further than Weyland Yutani, because Weyland Yutani never actually got to weaponize the damn things, at least not as far as I know. But like Hydra's basically like, oh no, we'll do it. Here it is.
Yeah. And and then I love the fact that like Trachtenberg was like, talking about like, the connection of the universe is like, hey, I wanted to have a robot. Why not have that? And then it's like, hey, I love the fact that he said, hey, it's a human story, but it's with a predator and a droid. It's like, so we have like a very human. He explained it. I saw the clip where he basically was saying like, oh yeah, it's a very human story, but it's a creature and a fucking robot. I mean, it's like that's what we're getting. They're not humans, but it's a human story. And it's funny too, because when the latest trailer came out and I went over it on Film Junkie Live on Wednesday, I was like, I saw the scene where he's like carrying, like, because she gets cut in half and he's got her on her back. I'm like, oh, it's like Chewie and C-3PO. And sure enough, he talked about that on the panel. He's, oh yeah, that was very much inspired by Empire Strikes Back, when C-3PO gets, his ass blasted and fucking Chewie puts him on his back like a backpack. And I was like, that's cool. I was like, all right, there you go. Yeah. He's like, yeah, of course it was automatically inspired by that. But Trachtenberg he's all for this franchise. And the fact that we're getting like, Weyland Yutani and we're getting the droids and we're already getting a crossover. I mean, yeah, it's going to get to a point where we are going to get hopefully a really good Alien versus Predator movie.
Yeah, because we haven't had one yet. And as long as they're doing it for the right reasons, if the story works, then I'm fine with it. But it just, when they did it back in 2004, when they did Requiem, it was just doing it. It was like, getting your two action figures from two different franchises and playing with each other. That's all it was. It was really no story to any of that. So.
Well, from what I've heard, like I said, I haven't seen, I got to get caught up. I haven't seen Prey or Killer of Killers, but everything that I've heard about Trachtenberg and how he's approaching this, I mean, even just the idea of telling a human story with an alien and a robot, like that's like the essence of classic sci-fi.
Oh, totally.
Like using non-human things or non-human entities to tell a human story, to have a commentary on the human condition. So to me, that already tells me, no, he is doing this for the right reasons, because it is about story first.
It's a family movie too. It's a dysfunctional, fucked up family, but it's a family movie.
Who would have thought you would go to the Predator movie and said, you know what? I thought my family was screwed up. They're more screwed up. Okay, I feel not so bad anymore.
Oh, that's funny. William, were you there for the Tron Ares panel as well?
No, I had to do an interview. I left right after Badlands. I think Reyes stayed for that, but I had to do another interview that I had set up that was pre-planned. So I left
Reyes
right
after that.
Right, right after
Okay.
that one.
Oh yeah, because I saw that too, and I was like, I haven't seen much about it. I think they showed another trailer, which I saw the latest trailer last night when I watched Fantastic Four.
Yep, I saw it today too. Yep.
Yeah, looks pretty awesome. I like the fact that they're bringing the Tron world into the real world kind of thing. Like they're playing with that concept of like, hey, this world exists, it's digital, and of course playing with the whole, hey, AI, blah blah blah, and like, what if we could have soldiers like this, where if they die on the battlefield, we could just rebuild them real quick, and we're fine. And then of course, obviously that's gonna go haywire. And so I saw that they did that right after, and everybody was there. Leto and Bridges were, of course, announced last. But they showed a new trailer, and I'm just looking forward to the soundtrack. 9 Inch Nails.
Yeah.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, I heard that they
pretty good.
The trailer that I saw last night. Yeah, it had the one of the songs from 9 Inch Nails, and I love how they're selling the movie with that too, with new original music from 9 Inch Nails.
Well, they did that because they did the same thing with Daft Punk with Legacy, and
right.
I mean, but they know what they're doing in that regard, because like without even seeing the trailer, you just hear, oh, 9 Inch Nails is doing the sound. Oh, really?
Yeah,
because there's just something about you like that's going to work. I don't know how good the movie's going to be, but that's going to work.
Well, yeah, I was talking to my friend who's a big Jared Leto fan. She is, and I was sending her like, oh yeah, I was sending her pictures that I found online of the panel, and she's very much looking forward to it. And I was like, oh yeah, I can't wait to hear like that soundtrack. And she's like, oh yeah, is it Trent Reznor and Atticus? What's his name?
Ross.
Yeah. And I was like, no, I mean, it's full on 9 Inch Nails. And she was like, oh, she had no idea. I was like, oh, okay. So yeah, it's going to be pretty good. But we'll wrap up the Comic-Con talk right now. But William, what do you have tomorrow going on?
Not too much. I don't know if I'm going to do Hall H. I did Hall H last year, and that was its own adventure. I did it today. The only two things that I would be covering in Hall H for me would be the Star Trek panel, but Star Trek conventions in Vegas the following week, and all those same people with all those same information are going to be there, and then the Peacemaker one. But I'm kind of aggravated with lines and stuff, even though it was easy to get into Hall H. There's like a lot of stuff to cover, and like I was telling Ray, time is your most important currency here. So if there's other things you want to cover and see, Hall H and some of these panels eats up a lot. So I haven't decided that yet, but what I'm going to try to do tomorrow is go to a lot of the little things that make up Comic-Con, because somebody's going to report on Hall H. Hall H, like I said, I don't think it'll be too hard to get in. I'll have to play it by ear, but I need to get my Batman 423 autographed by Todd McFarlane. That's like one of the main missions of the week.
So that's one of your main missions. I hope you get it, man.
To get that one, I gotta wait up in line for that though. So.
For sure. All right, well that's cool. Yeah, look forward to seeing your coverage on all that stuff. But let's dive into this family movie that we just that we all watched, and let's go around the horn and kind of give our initial reviews of it. We'll start with you, Chris.
Yeah, I've never been a huge Fantastic Four fan. Like, I'm not against them in any way, shape, or form. It's just not been my team. If I had to choose a team in Marvel, it's X-Men. X-Men are just X-Men are just the closest to me for personal reasons. Many with you. I'm with you, Ray. I'm hoping for Uncanny X-Men to be the title as well.
We're willing that into existence. It's gonna happen.
So I've enjoyed. I followed them, I've read them, but it's never one I collect by any stretch of the imagination. But I've know what I would like to see in a Fantastic Four movie. And so I went into this saying, I've got no expectations. I just want to have fun, and hopefully we get the idea of what the Fantastic Four are as a family. And I really enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun. I enjoyed some of the characterizations of Ben Grimm and Johnny Storm, kind of the way they portrayed them versus how they've been portrayed before. I like that they've gotten Pedro Pascal is able to get both sides of Reed Richards, the scary scientific side where you hate the man, and then you get the he also has a heart too. Sue Storm being the leader of this, the rumors were true, and I think Vanessa Kirby really knocked it out of the park with owning the scenes that she was in. The Galactus, we have a proper Galactus, and it's scary. And
Dude.
Did you see what Aman Vellani posted about that?
Oh yeah, yeah, the no fart cloud, legs and all.
That was hilarious.
But yeah, I had fun. I enjoyed it. It's when people start comparing Superman and Fantastic Four, it's like, no, you can't compare the two. They're not in competition necessarily with each other. They're two different sides of a coin. We have two fun movies that give us some hope, and it good all in all. When we did the show just a little bit ago, I put it out of a 8 out of 10. It was good.
You bring up a good point, because I remember when it was revealed that, oh yeah, like Sue Storm's the leader, and then naturally you're gonna get one side of YouTube that's gonna like, oh, here we go, they want to make
MCU.
they do all that.
She is
stuff.
the most powerful member of the team. This is a person with a power that can go take her power and go blip in your head, and you go bye-bye.
And the movie displayed that.
Yeah, but then it also displayed that she's holding the crew together while Reed Richards is trying to figure shit out. He's doing his thing where he's figuring shit out while she's trying to be like, guys. That I was literally, my brother was watching the Billy Joel doc. Okay, and Billy, and I know this is a weird comparison, but we were talking about like his first wife, who basically was like one of the producers on like his breakout album that had like his song like I forgot some of I'm totally drawing a blank, but his breakout album. And she was like keeping the group together, because obviously she had to keep like him and his band together, and there's like 20-something-year-old dudes like fucking running amok, and she's trying to keep them together, because that's what a woman does, guys. Especially when you're dealing with like dudes. I mean, it's the nurturer within. And then she even like when it came to like when they played that album, and the music producers were like, we don't hear a single. And she was like, are you fucking kidding me? And they're like, all right, you pick the first single, I'm picking the second. Of course, hers was God, I can't remember which song it was, but that was the more successful one. She knew which one. But I'm just saying, it was just something that I was saying, like, this is why, like, and when you watch Fantastic Four, it's not like she's just like, I'm the leader here. No. She's the glue. She's the glue that keeps the team.
She starts things and gets world kind of changing ideas out there, because again, she owns the room. And it's not a power play. It's just like, no, like you said, stuff's got to get done, and we're gonna do it. I really enjoyed also how Johnny has agency. Johnny has some depth in this, and Ben's not a sad sap saying, "Woe was me." I know there's a timeline jump and different things, like, so he might have been like that, but I enjoy just seeing each one of these characters have some time. But I think one of the things I'm really tired of seeing is, I know runtimes are an issue, but once we get past the first act, it went, but there were things I wanted to see, and I just have a feeling if this was like 15, 20 minutes longer, we might have gotten some things fleshed out a bit.
Totally.
But I mean, it's a business. They want to do what they want to do, but it wasn't a bad movie. And what we had outside of some, I don't know what superhero movies are with bad baby CGI, but I'm glad they put the money where it was when it came to Galactus and Silver Surfer.
It's very true. And then we'll get to, we got somebody else who's joining too.
Ben.
Hey.
Yeah, here we go. Mr. Ben's joining right now.
What's going on? Hey, look, Ray, 2 weeks in a row.
2 weeks in a row. We got Ray coming back, baby. Yeah, love it.
Yeah, good to see you back, brother.
Good to see you.
Been enjoying your TikToks.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You got some good TikToks, man.
I popped my cherry on that finally, and I'm just trying to remain consistent. But there's I have no shortage of, like, I'm a talkative person. Surprise.
Yeah.
So.
What?
No, you know.
Right.
What are you talking about? The shit. No, it's good. Yeah. I know sometimes even me, like when I try to clip out something for short stuff, like short range stuff, I don't know how many times they say it when I'm editing, I'm going, stop talking. Stop talking. Why are you talking so much? Like, God, get to the point. Get to the point, Dave. My God. But yeah, right now, Ben, we're just kind of going around the horn, giving our initial reaction or reviews for Fantastic Four. So, William, your turn. I know you've been looking forward to this one.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It met all my expectations. If whoever put everything together visually really appreciated Jack Kirby, for the look of it, Jack Kirby, and then the John Byrne run. The whole woman leading thing. If you read the comic, she's literally the epicenter. Like she's not necessarily in the forefront, but she's the epicenter. She makes everything go. She's the the matriarch. That's pretty much what she does, and it was consistent here. I love the way the movie looked. The whole 1961 retro atmosphere was perfect for what they were trying to do. I bought every one of the actors as the character they were playing. There wasn't anybody that I felt that was miscast that took me out of the movie. And then I finally saw Galactus outside of the popcorn bucket the last couple of weeks. So I think it could have been longer because there's a lot of things that it touches on and opens up. Some major things that obviously, you're going to have Doomsday and Secret Wars to handle, but sitting there in the movie theater, I'm like, I wish I had another 15 to 20 minutes to dive in because, like I said, they just kind of like twisted the lids on the jar just a little bit and then went on to set up a much larger universe. But yeah, I enjoyed it. It did not let me down. Like I said, I'm biased obviously because I've been looking forward, ever since I had the smoke Dust Galactus from Rise of the Silver Surfer to actually see. I could have used even more of him. To be honest with you, I mean, I thought I didn't think Galactus was in the movie enough, and the full range of what Galactus could do. Obviously, you're not going to see that, but I enjoyed it.
Cool, Ray.
So briefly. I do think on some level, and I even said this in my TikTok earlier, I think that there is room to have a rational comparison conversation. I'm not going to do that though, like right now, but if we want to, we can, because some of the things that you guys are talking about, I think like Dave, you had a thought before about the runtime of that movie, and I didn't agree with you, but I would agree with it here because I did enjoy the movie but it is one of those things where what was that one? I saw that one video you were talking about when they found out that Malkovich got cut.
Oh yeah.
And like the runtime went under 2 hours, like hour and 55 minutes. And so I'm sitting there the whole time, and I know you said you were concerned, but I was looking at it like, okay, well, I'm not concerned because they've done this. This is what they do. This is what Marvel Studios does. Like they whittle down to the last possible second and they want, there's always a producer mindset. Feige is a producer at heart. Like he just is. And that's how he operates the franchise. And I do give them credit because they're still able to make stories like these work. Like even with the cuts that they have. And if you go through, you can see some of the seams like, okay, Natasha Lyonne is barely in the movie. What is she even doing there? Right. For for a decent amount of the runtime. I could have seen more of Shia LaBeouf personally, like with what they did with her, especially like, and there are even parts of the movie like you knew how it was going to end. Everybody called how that movie was going to end. You knew exactly how he was going to get dispatched. You knew exactly who was going to do it. Mm-hmm. And to me, the biggest thing that I enjoyed about the movie, why I give it an 8 out of 10, is because it hit me with the spectacle and the sci-fi kitsch, like the aura that this movie had. I love when you do retro and you give me like that film grain and like the CRTs and like the old 60s vibe, and like you did your homework in terms of what documentaries from the old days look like with NASA and the space program. And all that, the retro vibe of I love the retro vibe, and I love the cosmic sci-fi science of this movie. Like that was the biggest thing. That, and this didn't even occur to me when I found out that Giacchino was doing the score. I was like, well, that just makes fucking sense. He did Incredibles.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't he do Fantastic Four? Why wouldn't he do that?
The score is so good.
Like, and he understands. And it's even because that movie had a 60s vibe to it, like a 60s spy vibe.
Oh yeah.
He just gets the retro really well, and he complemented exactly what we saw on screen with respect to and what William said. And I've read a smattering of Jack Kirby, but I hear what you're saying in terms of like the honor and the design. I did not know that was his birthday. That was cool to learn.
Yeah,
I did not know that. That was really awesome.
They kind of make an appearance too at one point. Jack and Stan.
Somebody mentioned that, and I was like, I didn't catch it.
Yeah,
I didn't catch it either.
I need to catch that on another watch. But for me, what I said was
Jack Kirby has a distinct look for sure. So I'm yeah.
Yeah,
Wait a minute.
It was like in a window you see kind of two people animating. I think it's around the time that Silver Surfer arrives.
Oh.
You just gotta look for that.
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, I initially I said I didn't know if it was low, high tier, because I have my list that like earlier this year I re-adjudicated and reordered my MCU rankings, and they were neatly organized into 3 groups of 12 until today. Now it's off, but I didn't know whether it was low, high tier or high mid tier. I'm looking at my list now, and it's probably low, high tier. Because there are still some movies like I personally I still think Thunderbolts is the best MCU movie of the year.
Okay.
For
I
me,
agree.
Personally, I cried at the end of that damn movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say for what it brings and the depth of what the messaging is, I don't see a problem with that at all. Yeah. I can agree with that.
And again, my rankings, because I still like all of these movies. I'm not slighting Fantastic Four when I say that. I'm just saying that, like, I think it's probably, if I had to venture a guess, I'd put it probably maybe like 9th or 10th. Yeah, I think so. I think that's all right. And I have it broken down, but it's definitely a high tier MCU film because of the family story and everything that you guys said. Like I love that Johnny Storm had agency. Like the fact that he was a 180 from what Chris Evans had done in and also and I haven't even seen Fan4 so I really couldn't tell you what Michael B. Jordan did in that movie. But just
like that movie.
But just the fact that like to see him not be the asshole and actually have I love the translation scene. Like that's probably my favorite scene of his by far is when he figures out what her story is and just has that conversation. I loved that. That was fantastic. And then the Reed thing somebody brought up. They said they were disappointed a little that Stark is dead because they felt like him and Reed, their whole put a suit of armor around the world mentality would have really merged well. And to me, that just reminded me of when I read Civil War. I'm like, oh well, yeah, that would have, like you said, the scary Reed that is calculating all the craziness and is like, oh, we need to use our baby as bait for this giant god that's going to come kill us. Like just and Pedro Pascal, like just it's another great like redemption story with respect to previous role doing something else that and I saw your mustache video too. You're right, that's in his fucking contract.
Oh, totally.
Never not having a mustache.
He's never getting rid of that thing ever again.
But no, I really did enjoy it. I really did like it. I don't know that I will see it a second time in theaters, but I have to own it. As soon as the Steelbook is available for pre-order, it will get pre-ordered. It will become part of the collection. No doubt.
That's if we don't all go bankrupt with these popcorn buckets, man. I was this close to buying Herbie. I was this close to buying Herbie last night, and I had to pull myself away.
So you got that? You didn't get the you didn't get the Galactus.
I didn't. Well, no,
I got Galactus.
Galactus was sold out, but I'm glad of that because I don't know if I would have been okay spending $80 on a 341 ounce.
It's $80, man, because it lights up. It's so detailed and lights up.
It's 341 ounces. That's an insane amount of popcorn.
Herbie does stuff though. Herbie actually projects the Fantastic Four logo. It plays music, and it's a whole bunch of things. And I stood there for a while, and I kept going back because Rhea was running late because we saw it together. And I'm like, the longer I stand there, I'm gonna walk out with this damn popcorn bucket. And I already had Galactus. and I'm like, there's no absolute justification for me getting that damn thing. But if they got it sitting there, and everywhere you go in the AMC down here, there's a Herbie, and I'm like, that damn it. But I maintained my strength and I survived.
They made Herbie curse in the movie, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. He
Yeah.
said, "Fuck you."
He said no. He said, "What the fuck."
He said, okay, what the fuck? Yeah.
I heard the
Yeah.
tones were distinct. It was like listening to Chopper from
Yeah.
Rebels. I was like, yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah, he did. What the fuck? Yeah.
You had a what the fuck moment. Was that when that was the obviously the end part, right?
No, it was
Was it
in the
earlier?
middle. It
Was
was
it
earlier.
Like,
It was was it
I'll
was
have
it
to
when,
I'll have to check that out when
I'm trying to remember what I can't remember what scene it was. It might have been the Paul. What was Paul Walter House's character, the mole guy?
Yeah,
Mole
the
Man.
Underground
Mole
mole
Man.
man.
Who was unexpectedly kind of a refreshing thing to see him. When they told me the Mole Man was going to be in here, I'm like, oh, this might not go well, but he actually plays a purpose. He actually,
Yeah, he
is
did
a
it.
pivotal
He,
point
he
there.
he understood that he understood what he needed to do, and he did it, and didn't he did just enough.
he did the same character. He does the same character in every movie that I seen him in.
Oh yeah. He
So,
talks
yeah,
like this.
yeah.
And
Like,
he's gonna
when
be
I
a
read-
naked gun next week. Yeah, he almost has like a
when I read
Nicolas Cage.
when I read Fantastic Four, that was not Mole Man's voice that
Yeah.
I heard in my head.
Yeah. Yeah, but he had the glasses though. I mean, the
Yeah, he
glasses,
did. He did.
you know, and then of course
Mhm.
having that. What do they call that? What do they call that world that's underneath that they created?
Oh,
Subterranea.
Subterranean.
Subterranean,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I mean, that was cool too. I mean, getting into spoiler territory, which is the fact that it's like, that helped with the final act of like, hey, clear the streets. We got to take on this fucking giant god. So you guys go down there and we're gonna fucking fight, And it was like, oh yeah, that's cool. That was a creative way to clear, because obviously,
To
what
get
is like,
millions
what is
of
what is the
people
thing? What is the thing
underground.
that people
Yeah, the
complain
civilians
about?
getting killed.
Oh
yeah.
my
Yeah.
goodness.
Yes. People
Yeah.
always complain about that. So if you could find a nifty way to get,
Yeah.
to not, and I'm just kind of going, fucking, just it happens. It's just
Well,
gonna-
wait, yeah, but now it's get used to it, Dave, because now
Yeah, I know.
everybody's
It's gonna be
doing it.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Both
know.
sides
I
are
get it.
doing it now.
Oh, I totally
But
get it.
it's so silly because when you have something like that going down, it's called collateral damage. People die. There's no way that the stuff you do in comic books or in war or anything else is going to go down on that scale, and people are not going to die. It's your minimizing thing. I don't see how people expect that to not happen. I mean, you take down a skyscraper. I'm sorry, even if you evacuated the building, somebody's going to die. I mean, I don't. What's the I mean,
that's-
I don't know. I've never understood that in any type of movie. It's like,
Yeah.
you
watch on the news. I mean, people are just dying
is-
every 5 minutes.
It
But
is
that's
what
part
it
of
is.
it, though, William. And we all have this discussion / debate for years about
Multiple times.
when
Oh,
you
yeah.
go into these movies, do you want to see what you saw in the news? And a lot of people know they don't. And so that's why they make these decisions and go, okay, we're going to give them an escape for 2 hours.
Yep.
And there are those of us that appreciate that, any of us here can appreciate when they, do have the realism and the, the one of the most overused words, the grit, right? The gritty part, right? Like we appreciate that aspect of it, but they put these through test audiences and they go, no, we're trying to make 4-quadrant, and 4-quadrant means you don't show blood, you don't show bodies,
Or
unless
people
it's
dying.
like, right.
They don't have to show it, but you just accept the fact that this building got knocked down, and I'm pretty sure not everybody, you
Yeah,
can
but
give
they're gonna go
casualty
there-
numbers. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're gonna go out their way to say everybody was safe.
Yeah. They have to. I mean,
Or that there were
they have-
no casualties.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's what happened. Even like coming from Man of Steel to BVS. I mean, when that final act, you go,
Yeah.
oh yeah, you got Stryker's Island. Oh, it's abandoned. We're fine. It's like, well, yeah, they had to make it a point, and I'm sure that like Zach was like, yeah, put it in there. Fuck, it's
Well,
like,
that was a reaction to Man of Steel, though.
yeah,
Absolutely.
exactly.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Because
Yeah.
people were just complaining about it left and
Yeah.
right. But Ben, let's get your initial review of Fantastic Four.
Well, one of the benefits of being the last is that everybody already said pretty much what
Yeah,
about
pretty
the movies. Yeah. But yeah, no, I really, really, really enjoy this film. I really love the aesthetic. I love the what Galactus looked like. I love the dynamics between the families. And I want to preface this by saying this, that I was not super excited about this film because of the trailers, but then when I started watching all the clips, I was like, oh, okay, this looks pretty good, and I was pleasantly surprised that it was way better than I I had anticipated. And I think when you have that kind of level of low expectations, it kind of makes the experience a little bit better. And so I thought, it was great. The set pieces were amazing. The second act should have been the third act. Um, uh, um, no, I really don't have like a huge complaint about the film. There's one little thing that when we get to spoiler territory that I'm gonna discuss with you guys, but overall I had a great experience and I'm really looking forward to watching it again.
Yeah,
So I'm.
I think, well, I mean, like on Twitter, I know, like, I think you kind of agreed that the first act was a little bit of a
It was a little bit dry, it
Yeah.
was. But I think this is, I don't know if it's something ingrained in us because we had this instant gratification with social media where we,
Could be.
you know, and it has removed that threshold for patience that we once had, and we're not allowing films to kind of,
Yeah, no, no, and like, I mean, I think it was just, I don't know, I can't maybe even explain it, but I mean, even my dad was like going, like, oh yeah, man, I was like
I went with my sister.
I think it was just if they were like going, hey, we have to, like, hey, here they are, here's this, we got to do the recap, and they I'm not like striking it as, oh, it was a bad way to do it. Yeah, they have to do certain things. I think that for me, I was like kind of going, hey, let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's show them doing some things. And there is a lot of, there's a lot of dialogue heavy scenes in here, which I appreciate. And I'm not sitting here like thinking I need to see them just right in action. Let's just show blah, blah, blah. Let's show. They essentially do that, but it's obviously montage and like clips and shit like that when they're, on that show and they're explaining all these things. And I'm like, I get it. But I mean, I think maybe just for me, I was just, I don't know. I just didn't feel like I cared for that. I was like, okay, I get it. Maybe I thought it was going to be like shown in a different way. And I will say the first act kind of made me go, I don't know if I'm really fully vibing with this yet.
Yeah.
But it wasn't until when we get that scene, which is, I love that shot where they're on the balcony and then they're walking back in and then all their watches go off. And then you see the thing and I'm like, it's such a cool shot. I love that because it's in the trailer too. But then, once that happens, all of a sudden it just goes, okay, here we are. Now we're here. And then now the movie just goes, boo, it just goes up. Like it just, like I say, in that second act, I mean, Jesus Christ.
That second act was amazing. I think it was, Chris, you mentioned that. I think the film could have used a little bit of more time because my favorite character, so not because his name is Ben, but Ben Grimm was my favorite character, and there was something being developed with another character, which I completely forgot she was in the movie until I saw you post it.
Natasha Lyonne's character.
I was like, hold on, there was something more to that relationship.
Absolutely,
his character.
Yes, there was.
That I was like, I think something got cut off because like he's not gonna show up out of nowhere, going to showing up in temple, like try to say goodbye. Like,
that was a subplot that got hacked really late.
Yes,
clearly
absolutely
had to have.
Yes. And even that stuff with Silver Surfer. When they gave that little backstory, I was like, this feels like it was inserted after.
And then they were trying to establish things with her and Johnny. Like Johnny was like, really, I mean, like, there was like more. I think there was more meat on that bone too.
Yeah. No, I think this movie, like another 15, 20 more minutes, probably would have been peaked.
Yeah,
it would have made it a whole lot better. Like if they would have fleshed out those little subplots.
Yeah.
So I 1,000% agree with all of you guys on this, but I will say that I think that in our circles, like any of us, like we almost could say that about all these movies.
Yeah,
I mean that is true.
We're
I said that about Superman and needed.
That you could say the exact same thing about Superman. That movie could have used another 15-20 minutes.
I was, and that was another. I mean, for both of these movies, I still think that the runtime that they have works for what they did.
Yeah.
That being said, I would take easily another 15-20 minutes of either one of those films without question. So it's kind of the 50-50 in our circles where it's like, but it's so different with Marvel because like I said, this is what they do. The assembly line process, they've done this for 17 and a half years. This is just how they operate. Yep. And if you read what Feige said in his big interview on last week, they're not changing it. They're not. There was
No.
like all the speculation that they were going to alter, what they were doing because of how the year has gone for them. And he's like, no, we're staying the course.
He
there's no.
gave a big "do you,
Yeah.
you motherfucker" to James Gunn.
Well, I mean,
He said, "Do you, but you do you, I'll do me."
yeah. But I'm glad of that, truthfully, because
Yeah.
I never wanted Gunn to do MCU 2.0, and he's
Oh
not.
yeah, 100%.
And I didn't want Feige to change and do what Gunn's doing. We want the variety. We want them to go in their own directions that they feel most comfortable in. And to be honest, regardless of how the last couple of years have gone for Marvel Studios, what reason does Kevin Feige have to change what they're doing?
No, he doesn't have it. Yeah, he doesn't need to.
Right.
And you made a good point, Ray, that he's like a producer at heart. So it will make sense for him to say, you know what, this I see how Superman is performing, and they waited to the last minute to say, okay, let's keep it on the keep it at 2 hours to get more people.
It would not surprise me one bit if he did that.
Yeah,
would
absolutely.
not surprise me one
Yeah,
bit.
he's a producer. He will do something like that, especially after seeing how poorly these CBMs are performing overseas.
Oh yeah, William, what do you got?
Hey, the most important thing, and now after seeing the movie, the most important decision that they made was to put it in the retro timeline. Because of when Fantastic Four comes out in our timeline, obviously in 1961, you have that era of color where you didn't have full-blown Vietnam War, you didn't have the Kennedy assassination, you still had faith in your government and institutions, and this movie represents that, and it allows them to tell the type of story that they would need to tell to give you the values of what the Fantastic Four were. And I thought that was cool, because I don't know if you could have told it in a contemporary story and still did do what they did, in my opinion.
No,
I'll agree
you're right.
with that.
You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I like
I
it
would
that
agree
it
on that. And you really got to suspend that disbelief, because I mean, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, like, if anybody's going in here thinking it's going to be like as much as they try to ground certain things, but it's grounded in a different Earth, a different multiverse, a different something where it's like, yeah, it's like you have the retro, and I love that. I always love that, the aesthetic of, like, when you're looking at computer screens or whatever the hell, you get it doesn't look fancy, but yet they could go to light speed. They could teleport things.
No.
They have technology, but
Beyond
it's still
speed.
very, but it's still, they still keep that, the aesthetics of that. And I love that.
To William's point, Sue's speech does not work in after Vietnam or after, like,
True.
Kennedy assassination.
When she's carrying the baby?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. There is no way that speech works that well for the crowd later in life. Absolutely not. It had to be, like you said, at that point.
Mobbed her and carried her off, yeah.
Right.
Or just uniting the world to do something together.
Oh man,
that one was a little bit like, okay, it's a movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was like, I don't know, man, because how the world works. That
Listen to Kennedy. Listen to Kennedy,
always,
though.
Yeah, but even though before, it doesn't matter, because other countries are always worried about the United States intent on
not in 1960, not in 1961. In the height of the Cold War, it was us and the Russians. So we pretty much.
It's an alternate timeline, though. We're really gonna get into this.
Yeah, it's an alternate timeline, but it's meant to reflect that one, and I think that's what they mean, as far as like things that would work in 1961 would, obviously, you're right, would not work.
We having a conversation, and it's just 5 of us, and we cannot even agree on this little subject. Imagine the whole world, putting some fucking some type of contraption that's gonna move the planet to another place. Do you think that everybody's gonna be on the same page?
What it would come down to is, like, the believability of the fear of the threat of Galactus. And that's why I think it worked, is because it was literally like that, plus the amount of trust that the planet had already placed in the Fantastic Four. And that was where the first act that drags a bit, which I agree, it does drag a bit. That's where that first act of set, because the thing is, Marvel doesn't really do history lessons. They do flashbacks, and it's condensed history lessons. And that's what did we see the accident that get? No, we did not. We were told by Mark Gatiss, who was the host of that show.
Yeah.
And I
told
know
us, they didn't show us.
Right, exactly. And so, like, but they do it in condensed fashion, but the idea is you understand what, ABC special presentation, which that was, seeing all the retro ABC graphics,
yeah,
that was really cool. But like they establish very early on that the planet trusts them to protect it, and that they have saved the planet from several threats over the course of the time of them being what they are. And so the idea is, okay, well, if the planet trusts them, like to this point, then basically they leave whatever threat comes in their hands, right? So when she shows up, it's like, okay, well, we go on, heroes, do your job, right? But that's all 100% full faith, because they know they can't do it themselves. They got to rely on these four to do it. So I think to me, that's where I hear what you're saying, because it is a little like, a little Pollyanna. I get it. I get what you're saying in terms of like the planet building all those machines in like this massive worldwide effort. But I think it really was about the fear of Galactus plus the amount of trust that they placed in the Fantastic Four up to that point.
I just like the whole idea, like, we're gonna move the planet, so it'll take him eons to do. It's like, I'm trusting you, but it's just like, do we know where we're going? Do we?
Nobody questioned that.
Where's the moon? Are we?
See, now to me, Chris, that was what got me about that. It wasn't so much the world like coming together. It was more the like, okay, you've gone like crazy cosmic really fast.
Yeah. We just seen eggs being transported a little bit. Now we're going galactic with the planet.
The whole planet.
Hey,
we're gonna
if the egg can do it, hey, a whole planet with billions of people could do it too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like, it's a far-fetched concept, but at the same time, you kind of go,
it's funny.
Yeah, but then it's like there literally is a celestial god headed, this way.
Yeah.
So, I mean, for a solution, not bad. But again, one of the things you really have to suspend a lot of disbelief.
I thought like at the idea that when the Silver Surfer comes in and dispatches those things, it was Reed probably, oh, thank God. I won't be responsible for destroying the planet myself. Thank you, Silver Surfer.
But then there was also the part of me that was like, you didn't account for her coming back and like at that time, like he
did. That's what he wanted to happen.
Okay, all right.
we'll Reads that calculating.
Speaking of Silver Surfer, I mean, like I was one of the people that when we first saw her, I was like, I don't know if this is maybe it needs a couple more renders. I thought, watching the actual final movie, she looked great. Like I didn't have a complaint. Like that first trailer when she showed up, I was kind of like going, I don't know. It's maybe it needs a little bit. And I think maybe it did have a little bit more of a couple of renders. And I don't know. I thought some of the close-ups and the reflections and shit like that, I was going, oh, okay. Yeah, you guys did good. She looks good. She definitely looks good. So, but yeah.
I feel like I'm the most forgiving among all of us when it comes to VFX.
Yeah.
I try to be as forgiving. It's just some things are just blatant and it's hard to like justify sometimes.
Well, no, because there actually is a VFX thing in here that did bother me. It's not her though.
The baby.
What about Reed?
Oh, is it like this stretchiness was kind of
Reed stretching was fine. No,
it was pretty good.
Absolutely the baby.
Like we didn't get enough of that though.
Yeah, true.
Oh yeah, there was not a lot. Even my nephew was like, I forgot he stretched until I was like, oh yeah. Until the final act, I was like, oh yeah.
The baby looked weird. Like so many shots. I was like,
it was giving a little bit of a Twilight.
And this is what I mean when I say that, like, on another level, we could have a constructive, rational conversation of comparison, because my first thought was, if you're gonna involve the baby in the action, just go for broke and make it not real, like the other movie did.
Yes,
in my opinion,
I agree.
Because I feel like they tried too hard to make it look real, and it was Ally McBeal. It just didn't work for me in that regard. But I think with respect to Silver Surfer, like, that's just a difficult character to do in live action, period. When you look at how and either whatever version is drawn on the page, it's like, okay, how it's basically got to be T-1000 the whole time, right? Like in Silver the whole time.
But the one in Rise of the Silver Surfer looked pretty good, and that's a old movie.
Yeah, that was
Mhm.
2008.
But
So I don't think there's a real excuse for them not to get it.
but
get
like
it.
I
well,
said,
no,
good.
what I'm getting at is that's why I'm forgiving of it, because I don't see. I think both of them look fine. I didn't have an issue with how he looked in Silver
Okay.
Surfer. I had other issues with the movie. I didn't have issues with how he
Yeah, the
looked.
close-up shots they look amazing.
Yeah, but as far as what they did, especially with the mocap that Julia Garner clearly did, you know,
Mhm.
it because that's the real test of it is like what happens in the emotional scenes. And again, I go back to the scene with her and Johnny, like
Yeah.
when the guilt hits her,
Yeah.
can I see it through her face? And if I see, to me, it looked almost like she was crying. And if I can see that, okay, you've done your job. You've absolutely done your job. If you can make me believe that she's feeling pain from what he's throwing at her, because that was his entire point. Like, throw the guilt at her, make her feel what she has done, so that she won't do this to my planet. And if she can make me believe that, if you can make me see that through all the silver, then you've done your job. And I feel like they did.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. But yeah, and her backstory was, I like that we got a little bit of her backstory to see, like, oh yeah, he showed up and he was gonna, but she sacrificed herself, and then we see all that. I mean, and there, again, more meat on that bone for sure. And their relation, I mean, obviously they established a relationship with, like, that Johnny has like a crush on her, which, it's Johnny, but at the same time, he's also trying to understand her, which I thought was really cool. Like when he does, like you said, translates what she says to him. Oh, we lost William. Again, like I said, that made Johnny, hey, he's, relevant. He's got something to do. He was trying to figure out, what did she say to me when, when I was like, flying next to her? What did he say? And it's funny because I would say that, yeah, Johnny definitely, we see Johnny's powers way more than the others.
Yeah.
He's doing his thing a lot more than the others. But at the same time, it makes sense because it's like, the only thing that bothered me, I was like, is all his clothes just like flame retardant? Like,
Yeah, I know,
Yeah. Uh-huh.
like his clothes were never affected.
All of
And
them.
I'm like,
Not at all. Like,
Yeah,
there weren't
I'm
even
like,
Unless he
are they
can
gonna
have some
explain that?
protecting shield around his skin that protects
I'm
the.
like, are they gonna explain why? I was like, because I'm like going, I expected every time that he, did the flame on thing, like his clothes would just vanish and he would be wearing his Fantastic Four the suit,
right. Yeah.
but he would just show back up and he's just wearing his normal clothes. I'm like, yeah, Scotch guard on there. What the fuck? Like what are we doing here?
Wow, they let it go. I mean, and
Yeah.
for all we know, that could have been exposition that they cut at the last second,
Yeah,
to like
very
explain
true.
that. I don't know,
Yeah.
but I mean, it wasn't a deal breaker for me, but it was noticeable. It was definitely noticeable.
Yeah.
Has anybody watched Aqua Team Hunger Force?
Yes.
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
You guys seen the episode of the Fantastic Four parody?
No, I didn't see that one.
Oh, that's fucking great! Because when he flames on, he starts crying in pain because his whole skin is just like sliding off slowly.
Oh man,
fucking love it.
That's funny. That's
Yeah,
funny.
look it up. This is really hilarious.
okay.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out. But yeah, like I said, Galactus, when they first showed Galactus, you know what? I mean, I was obviously, when we saw shots and concept art and like the little teases that we got with the footage, with the trailer and everything, I still was going, is this going to work? Are they going to pull this off? But man, frightening.
Oh, yeah,
Frightening.
yeah.
You see him in his ship, just like hooked up.
Yes.
And the eyes, and that sound, and he just, of course, you have, what's his name? I forgot what the
Ralph
actor's name is.
Innocent.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
His
Perfect
voice,
choice.
so
Perfect.
perfect for it. And man, I mean, yeah, I was truly going, holy shit! They're pulling this off. How are they pulling this off? Because I was worried about that. That was like one of the biggest things I was worried. I was like, I don't know how they're going to pull this off. They tried to do Galactus and Fantastic Four: Rise of the Silver Surfer, and it was just a big cloud that sucked up things, and it didn't work. And I'm going, wow, are they going to
Hashtag not my Galactus.
Yeah, right.
My Galactus
But then when you watch
my Galactus looks like a really big guy at that point, like he's been forever.
But then when they did Eternals and they showed the Celestials, I went, okay, maybe they could pull it off. And then, but obviously that was a little different.
That was
Yeah.
kind of concept. It was kind of proof of concept though.
Yeah,
especially
right.
for the design, definitely.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean I feel like what year Silver Surfer come out? What was that, like 08, 09, somewhere
Something
like
like that. Yeah.
like that was still like, you know, in the era where like there was still a reluctance to go like full comic booky with films, and it at least this year, with the last two movies that we've gotten, comic book movies, we seem to have moved past that. And that is one comparison that a lot of people have made. They're like, okay, no, we've just thrown caution to the wind as far as suspension of disbelief and going for full comic book aesthetic. And also, like, even though we did get like flashbacks with this one, we did still get dropped into the middle of a fully functioning Earth 828.
Yeah. And that was one of the things that's a comparison I can get behind, not trying to use one to slam the other, but the comparison of like, we had two filmmakers that went, okay, we've been trying to do this. Let's just fucking go full force comic book on this. And that's what I even said that when I was, you know, at dinner after we watched it. I was like, because I asked everybody, I was like, how did you feel? Did you like Superman or Fantastic Four more? And everybody agreed that Superman was just more entertaining because it was just start to finish, just, you know, in your face kind of thing. But kinetic. And then it was just, and then when I was talking to like my nephew's friend who's like a big comic book guy, I'm going, isn't it kind of cool though that it just seems like both these films, they weren't trying to do like, they were going suspend disbelief, you know, big time. There's just, this is a comic book movie. We're making a big time comic book. Lex Luthor pocket universe. He has a fucking white Martian that he calls Mr. Handsome, and we got all this crazy shit. And then you got Fantastic Four that has teleportation, light speed stuff, but yet but yet Herbie has to get fed a fucking, you know, cassette tape for his face, you know, and stuff like that. It's like there's certain things that you just got to go like, oh yeah, just appreciate the, you know, the alternate reality, I guess you could say, and not nitpick. And I think people maybe, you know, they're gravitating towards that, like going, oh yeah, we've done the realism thing. We've done it. I think, again, Kevin Smith, when he talked about Superman and finally relating to Superman with the new one, but, you know, back when he was younger, he wanted, give me an adult version. Give me like something. And he got that with Zach, with Watchmen, with Man of Steel, BVS. He got that. And even with Christopher Nolan, he got that adult version of these characters. But then it was like, well, now I just kind of want something a little more comic booky or a little more lighthearted. And now we're getting that, which I thought was like kind of, you know.
Yeah, I don't want to be as cheap. And
welcome back, William.
Hey, what's up?
We're gonna go like this.
Yeah.
There's a dart game going on, so I might die in the middle of this stream.
Yeah, you've already been kind of dying a little bit.
Yikes.
Yeah.
No, it was just.
Oh, they're playing darts.
like actual sharp darts or like magnets.
That's what it looks like.
Real darts. Damn. Okay.
Are you in the line of fire?
Yeah, I okay.
Living dangerously.
Damn.
Yeah,
this
is
is
funny to see.
this is precarious.
This stream just got a whole lot more intense.
Is that actually Lex Luthor playing darts?
He does kind of look like him. Yeah, he does. Like him.
We're more fascinated now by Williams if he's going to live or die during this stream.
Yeah.
So let's just
He might get
zone,
it's only gonna be a flesh wound if it pierces your skin.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Well, not if
Been hit by a dart before, so
There you go. So you know what it's like.
Yikes.
Ah.
I love the fact that we got two great comic booky films back to back on the same summer, and the genre feels like it's like back to where it needs.
Reinvigorated, right? There's like a reinvigoration.
Oh yes, absolutely, 100%. Like if you're a comic book fan, you can only be but happy to see especially like from two different camps. Like knowing that that Marvel is going back to basics and kind of reestablishing themselves as being the dominant great content creators, and having this new DCU universe being reintroduced into this universe and provide you with a quality film at the same time. So like as a comic book, as a CBM fan, you cannot be but but excited about this. What's happening in this? In this
Okay, you're gonna take off.
Comic book dealers too. We're happy.
Yeah.
See,
Yes,
yes, 100%.
yes, without question.
I'm gonna bolt because I see some Final Destination shit about to happen to me. So thanks for having me on.
Oh yeah, we see it too.
Yeah, if I can come back on, I will, but it'll be when there's no sharp objects headed toward me.
Yeah.
right.
Feel free to come
See you
back
guys
on
later.
whenever you can.
Yeah, stay safe, man.
Alrighty.
Yikes.
Yeah.
That's
No, but I
crazy.
think this new approach is like, okay, yeah, I mean, obviously Marvel's taken a lot of liberties with being more lighthearted and be more suspend disbelief, and DC's kind of like try to take the more grounded approach. But I think that's why having Gunn come in and just kind of go, well, let's just go for it, let's just go for it. And let's be wacky, let's be this, let's be that, but let's have different tones. Not everything's going to be the tone of Superman. I mean, he made that so clear so many times, but of course people who hate him just think it's going to be all that, but I'm like, no, like Lanterns is going to be different. Clayface is going to be different.
Supergirl's going to be different.
Supergirl's going to be different. It's all going to be different. So, so it's just like, it's great. But yeah, like you said, Ben, having these two films back to back. I mean, that was one of the things as soon as I started really getting into, like, especially when Silver Surfer and the threat of Galactus and seeing Galactus. And I went, oh, fuck, this works. Like when I first saw him and hear the voice, the eyes, everything, I was going, fuck, they made it work. Mm-hmm. And it's so comic booky. It doesn't make sense. But it, things like even things in Superman doesn't make sense. But it's like you just go, oh, yeah, but this is what I read when I was, this is what I read in the books. So, yeah, I'm totally appreciating that level of storytelling that we haven't really seen too much before, because I think it's always been the concern of like, well, let's make it as real as possible. But I think at the same time, there is still like the heart of, Gunn was really trying to show the heart of Superman, and Shackman. Sorry. Yeah. He was trying to show the heart of a family. Like he was really emphasizing, eat your heart out, fucking Vin Diesel. This is how you do family right here. I'm just saying, the whole movie is about the family dynamic so much, and he nails it pretty damn, everybody has their roles. Like I said, Sue is the leader, and she, in the books she's the glue that keeps everybody together, while Reed is like stressing out on trying to figure out the solution. Johnny is like, obviously he's Johnny, but at the same time, like I said, he has relevance in this because he's trying to figure out, and her trying to figure out Silver Surfer. And then of course you have Ben, who is the blunt object, but you feel for him because he's like kind of like a homebody, doesn't really want to go out, but at the same time he appreciates when he goes out. He likes to impress the kids when they see him. He doesn't want to say clobber in time, which I get. But at the same time, it's like, they all had their strengths. Even if I felt that there should have been, especially with Ben, I think Ben, there needed to be a little bit more to his character.
Out of the four of them, I feel like his stuff probably got cut more than the other three. Yeah, definitely. But I feel like with the aesthetic of this film for sure, and definitely both of these films, I feel like, as far as the audience is concerned, it's just time to shift gears, right? There was absolutely a time where the Dark Knight trilogy was hailed, but crazy enough, I was waiting for people to call Superman the greatest DC film since the Dark Knight. And I've seen I've seen one person say it. One person. But
one.
But it's like not like it just has not been the talk whatsoever. And I'm like, okay. And to me, I feel like that's symbolic of the audience does want more suspension of disbelief. They do want more of the comic booky stuff. They do want more of the stuff that we argued kind of like against, like, okay, it doesn't all have to be light. Well, the audience kind of does want that. And I think that is something that, Feige obviously has understood it, but I think that's also another reason why Gunn and Safran get hired. Because like, okay, well, can you do this, but not make it a carbon copy? Yeah. And so far the answer is yes, very much so. And like, I honestly, like, I hear you in terms of like it being reinvigorating. But I really feel like this is rarefied territory. We haven't seen, because we've seen DC be successful at like Batman movies, and then we've seen Marvel be successful with a cinematic universe. We've never really seen them both be successful at the same time with a cinematic universe, and we may be on the cusp of seeing that.
And
That's what the hope
that would
is.
be amazing to see both of them like banging out great movies one after the other. Because like you, I really like Thunderbolts, but it didn't perform as well. But I always I feel that Marvel needed this win more desperately. Well, actually, the CBM genre needed Marvel to deliver a great film, so that way we can feel, oh, okay, these two studios can deliver good quality films,
and so that we can finally start to be a little more responsible when we use the phrase superhero fatigue, because that phrase gets thrown around so much, and people like, they love to use it as this catch-all, like people are tired of superhero movies. No,
I don't think so.
People are not tired. If people were superhero movies have been around for 67 years, like, no, it's not that they're tired of them. It's that they're looking for event films. They're looking for big epic set pieces. They don't need 3 and 4 a year. They don't. I still think Marvel. My theory, and we will find out starting with this weekend, because I saw another projection for Fantastic Four that was actually lower, and I was like, okay, well, we'll see how that goes. But my theory has been that the general audience, with not that much disposable income, inflation, and all the other shit that you got to deal with, they see 4 superhero movies in 1 year, and they decide that they're going to go to 2 of them, which means they're not going to Brave New World and they're not going to Thunderbolts. So my theory is that, okay, they were waiting for Superman and they were waiting for Fantastic Four. So we know, at least domestically, at least in this country, they certainly have gone to see Superman. We know that without a shadow of a doubt. Gatesh Panda said that it's going to cross Man of Steel's domestic box office this weekend.
Not adjusted for inflation.
Well,
I'm fucking with you. I don't give a shit about that. I really don't give a shit.
We are not comparing the movies to each other.
No, I know. It's too many variables. I just hate the fucking argument.
Right. No, it's just and quite honestly, you could make the case. I mean, you could make the case that post 2020 and post Hollywood strikes, that doing this kind of money domestically that's a bigger fucking deal. Truthfully,
after COVID.
Exactly, right. There was a piece, Hollywood Reporter came out with a piece day before yesterday talking about how the analysts are saying that we're not going to get back to pre-COVID box office till 2029 at the earliest.
And another thing that when I was breaking it down, and I think Scott even did it with his. He did a great video. He talked about how things are different now. It's 12 years later. I mean, like the theaters I go to now, especially the one I go to specifically, was not around where it's a luxury theater that serves alcohol, that has the reclining seats. It's more expensive tickets, and it's like it's a
service button too.
And I know, some people are like, oh, it's just that's a cop. No, it's not a cop.
It's not a cop out.
You have context. If we're gonna be meticulous on every little thing, you want to be meticulous on. Oh, let's just talk about the inflation of the box office. And then I go, well, what about the inflation of the budget then? And then they don't do that. They don't do that shit.
Bingo.
Yeah. And I did that. I talked about that in mine. I'm like,
Man of Steel's a $400 million movie.
Today. If you're gonna do the inflation thing with the box office, you got to do it with this also with the budget.
The budget,
The budget will bring it up like to almost $4 million.
Right. But and that's why Gunn made it very clear what they were, and that's why when we talk about like it being a new, like you were saying in quotes, no, this really is a reboot for DC. It's not just a reboot of the universe; it's a reboot for Superman.
Yeah,
because we have never seen that character portrayed that way, and I would certainly also say the same about the Fantastic Four. Now, going into the movie, and I hear what you're saying about you had low expectations. My expectation going into this movie was we're going to see the best Fantastic Four movie made to date. And I was not wrong whatsoever. I knew that was going to be the case. And all of us, I feel like on some level felt like, okay, whether we agree with the trolls or not, you put this thing in the hands of Marvel Studios, it's going to be different than what we saw in the previous 3 films. We know that.
Totally.
We absolutely know that because they know what they're doing. They perfected their process to this point. So yeah, the question is, will it prevail at the box office? And I agree with you. Like it's almost like in Gunn and DC Studios case, Gunn and Safran in their case, they are rebuilding or they're reestablishing a brand. Mm-hmm. So for them, word of mouth and positivity is a bigger deal because they're starting at movie 1. Fantastic Four is movie 37.
Yeah.
And they need to rebound on, from Thunderbolts, Brave New World, Marvels, Quantumania, all that, the Kang disaster and all that stuff. There's a rebound necessary for them. They need to reestablish that they can succeed with movies that aren't massive nostalgic team-ups like No Way Home and Deadpool and Wolverine. So yeah, I would agree that there was actually more pressure on them for Fantastic Four, truthfully.
100%.
Yeah. So
well, it was pressure on Marvel, but the entire because I read that little piece that the Superman movie was the entire industry was relying on this film to perform well. I'm like, I don't think that's the one that the entire industry should be looking at. I think Fantastic Four needs to reestablish Marvel as being a good house to make great CBMs, because you can get away with saying, hey, this is a rebooted universe, and maybe they had a misstep, they can fix things, but you cannot make the same excuse for Marvel, who's been making movies for the last 20 years. You see what I'm saying? So I think that movie needed to perform well for this genre to feel healthy again.
I would also add to that, Ben, that in DC's case, unlike Marvel, let's say Superman had done extremely poorly, they have a fallback position. Go to Gotham.
Yeah,
that's
okay.
all.
Yeah,
that is always DC's fallback.
Batman can always bring the money.
Always.
And that's the thing is like, especially when you have like Batman and Wonder Woman, like that is, then they're coming, and you don't know what we're having next. And I know Gunn's trying to like going. I'm not trying to follow the same, game plan. I'm not doing what Zach was doing. I'm not doing what Marvel's doing.
Yes,
that's why he's being so coy and being so secretive about the next thing. Obviously we know what's happening next with Marvel Studios, but at the same time, it's kind of nice that it's like, oh yeah, we don't have any more CBMs this year. We kind of get a little break. We got shows, we got stuff, sure, but Marvel Studios, their next movie is Spider-Man Brand New Day, which is a year from now, right? I don't think there's anything before that. And then Doomsday is that December, and I'm glad that they're taking their time when it comes to all that.
Well, we're gonna get 3 next year, but it's like they're far removed from each other. So
yeah,
3 Marvel films.
No. We got 2 Marvels and one's in
Yeah.
Supergirl.
Clayface.
I was gonna say we got Clayface.
Oh, Clayface,
too.
that's true.
Yeah.
Wait, Clayface is next year? I thought it was
Clayface is October of next year.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 2 and
So,
2. Okay.
but we get a big gap between movies. There's nothing coming out. There's nothing coming out this November, which is also a hot place to put one of these. February, also a hot place that they put these. Nothing there. We're not getting anything till next summer. So we get like a nice little like, okay, let it breathe. Let it breathe.
And I think they both need that. I think they both need, the genre needs that.
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
genre needs that. And like I said, let everybody talk about some of the scenes and everything, which they are. And let's talk about the space scene when they go into space. Okay, let's talk about this is what I was like wanting to talk about.
Someone made the comparison Interstellar.
Yeah, of course.
And I can't disagree with that.
Yeah. I can't disagree. Yeah, sure. It's not going to be at the same caliber.
No,
obviously, because it's Christopher Nolan and that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, goddamn good attempt, because that scene had everything going for it.
Yeah.
When they go out to space, first off, the first thing that I'm thinking is going, "Why you're going to have pregnant Sue go into space?" No, she needs to go out there because of her power. She is relevant because what happens during the scenes, like make our ship invisible. She has the ability.
Oh, I love that when he's just like, Sue, hide us, and she just goes, and it's just like, damn, all right.
So we got pregnant, Sue out there doing that. We got Reed trying to, and when shit is going down, when they approach Galactus and try to reason with them, and it obviously doesn't work. I mean, everything. This whole scene is just, again, I even said at the beginning of the stream, I said, this whole scene right here is going to be one of the best MCU scenes, because I really believe it is. Like, they really thought out this scene big time. You have Herbie like going around and taking samples, and just little details like that. Just to, that's something that Reed is thinking about. It's like, Herbie, go around, take samples, so then we can, which helps later, of course. And so when they're approaching all that and they're doing all this, and of course Galactus is like, give me your child or I'm taking your world. And that's like a crazy fucking ultimatum right there. First off, you're like, obviously it's like, well, yeah, if you're going to save all of humanity, you better give the child. But then it's like, but then at the same time, you're like, well, of course they're not going to give the child away, but this is obviously before, but the fact that when you have the scene of like Silver Surfer chasing them and they're going through like light speed and the black hole and everything's like going crazy. You got Ben just at the controls trying to fucking keep everything aligned. You got, and then you got Reed tending to his wife who is going into labor and trying to also figure shit out. Craziness. I mean, and then she has to give birth, and you got Johnny there to be supportive. And oh my God, it's just like, I was gripping my seat.
I was gripping too. Yeah.
It was really just a really well.
It felt tense.
I was 1,000% not expecting the movie to be this cosmic.
No.
So
I didn't think that. I was like, are they gonna?
Nothing in the trailer indicated so.
No, absolutely not.
So
there was nothing.
That was a pleasantly fucking surprise.
Yeah.
What? They're going cosmic. This was like, that was a good. This is not comparing anything, but this is one of those things that, like, don't fucking show me everything in the fucking trailer. Like, live and die with hiding the best part of the fucking movie for the movie, because if I would have seen that shit on the trailer, and then it wouldn't have the same impact when I saw it on movie theaters, because that entire sequence had me, like you said, they had me gripping my chair, like, what the fuck is gonna happen? Is she gonna lose the baby? Like, I know it's not she's gonna lose the baby, but it was still tense.
When she starts going, like, she's like starts feeling, because I think Galactus kind of triggers it, right? It tries to
because he has the power to create life.
Yeah. So like she starts going into labor, and then that's where everything just really goes to shit. And then you got Silver Surfer just like, not like relentlessly just staying on their tail, and even like doing the thing where she like, goes into the ship and then out of the ship and stuff like that. I mean, like, man, it was just overall just like a whole, it's so funny too, because even just if you think about it from the perspective of the people on Earth, where it's like Sue Storm goes up and then comes down and she has a baby. It's like, what the fuck? What? She just had the baby up in space?
Nobody asked.
It's like a crazy thing to think about, even like from that perspective.
And again, the first question wasn't like how'd that happen. The first question was, how did you beat Galactus?
Yeah.
And
right.
They come down defeated. Defeated.
Remember that they flew at the speed of light in time, this time dilation, so they don't know. We don't know how long they were gone for.
Well, no, I wasn't. I wasn't criticizing the question. I was just saying that tells you where the mind of the world.
They do say it though. They do say it. Like the news broadcast says they were gone for a month.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I caught that where they said they were gone for a month, and probably for them it didn't feel like a month, because, like you said, they're probably
right.
The time jump.
It will make sense to see her with a baby on her hand.
Yeah. But at the same time, I remember specifically like a voiceover news broadcaster like, they've been gone for a month, and it was like, okay, so but probably to them it was a day or two or something like that. Who knows?
And you're not wrong, Ben, in terms of like, don't put that shit in the trailer, like, because it does not have the same effect if we know that sequence is there. Like we knew we were going to see Galactus like probably in his lair somewhere, but the idea, like when they're like, when they get in the rocket, I'm like, this is happening. They're going to, all right, let's see. And then all the tension and everything within that. No, and it's interesting because I don't know if like I would love to give Marvel Studios credit for holding that out of the trailer, but I'm also reminded of another thing that they consistently do, and they did it again, where they put things in the trailer that are not in
Oh
the
yeah, Johnny falling
At
back
all.
onto Earth. Yeah,
There's
I
a
saw
lot.
that.
Yeah, there's a few.
We make it a point to do family dinner every night. It starts to get, where was
Oh,
that
yeah.
scene?
Yeah, that wasn't in there.
Right? Like just
That
so
wasn't there. Oh, and Johnny falling back to Earth wasn't there.
right.
Yeah, where that shot where he's like,
Yeah, when he's just like floating
Yeah.
back. Yeah.
Yeah,
there's like
so-
a scene between Sue and Ben that are not even in there too. Like
Yeah.
we pointed that out, where like you just see them like, oh yeah, there was like a whole scene cut out of them talking. I think didn't she even say like she says something about him to read? I don't even think that was in there. But yeah, I mean that's just what happens. They keep trimming fat.
It's what they do. Again, it's part of their process. We know they're doing it on purpose because they've done it way too many times for it to just be happenstance. And I don't want to say it necessarily bugs me. I mean, it sounds like it bugs me, but it is just one of those things where like, okay, when they don't show something in a trailer and we get surprised with it in the movie, it's like, okay, was that just by osmosis because of everything else that you had in there that you cut out later? Like, I don't know. We'll see.
That scene was, that's why I think collectively people are like, Jesus Christ, that second act was just, there was so much there. And like I said, I was going whole. And then when you thought it was going to like, oh yeah, okay, is that it? And then all of a sudden she shows up again. Oh, she's back. They thought, oh yeah, we're good. Nope, she's back. And then they're like still fucking, doing the thing. I mean, that's why I want to rewatch it just for that scene alone, because it was just so goddamn intense. And then you have Sue in 0G, like about to give birth. She's like struggling and everything. And then they still want her to do the invisible thing. And she's like, struggle. They're all using their strengths. And I love the fact again too, that Ben, the Thing, it's not just a big, he's not a big dumb idiot who's like he's smart. Like they made him smart in this, where
yes,
he's a pilot. He's the pilot. He's talking to Reed. They're going back and forth, and same thing with Johnny. Like we've been talking about, he's not just some womanizer idiot or something like that. Everybody plays their part. They wrote the parts pretty good. Where especially in a scene like this. Welcome back, Chris. We were talking about the specific scene that it was fucking awesome. That's in space as the Silver Surfer is going crazy chasing him. So
trying to rip out a baby.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Right.
I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, that had to be like one of the first things to like, imagine a scene where they're like going at light speed and then they're going to be headed towards a black hole and Silver Surfer's going to be chasing them while Sue is giving birth in 0G and everybody's trying to, I mean, you pitch that scene and Kevin Feige is probably like, fuck, what?
Let's do it. All right, next scene.
I can only imagine the storyboards. For that
God.
one, like how do you draw that?
How do you draw that and not be, I mean, like it was just kind of funny when you're watching it because like in 0G and like they have to show like, well, she's wearing a costume. You see a part where like Reed does pull her pants off.
Yeah.
You see like the pants like kind of just he goes floop like that and they float off and it's like obviously you can't show, but right. I mean, essentially, she is got to give birth, so they have
you know what though? You know what though? Like you're right. Obviously, they can't show, but there was a little part of your brain that went, "Are they gonna?"
Yeah, I know. It's like she's
Right.
just getting so intense, where it's like, but good on the filmmaking to be like, yeah, you got to show that she has to,
Ben, I can't hear you.
All I was thinking was like Ben is looking at her pussy, and he's not related.
Of course, you're gonna say that. Yeah,
Yeah, that's what
I know. It's like well,
like her brother. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
but
he's
not related. What the fuck
like,
is this?
but in the intensity of the situation, it's like,
That's
hey,
the last thing
we
you
got to
think
have this
about it.
happen,
No, that was
all jokes aside. But yeah, I think there's
Yeah.
people are gonna be like, oh well,
Yeah.
but again, and that's also where
But-
I mean,
I'm just saying, but good on them for no jokes or anything like that.
Yeah.
This whole
you know what?
scene,
Yes,
there's no
That's
jokes.
true.
no nothing. It is strictly intensity.
This moment,
They didn't want to break
Yeah.
for jokes, if
This
James Gunn
They're
was
trying to
if
survive.
James Gunn was doing this, I mean, if James Gunn was doing this, there might have been a joke or two. Let's
Yeah.
face it.
I still say that. Okay, all right. Like since you brought his name up,
Yeah.
I still think that
Nah, he
his
probably would have.
since he has walked over to the distinguished competition,
Yeah.
that he's leaned way more into situational humor than he has into one-liners like he did.
True.
Because that's just kind of the Marvel way, right?
Yeah.
But that's also
Yeah.
what was great about this movie is that Shackman didn't do that.
No.
Like I feel like there's way more situational humor like that. The car seat joke. What did you think about the car seat joke?
Oh yeah.
that was lame.
Yeah.
That went
I
on
was-
for
I
a
was
little
on-
too long. We would have
I went on
10
It-
seconds.
Yeah, it dragged
Yeah.
on for way too long.
It went for too long. I don't know. At that point, it was the end of the movie. I still kind of found it funny.
It
I
was
mean,
funny,
yeah, it's
but it just
funny.
went too long. Yeah.
See,
Very
but-
much you're trying to go for 3 men and a baby. Literally 3 men and a baby.
Yeah, they did.
Yes,
They
yes,
did.
absolutely. That's exactly.
But
what
that's
it
what-
like it
that's
was a
what
good
happened.
joke. It was a good joke, but it was way too long.
Too long.
It was way too long.
That happens when the director is not too good at telling jokes, I guess.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
he's a different type of director than James Gunn is. I think James
Yes.
Gunn would have found a way to make this thing quick,
Oh, it would have been much faster.
punchier. Yeah.
Absolutely, it would have been
Yeah.
faster had he done the same joke. Yeah,
Yeah.
but I think that benefits this movie because really, with the aesthetic and with all the cosmic stuff, we don't need the quips. We don't need the one-liners.
no.
Right? And
No,
and,
and I'm so glad they did.
I love that it was in a different universe, so it doesn't have to adhere to anything that preceded it.
Oh,
so that
you know
way
what?
It can breathe on its own. I was like,
and I had a coworker today who was like, she said their friends, she and her friends were thinking of going to see it, but they were worried about the homework problem. And
no homework needed.
I was relieved to tell her, you don't need to. This is a
Yeah.
different Earth.
Yeah.
It's just go into it blind. It does not matter. You'll see them
And-
next year in Doomsday.
And whether James Gunn wants to admit it or not, I mean, he's got a honeymoon period where he doesn't have to have a homework problem right now. But
No.
it's going to happen. I mean,
It
it's just
is.
a question of to what extent. I mean, when you're building a universe, you're going to
Well,
have
how-
it. It's,
I am
How,
you know.
how deeply connected is the main story that they're trying to tell?
that's
more.
I'm way more curious to see because he's made it very clear that he wants to avoid it.
Yeah.
So it's not a question of, I mean, to me, it's like, how is he? I want to see what he does.
Yeah.
Well,
How
he
does
said
do
it's about world building that rather than story building. So I think that will help the other directors tell the stories without the need to tie into a larger story.
Yeah, it's almost like, hey, make reference.
Yeah,
not make it
that's
Yeah.
pretty
trivial,
much it,
like,
yeah.
you know, and then
Yeah.
where it's like, oh, what's the post-credit scene going to be that leads to the next thing? And I think that with Superman, he made it a point. Like obviously when Supergirl shows up, and yeah, you have that expositional dialogue where Superman tells Four, like, oh yeah, she likes to go on planets to get drunk that have red suns and blah blah blah. You know, I'm like going, all right, that's a little too expositional, but I get what is being set up, but it's not too much where it was, you know, where people are going to be, you know, again, it's not going to be homework. Like if you didn't see Superman, you're not going to understand why Supergirl goes to these planets to get drunk and then have her adventure that she's going to have. You don't need to see that, you know, you don't need
He
to see
says that, but at the same time, he's saying, well, you know, Peacemaker is going to lead in, you know, Superman is going to lead into Peacemaker, and then you're going to get more information about where this universe is going to go. It's going to go into. I'm like, okay, you're already telling me that there's some, you know, exposition further exposition about this universe on Peacemaker. So you're already telling me that you're going to have the exact same kind of framework where each story, each show, each movie is going to further down whatever story you try to tell about this.
And that again is what I want to see how it plays out, because to me, from what we've seen of Peacemaker season 2, we've just seen characters that we know are in the Superman movie that are in the show. If that's all it is, and it's more of a world building thing, and it doesn't have to do with a storyline, you know, like if it isn't you know, like anti-life equation, like taking the place of Infinity Stones, right? If it isn't anything like that, and it's just
MacGuffin.
Right. If there's because that's what the Infinity Saga was. The stones were the plot device that moved everything forward. If he doesn't do that, and it's just connective tissue between characters, then I'm very curious to see how that works. And whether or not it does, because I'm not saying it will, but I'm just curious to see how that goes in that regard.
He always praising Star Wars because Star Wars has the ability to tell these side stories without adhering to like the Skywalker saga.
And that's how they do it with characters, because or characters and events, right? Like Rogue One, for example. Rogue One is the crawl to Episode 4, the first paragraph of the crawl. That's it. Like literally, like that's literally what the movie is. And then out of that, you literally get 2 seasons of like their greatest television, one of the best television shows ever made, as far as I'm concerned. So imagine how much they were able to expound upon just from one paragraph of the crawl, but you didn't need that paragraph of the crawl to enjoy Andor or Rogue One. I mean, it adds further context.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, and that's what it's going to be. That's what I hope it's going to be at the end of the day. Is that it's going to be, well, if you see everything, you're going to have the full context, but you're not going to be lost.
What a great payoff is to watch the first season, second season, and then watch the film. Like, holy
God, yes, it was. As soon as I was done with Andor season 2, I immediately put in Rogue One.
Yeah,
the autoplay,
right? It's just like, No, but I see what you guys are saying. It's like, like how is that gonna? And I think Gunn has like a pretty good idea of how to like do that, where sell these movies as they are, but then have just a little connected tissue, not so much, because Clayface is going to be very much its own thing, but establish some Gotham City, before Batman shows up, and maybe Batman will show up in Clayface. Who knows?
I also hope it keeps its release date, because October, Halloween time is when a movie like that needs to release.
Yeah, I think Gunn's gonna probably go if we have a release date, let's not do the thing where we have to push it or delay and stuff like that. Let's try our best not to do that. But going back to Fantastic Four, and again, like I said, the whole second act is just in and of itself is just pretty perfect for a Fantastic Four movie. After that whole thing, and then them returning, and then just telling the world
we failed.
Can you imagine telling the world we failed? First off, he basically said, "Take our baby, or the world dies." And then, of course, to break that, to actually be like.
Right,
you're like going, I'm not going to give up my baby.
Yeah, like fuck
but that's Reed. But that is Reed Richards in the comics. That is, and I think that's why Pedro did a great job, and the writers did a great job with trying to show both sides of Reed as the he can be caring, but the dangerous side of Reed. And there's been a version of Reed where he has gone over the deep end. He's called the Maker, and he has no qualms about doing anything. I mean, it's scary how much, and so much so that at one point, during at least the comics version of Civil War, Sue leaves him because he can't stand to be with him in what he stands for anymore.
Reed went off. I've read Civil War.
Yeah,
Reed went off the deep end. With respect to he was like the only person I disagreed with more than him was Stark. In that entire run, because they were both just incredibly fascist throughout their entire mindset of all that. That was a fun read. It was fun to read all 97 issues, tie-ins and everything of Civil War, and finally understand what everybody was telling me about how the movie is 10% of that.
Oh yeah.
One of the few events that the tie-ins actually were mostly good.
Oh, I love the Spider-Man tie-in was probably my favorite. That was my favorite one. But I also like the Fantastic Four tie-in for that. I really did like a whole lot. But no, Reed can be very scary.
Oh yeah,
for sure. There's no doubt about it.
And the fact that he's giving the speech, and then when somebody's like, "Are we gonna be?" They said, "Are we gonna be okay? Are we gonna be safe?" And he's just like, I don't know. When he flat out just says it, it's like, Jesus Christ.
Johnny comes in, not yet. We're gonna be.
Oh yeah. You see the others trying to smooth it over, and we're just like, no. I have no clue.
Whoa,
he said not yet.
Game over, man. Game over.
Yeah, I know. And good on Johnny for taking that approach of
of all people, Johnny's the level-headed one. Who would have seen that coming?
Yeah, exactly. Which is good. And then of course, like I said, when they start trying to figure it out, and they're like, well, we do know that this Mole Man guy has like an underground thing, and maybe we can do something like that. And then of course the teleportation thing, and like I said, it's very far fetched, very but at the same time,
which is fine. It's comic books.
It's comic books and sci-fi. It's comic books and sci-fi.
I love comic book science, seriously, and again, I think I said before, like just being a Trekkie, I'm so used to technobabble. So when I see Reed, I'm looking at Reed like, oh, so you made a transporter. Okay. All right. Cool.
Cool.
We went from eggs to doing planets. That's good.
Right.
It's
and
logical.
You wrote some things on a chalkboard that I have no idea what the fuck it is, but
at all.
It makes sense within the story.
Right.
And I'm waiting for the Neil deGrasse Tyson commentary.
God damn it, you beat me to it.
Oh God, he's gonna
you beat me to it. He's always tweeting
God.
about this shit.
He's gonna go to
real
town.
life.
He's gonna tweet out a couple of tweets.
Oh, he will.
Thing. Oh no, I didn't
I
even
love
think
Neil,
about that.
Yeah.
But we don't go to see these movies for total realism at this point. We expect a little bit, but it's just like
Neil.
But guess what? We got 2 comic book like movies in 1 year.
Yeah, I know, it's great.
Again, not in the same month, man. Like within 2 weeks of each other. That's insane. Seriously.
It is insane.
And again, I do think that, and we'll see. I think my theory will be proven true. I think they were waiting for Superman and Fantastic Four. I think they were, and I think those are the 2 winners this year for sure with respect to the genre, no doubt.
Yeah,
totally is. And then of course, like when they come up with the idea and they do the whole thing and they get people, obviously creative way to get people out of the city. And showing all of that, and then again, and then again we get Ben showing up at that, at the church or whatever, and seeing Natasha Lyonne, and then it's just like, oh yeah, I'm kind of here for you, and then that was it. I'm like going, God damn, you could have just cut the whole thing out. You cut out Malkovich for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
You might have cut out her.
I'm still wondering.
You see the monkeys over Malkovich. That's what I found funny. They say, oh, we'll mention the red ghost. We'll just see his monkey.
Yeah.
Yeah, was he in?
Somebody clip that. Yeah, we just see his.
Was he still in that cartoon?
Never mind. He's an actor who's been acting for years.
Yeah, he was in the cartoon.
Get the monkey in there.
Yeah.
We can see. We can cut the human being. We can't cut out the CGI monkey. Sorry.
He still got paid.
Oh yeah,
that was great, Chris.
It's a Keaton thing. It's like I wasn't back. I got paid. I'm good. I'm not gonna lose sleep over Batgirl not coming out.
Oh yeah, you did say that.
Yeah, no, Malkovich is probably fine with it, but yeah, that is. Yeah, that was a weird announcement. That was a really weird announcement. Like, really? Like, oh, okay, all right.
You're gonna cut out John Malkovich, but I mean, at the same time, it's like, well, I mean, they just were like, was he relevant to the actual plot? Probably
See,
not.
and that's the crazy thing.
There's multiple characters in that film that were not crucial to the plot.
Yes.
So having him, like, why not just leave him in there? Like, the only reason I feel like they took him out is because his presence meant too much for this character not to get further exposition, which they don't want to include it in the film and they want to keep it under 2 hours.
And that's kind of the sidewinder problem with Giancarlo Esposito from Brave New World, because you get that act, you bring in Gus Fring from flippin' Breaking Bad, and he's like right. So I guess in their minds they're like, okay, let's not do this again. let's not
shoehorn in a villain last minute just to do something, right?
Right. So,
but there is like a scene at the balcony where Reed's talking about the city and different like sync, and he name drops like
Diablo, Puppet Master.
He does.
His childhood in the city.
But you mentioned that, and that's an interesting thing because a lot of times, like you hear, we even heard commentary about this with Superman. But Reed is saying, I've developed algorithms to help out the police and things like that. So they're not like needed to go out there. The police are found to be useful instead of the cleanup crew.
I really like that. I really like that he said that. And it was like, oh yeah, here's a name drop. Here's a name drop. Here's a name drop that, people are going to know. No, yeah, I agree with you, Chris. Like, it's good that they did that where they don't, he's establishing that he's, we don't need to go and then we don't need to show it, but we're gonna name drop it because there's gonna be people who like,
Take care of it.
nerdy boys and girls like us, that are gonna recognize certain names that these drop, and it was like that was really cool. I like that. Yeah,
I didn't like that he waited to have a child to clean up the fucking city. I'm like, bro, really?
yeah.
You could have had this issue resolved years ago, but you waiting to have a child to baby proof the city, really?
So I do have
Whatever it
question.
takes.
Yeah,
Right. I do have a question with respect to the mid-credit scene.
Yeah.
So to me, the first thought, see if you are on the same wavelength as me on this, or maybe I'm totally off on this. I thought of the Thunderbolts end credit scene,
Dude. I'm
because,
right there with you.
because to me, I'm like, oh, so they don't get to 616 by accident. They're chasing him because he stole Franklin.
Oh yeah. But look, like the power set of Franklin Richards in the comics is a mutant. He is an Omega level mutant. Like reality warping, matter and energy manipulation, energy projection, teleportation. He's created pocket universes just because. Like this is who Doom is looking for. This is my theory, where you have a character like this. Doom knows what he can do. This is how we create Battle World.
Okay, and also further to that, like what was it at the beginning where they had all the nations there, and you saw the empty space?
Latveria.
Latveria. Yeah.
So does
Latveria.
Have they confirmed that RDJ is 828 Doom?
No.
Because to me, I'm like, well, how else?
He's
could
not.
He not.
I don't think he is.
I think that was a nod to us watching the film.
Yeah, that's for us.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he could. I mean, they have acknowledged, so he could be, couldn't be, but whatever it is, he's going after Franklin for that reason. He can use him,
right?
And you're exactly right. I'm on the same wavelength. Like he's kidnapped him, and they're trying to find him.
They're chasing him. Yeah,
because I'm sitting there going like, okay, we're gonna like one of these scenes. They're gonna show why the Fantastic Four ends up coming, into the 616. And I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I was a little kind of disappointed. I'm like, oh, I thought that's what we were gonna see. Honestly, I thought Galactus was gonna win, and they escape.
The same.
Yeah, that's what I was going on too.
Yeah.
So I was disappointed, but also pleasantly, relieved. Like, oh, they didn't do that. It's gonna be something different. So now we good on you, Marvel. You did something different. Where it was like you showed me something in the previous movie. And I thought it was going to play out in this movie, but no, now I got to wait till Doomsday to see how that plays out.
If that's what it ends up being, because that's the thing, you see it in Thunderbolts and you're just convinced that, okay, some type of cosmic accident or whatever, they're in 616 by happenstance. If they actually intended to do that, if they're chasing him, I like that a lot.
Yeah.
What if they're seeking help, though?
Or that. Yeah.
Maybe Doom like takes him to another.
I just like that they clearly are going to 616 of their own, but like Reed figures out how to do it. And they're there because that was, maybe they didn't plan to go to 616, but they're hopping universes.
Actually, in the first trailer, they show when he's drawing on the board, how to jump to different realities.
Oh, he talked about that even in the first act, I believe.
Or how about this? I don't think they're they have creative people. I don't know if they're going to go this way. What if it's not them in there? What if it is Doom and Franklin, and he's going to try to play them saying that he's escaped and he's what's left?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that could be.
My mind right now.
That's possible. That's a good possibility.
Again, I've heard also things that convincing that he's a different reality Tony, and I'm very curious. They keep on saying like Tony's death in 616 is a direct, effect on this Doom.
Oh, okay.
You know what? Right. It's so fucking good that we can talk spoilers now, right?
No, we have.
I mean,
yeah, we can talk spoilers. I don't remember saying anything about that. But just the fact that Franklin brought his mother to life, that one little scene alone already told you. Even though there was some exposition by Galactus saying, he has the power of the cosmic. That alone is already telling you, yeah, this motherfucker is OP. He can bring people back to life, change reality, bring you to different universe. So I think what Chris said, I think that might be it. That it is Doom and Franklin coming to this 616.
So sorry.
Get them on their side saying, I'm escaping this group of people that are after me.
But is he? So are you thinking that he's doing this like clearly as Doom, or is it a case where he fools them because of?
I think he'll state his name is Doom, but I don't think he's going to hide from it, because the worst thing he can do, the villain in plain sight is the best kind. If he's trying, he can manipulate to a point, but if he plays his cards right and just says, I'm Victor Von Doom, I came from a different universe that's...
But with the face of Stark?
That's what I was going to say.
With the face of Stark, and, he can't ignore that.
So are they going to do do you think they're going to do the dramatic irony thing where he...
because they trust the face.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, are they going to... Like, I don't necessarily want them to do that, but do you think they're going to do that?
I think they're going to do it. We don't know.
Yeah, but is his face going to be fucked up a little bit?
I could see them do the whole thing where he's got some mess up, but I mean, it's RDJ. They're not going to you're not getting an actor like that to totally ignore his face.
Because isn't the thing, because Scott has said this, and Chris, any of you could probably back this up. Isn't the thing with Doom that the scar isn't that bad, but he's like, it's like bad?
Yes and no.
It's a mental thing for him.
There's been different versions of it. Yes, there's been that version where it's just like a little mark at that point, or it's
I feel like they're going to do
messed
that.
Up.
I feel like that they're going to do, because I agree. They already went through this problem with him in the Iron Man mask, and now it's that all over again with the Doom mask. They're going to show his face.
And he has the mask off in this post-credit scene.
Exactly.
Well, they had it. Yeah, I know. It was kind of like I was wondering. I was like, is he going to turn? I mean, that would have been crazy if he.
That's what I was waiting for. That's what I was disappointed with the end credit scene. By the way.
Yeah.
Like what it meant, I appreciated it, but I was like, oh man, I saw, because people like to do this AI videos, and I saw an AI video. I was like, this looks amazing. I hope it's something like this.
Oh yeah.
The one where he's in the ship and he's supposed to like on the mask, like and because I saw that before I saw the movie. I was like, somebody leaked the post credit scene, and I saw that. I was like, oh my god, that looks amazing. And then I watched the movie. I was like, "Oh, fucking AI!"
Yeah, you just said it's
there was a theory back in Wakanda Forever that I really wanted to have happen, that the post-credit scene might have been where we found out that Lake Bell's character was an agent of Doom, and he was trying to get the vibranium, and that's how they were going to introduce Doom into the universe.
Who was Lake Bell's character again?
She was one of the government people on the oil rig.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Right before the Atlanteans just went to town and wiped them all out.
Right. Yeah, not the Atlanteans.
Well, that was before RDJ signed up.
Oh yeah.
You crossed universes.
Yeah, sorry. Namor's people.
Right.
Yeah, there you go.
But
it was just like one of those things. Of course, the whole theater like lit up, but I mean, I was like going, "Show his face, show his."
Right.
Oh, they just showed the mask.
Yeah, and that wouldn't have taken them. I mean, again, with this assembly line process, that's like not even a day. That's like a day shoot on Doomsday for him to do that.
Oh yeah,
if they had wanted to put that in there.
They said that it was shot by the Russo brothers.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
The same thing that they did with Thunderbolts.
Yeah.
So it's entirely possible. In fact, probably more than likely, we'll see both of those scenes, the one from Thunderbolts and that one in Doomsday.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
in context,
to tie into the story.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do they need them both to do that little end credit scene, or just one of the Russo brothers? It's just a stupid question.
The one that's trolling everyone about Superman and Man of Steel, or what?
That's not the real one.
I know.
Joe was off, like, eating some brunch and being like,
hello, what? You want me to go? What? No, you
Matt Damon, Ben Affleck, who's the more creative.
You do kind of wonder though, like when it is a duo, it's like, okay, can't one of you just be like first unit or like
Yeah.
second unit or something, right?
I think so.
You know, so
It is kind of interesting. I wonder how that dynamic actually is, you know? Like, I mean, I'm sure there's days where it's like, hey, is it like there's days like, hey, I'm going to sleep in a little bit. You got this, right? You got that scene?
Yeah.
You know, it's like, is
Right.
it that, you know?
What if
You
they
know?
don't agree on a shot?
I know, especially
Yeah, right?
brothers.
Rock,
Brothers.
paper,
Right.
scissors, or 2-man sack races. They have to
Yeah.
debate about.
Because like
I mean, there's
when it's
gotta be
co-workers,
bumping
heads.
you're a little bit more, politically
But-
correct. Try not to ruffle the
Yeah.
feathers.
Oh,
But when
see.
it's your brother, fuck you. Are we doing this fucking scene?
right.
Yeah.
No. See, it's even pettier than that. It's brothers,
yeah, it is
right?
way pettier.
Yeah.
So here's what they'll do. They'll shoot it both ways. You know, to take another
Let's see
day.
which one's
And then
better.
Kevin Feige.
And then whichever one is better, and then it's
No,
like, I
that's
fucking
money.
told you.
Yeah.
That's
Then
money.
Feige
Kevin's mom in
decides.
this. Kevin's mom.
Or they bring their mom.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's
I
bring
kind of wonder,
mom.
like, does mom make a set
Right.
visit?
Which one is better, mom?
Yeah.
Right.
And they
comes
actually, to your point, where I know you like saying this, they have a scoreboard mentality when it comes to who wins out those
in. There you
arguments.
go.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Keep it track.
Just here's my, and think about, they've been counting since Winter Soldier. How
Yeah.
long is
Oh,
that
they've been
tally
counting
mark?
before that. They've been counting during
yeah.
Community. What are you kidding me?
Okay, that's a good. That's a good point.
That's gotta
Can't
be
forget
rough.
the TV.
That'd be a little rough, but hey, I mean, they made it work apparently,
Yeah.
you know. But even before, like, okay, so when we get to the final battle of Galactus, first off, Galactus walking through the city, pretty cool. It was cool. He does kind of a dark side thing where he reaches down to the ground and kind of like drags his fingers
Yeah.
and does that whole thing. But it was funny because I actually saw somebody like mention that, like, he literally does this, and I'm like, literally? And like,
Literally.
he just like
Just
leap
eliminate
out of
that
a
fucking
ship.
Literally.
Yeah, I know. I love when people
Eliminate that
use
fucking
literally,
word for
literally
English
wrong.
language.
Yeah, that's.
And I'm like, okay, so all he did was just crouch down and grab some of the earth and smell it. That's what he did. He didn't leap out of a ship and then do the whole thing. Yeah, similar. Yeah, and again, nothing wrong with inspiration from another director. I love it. Zack Snyder, the blueprint. I'm happy to ruffle some feathers with that one. I love it. Whatever. But what was funny about like the scene, what I like about the scene is the fact that the three dudes, they can't do shit. They can't do shit, but and it was funny because my dad goes, man, she like took charge. I'm like, it was that mom strength, man. I was telling my dad, I was like, it was that mom strength. Galactus wanted her baby. She brought out the mom strength to her superpower to be like, fuck you.
Let me tell a quick story. It's sidebar. When I was 12, in my hometown back in DR, like we used to go to the beach and we used to go to motorcycles. And I remember this lady that was going to the beach with her. I don't know how many months the baby was, and the motorcycle fell, like almost right in front of where I used to live, and she cradled the baby. She she tumbled around, bust her head open, broke her arm, and her leg was like bent forward, but the baby was not hurt at all because she cradled the baby.
Yeah,
moms will do whatever the fuck they can to protect that baby.
Oh yeah, that's
when I saw that, that shit just popped into my head, which I completely forgot about that because it happened when I was like 12 years old. That's been a long time. So that shit just popped into my head. Like, yeah, moms will protect the kids no matter
Absolutely.
what.
But that's what I was telling my
Here-
dad. I was like, I was just saying, like, hey, don't fuck with a mom's new
strength.
Yeah.
Well, here's my question: why did they cut out the blood from her nose that was in the trailer and in that exact same scene? I was like, was that some nitpicky MPAA stuff that they were going to
I'm
move
sure
into
it was.
something?
Guarantee it. That was one of those.
But they didn't cuss in the entire movie. No shit, no fuck, kind of thing.
Well, that was
No, they leave that for Guardians.
Yeah,
that was definitely part of the family dynamic, right? Because you can't have them be like this, the first, aside from them being Marvel's first family, the idea that they're like paragons to all of society, they have to be virtuous in that regard. So no,
but are we virtuous though? Like, we don't say shit.
Well, no, I mean, as far as when you're on display, like they were, right? When you're on the, doing the press tours and you're holding press conferences after you've defeated a villain and all that. So like they've got to maintain
the perfect.
That. Exactly.
Yeah.
So
we got somebody else that's joining right now. So
he's Travis.
I was like, it's got to be Travis.
He's got to get worse and worse. I like Peacemaker, but god damn it, I don't want that.
I was like, you know what? I'm gonna use this one tonight for Travis.
Oh my,
poor Travis.
What's up, bud?
Okay. The MCU's resurrected. It's all good.
Oh,
King Kevin is back. He's in full power.
He's back.
You see
The gold standard, as it were, there, Travis.
The Lord and Savior has returned.
We're going into the second generation of the golden era, which is good. The DCU's already dead before it started. My God, what a glorious time it is to be alive in the 2000.
Well, that's all for Travis. Let's go.
Yeah, that's why Dave.
Good night, Travis.
So yeah, no. How's it going? Still talking F4 and stuff. Dave left. That's how he didn't. He's not even coming back. He's like, I got here. He left. He's like, a perfect time to leave. Travis is here. I'm
Just
running.
opening the window, getting a little warm in here.
It's okay. You got
What's up,
scared.
Travis? How's it going?
No, not much. Just got done doing 2 episodes, so I took a little longer to get on here. But
I was about to say, man, you've been busy tonight.
Yeah, Dexter, and then we did our Superman rankings because we reviewed every Superman movie on the lead up. Because other than Man of Steel, we had never done those, and some of the guys had never even seen like Supergirl and all that stuff. So,
you included Supergirl? Okay.
Yeah, we did because we're doing Supergirl next year. We included Man of Steel and BVS. Yeah, it was every movie returns every movie that had like Super in the title. So we didn't include Justice League. And Flash. We didn't include Flash, even though there's a Supergirl there. It's like,
Yeah, no, I get that.
Yeah, and we got Supergirl in the movie next year, so we'll see where that ranks. Things they rank pretty high, but no, I still, don't hate me. I still got 78 ranked number 1. Everybody, so I'm sorry.
Wrong with that.
Actually, that's Superman 2. Actually, that's a lie. I put Superman 2 because I just have fun with that. But
which cut?
The Lester one, just because I've seen it more.
I've
only seen the Donner one once, and
Scott hates us right now, but I'm with you on that.
He does, and I've watched it once, but there's some things I just prefer in there. Like I was just talking about this. I get why people really like the Superman and Clark reveal because she outsmarts him and the bolt there and everything. I think that is fun, but in the Lester cut, I really love the scene after when she does find out, and he does the classic. He takes the glass off and he goes up and he says, "Oh, we got lots to talk about." And she just says, "I'm in love with you." And he's like, "Well, we really got a lot to talk about." And she's like, "Oh, I'm listening." And it's just like, man, the tension there. And that's where it's that other Donner scene. It's like, it's good, but you don't have that after follow up. So yeah, there's just some things I prefer with the Lester one.
When we reviewed it at Squadcast Media, I did agree that I think as a movie on the whole, the Donner cut is better, but I have seen the Lester cut way more times, and
I on TV all the time back in the day after it came out.
Yeah,
infamously, like Scott and I had it wasn't an argument because Tim moderated it, but we were talking
lively debate.
The difference in the scenes when he decides to ditch his powers for Lois. There's whether it's Lara in the Lester cut or Jor-El in the Donner cut, and he thought I was just immediately going to like side with him and say Jor-El, and I said no, I like that it's Lara. And my argument for that was that Lara was, we were talking about mothers earlier, Lara would oblige him,
the love,
but the father wouldn't, which is why there's that point later where after he gets beat up and he finds out that the Zod and everybody's taken over. And she goes, "You didn't know this was going to happen." He goes, "But he knew. I just didn't listen." I heard him. I just didn't listen. Because to me, I like that dynamic in the Lester cut. We're like, no, Dad wouldn't do it because he knew it was a bad idea. But Mom would, so that he could learn the lesson. And then Dad would bring him back to reality later when he went and got his powers back.
Yeah, and it's just nice because in the first movie, it's all about Jor-El, right? So you get to see the other parent. It reminded me of what I really liked in Endgame when Thor goes back in time, and it's all about him.
Oh,
and
yeah.
his mom, right?
Yes.
Whereas all the other
Yes.
Thor movies, though, it's very just Odin.
It's all
heavy.
Odin.
Yeah,
Yep.
the mom's like, she's just there. She's just around. Where this almost a similar thing where when he's like, oh, I want to tell you what happens. She's like, no, like this was a gift. We're going to take it as is and you go back. So I think it's good when you get both sides of the equation. And I hope that happens a bit with the Gum one too. Because I didn't have a problem with her not having like a massive role in this one. Even Paul didn't, but he got the big speech. So I kind of hope next movie he gets a big speech. Kind of like same with Snyder, right? Like Paul Kent was way more heavier in Man of Steel, and then Martha was in BVS more, you know?
Yeah,
so.
I could, to me, I feel like Jonathan's speech was also kind of a 78 nod. Like, and so I could definitely see Martha and hopefully getting like more screen time later on, like in a Smallville scene or whatnot.
Oh yeah, for sure. But Travis, give us your thoughts.
Oh, you see
you see
it. It's back. We're back. You know. I know.
Stop saying back. We never left. Stop it.
No, we keep leaving and going back. We keep leaving and going back. Hey, I've been back since.
Yeah.
I don't know. I never left, but like I'm somebody, and I know like because I've agreed with Ray. Like I'm somebody that like I think I have Phase 4 ranked. Like that's my second favorite phase. I really liked what they did there. I liked the experimental stuff. Phase 5, very rocky road. There was a lot of bumps in there, but like that was bound to happen for even without the strikes and without COVID. They were bound at one point to make a movie or a series that was like, oh, this isn't good with the rate they were doing it. But no, I love this movie, and I out of all the comic book movies that were coming out this year, this was the one that was ranked the lowest for me, like as anticipation. I am not an F4
Really?
guy. Yeah,
probably helped you like it a lot more.
Yeah, I'm not an F4 guy. Like I don't dislike them, but I've just never been too drawn to them. Like Matt Shankman, I liked WandaVision a lot up until kind of the back half, and I was like, still, it's a movie, and I just felt like, okay, we're gonna kind of know the beats here, but no, it's my favorite comic book movie of the year. I absolutely loved it. I had a great time. Similar, because I heard you, Dave, talking at the beginning. I was waiting for the guys that it is funny that F4 and Superman to me, they do have similar issues where I wish both movies were longer. You know, I wish multiple people, like the fact that Reed and Ben are best friends and they have just one scene alone together is quite odd. Like I would have liked multiples of that. And there's stuff
to be more,
yeah. There's stuff in the trailer. There's other scenes with Reed and Sue. There's a scene with Sue and so it's just, and same thing with Superman. There's more stuff that I think I understand where the companies are probably come from, and who knows, maybe those scenes were in the movies and maybe they were not good, so that's why they got cut. But both movies, I just wish I got a little bit more, and that's really my only con other than the CGI baby, which was horrendous.
Okay. Even I said that.
Yeah,
he did.
Like 2 words, Marvel Studios, close up. That's all you need to do. Like at the end, when they're handing that baby off to Sue to wake her up.
Oh my God.
Zoom in on Pedro's chest and just show like this is the baby. That's it. Just the top head. You do like I don't. It was, and then that scene was tough. Yeah, because in that scene I didn't think Vanessa Kirby was done, but I'm like trying to figure out. Okay, is this what they're gonna do? Is like Doom gonna offer like, hey, I can bring Sue back if you do this for me, or is there multiverse stuff? So I'm thinking about this. But the second I saw that baby, all my emotional feeling was taken out of it because I'm like, what is going on with this baby? And the baby's like. Maybe a month old or something like that, and that is not a month-old baby.
No, not when that came out with a full head of hair. You and I both had that.
Yeah.
No, I got 2 8 months old right now, 2 kids, and you put them together, the 2 twins on top of each other.
Fucking Bella and Edward's baby. Shit.
Yeah, you put the 2 twins standing on top of each other right now, and they're not as big as this kid is that a month old and Fantastic Four. But,
no, the baby, like that's the bad part. It's like, especially with a dramatic scene like that, which they're going try to go heavy, but then you just go. You're taking me out.
And it's unfortunate because up to that point, they had done such a phenomenal job with VFX.
Yeah, the visuals
like throughout the whole movie.
Create celestial beings that think, sorry, human babies, stop, sorry, that's where we draw the line.
The budget on that,
minute
that's
thing.
why. And I couldn't.
Oh yeah, there's a scene where like Reed is like picking up the baby. Oh, it looks so fucking awkward. It was like you could tell like it was just like something weird, and the shadowing and everything looked so weird. I was like, oh, okay, all right, guys, whatever.
And it's tough because I guarantee lots of stuff is Marvel. They plan to do reshoots, right? So I guarantee lots of stuff is, hey, some days you have a real kid, but you can't depend on some of the baby kid to be there for the reshoots, right? Like that might not be possible when Ben's holding them. But other than that, the visuals looked amazing. I didn't read a single review because I just see headlines, but I don't read reviews and stuff till after. But when people were saying some of the best like visuals of Marvel, I was like, okay, we always know how the first like 50 people that see these movies, and I was like, I feel like this is probably gonna be hyperbolic. I doubt it's gonna be, because Marvel's had some iffy stuff the past little while. Especially I think Phase 5 is probably their least as far as effects looking good, but no, there was some, especially in that second act, some great stuff. And the cast, the cast delivered. Kirby was my fan cast for years, and she stole the show. And I was somebody that I thought Pedro was always going to kill, and I thought he absolutely did. I thought he did. I'm not a Reed Richards connoisseur, but from what I've read of Richards is he can be that guy that's clever and very charming, but you also hate him within a split second, and that was Pedro in that movie. When they have that argument. And, you know, that's where something, too, where Ben is kind of mad at him for even the idea of you're going to use your own kid to get Galactus. But they don't really talk about that again. Next scene is Ben and Johnny. They're hanging out in the bedroom like, you should go talk to him. You should go talk to him. But I take that as a shot. My last point, too, is I actually appreciate how they really reeled back on the quips. There is some quips in there, but it feels... So it does not feel like an MCU movie in a good way. And I don't mind quips, but it's just when every movie does it, that's when it gets a little too much. When the Guardians, no, let the Guardians can quip all day. That's their thing, right? Even the Avengers. But I like if this is a different world, it had a different vibe. So no, for me, this is, I got to think about it, but if it's not in the top 10 MCU, it's like 11. It's like right close to there.
It's in my top tier. It's not at the top. Like there's still a good handful of movies. I actually really like Thunderbolts. Thunderbolts to me is the best MCU movie of the year for me personally, but it's definitely high tier for me. Like
it's top 20 for me. It's top 10. I'm too solidified right now, but it's in the top 20.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. But Chris, I know you got to go.
Yeah. Sorry, Travis. I'll see you tomorrow though.
Yeah. We got some recording tomorrow.
Hey, he was like, you know what? I'm gonna have enough with Travis.
Yeah, I got enough of him.
Well, when you brought him in, I was like, dang it, now I gotta stick around a little bit more. I don't want to be rude.
Chris is like, as long as you edit my episode, Chris. Which I'm doing right now, Chris. So.
Appreciate you, Chris. Go ahead and promote whatever you got going.
Yep, absolutely. If you want to hear more talking about our breakdown of Fantastic Four, check out Marvel Alliance, and we got that this week. And then next week, we're breaking down all the SDCC stuff, including more talking about Kevin Feige and what he's got coming. So, but yes, see y'all. Y'all have a good weekend.
All right, take it easy.
All right, take it easy, bro.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, we obviously. You came late, Travis, but I mean,
we can move on.
No, it's fine. But I just,
He's ending the stream right now.
We're stopping. We're already at the second post credit scene. But I mean, what I was, one of the biggest things was like Act 1. I was kind of bored, and I was kind of like, I wasn't feeling it. But then, of course, when the threat comes down, Silver Surfer comes down, and then we get, is Galactus going to work? Totally did work. But then we get that scene when they go into space to try to negotiate, and fucking A, man, that whole thing from when they go to space to when they arrive back, that could have just been the whole movie for me, to be honest, because it was just so like, whoa, like I was gripped and just in it. I'm not saying that the final act wasn't, again, still good stuff, but I mean, that fucking second act was just,
The moment that got me is when she phased through the ship and she was going to literally take Franklin from her womb, and then they hit but when literally she's phasing through Susan's stomach, you're like, oh my God. Like, I know she wasn't going to take it, but just the threat of, no, we're literally going to take this baby from you right now. It doesn't matter if you've naturally given birth to this thing, we're taking it. And it was, that was a great, that is the highlight of the movie, of her giving birth and Rita's 16 things going on, and Johnny wasn't a complete
Ben's trying to pilot,
and that's what I like too, because Johnny, I love Chris Evans as Johnny Storm back in the day. I think he did a great job, but he was there to make jokes and be really mean to the thing, really,
and then being a womanizer.
And look, he was the hot guy in the post, right? But I love that Johnny multiple times in this movie actually had a purpose and did some stuff where sometimes that does not happen.
Dude, like my friend texted me, she goes, I just watched Fantastic Four, I cried. And I was like, all right, what made you cry? And I'm like going, it's got to be, obviously, the baby mom kind of, because, she has a child. And when she goes, when Johnny says, tell Franklin that his uncle loves him. that made her cry. I was like, that made you cry? I was like, well, I could see that. Yeah, I could see that because it is kind of cool. And then it's a cool little scene where he's like, where Johnny's just going, fuck this. I got this. And I'm gonna take this fucker down if it kills me. And then when he charges, and then Silver Surfer just comes in and goes, nope. And then she fucking goes, a redemption for her. I was like, whoa, I wasn't expecting that.
I could absolutely see like someone uninitiated to these, and I don't know how initiated she is or not to them. I could see somebody being duped into that. I was expecting her to show up and hit that final blow.
Yeah, I for some reason I did not think about it.
But it's something like
Dave,
there was a oomph missing from that shot though. Like she just came out of nowhere. I'm like, okay, where's her build up to say, okay?
Yeah, but I think it was the fact that she just like got the intro. It's just the entrance of like
that was a cool
slow motion knocking him off track to like do it. I think if you do too much where you show her like do the entrance, it's I think it just has a lot more impact that as he's flying and they do a slow motion thing and she just kind of comes in and goes beam and just kind of like gets him out of there and flies. I don't know.
I think because I know when he actually show her not show her but actually let her hear all the voices.
Did he show her?
All the voices of all the people that were that died by I get that scene, but I feel like there was a little bit more.
Oh yeah, that probably was.
That would make you feel that okay, she's about to change her mind or change her ways, or it's gonna figure out a way to go against.
I 100% believe that that's on the cutting room floor.
Yeah,
absolutely,
100%. Because we felt like okay, they just cut that off, and all of a sudden the next time we saw her, it's just blowing out those little portal, and then going against Galactus. I'm like, whoa, something's missing here.
I mean, I still expected her to show up. Honestly,
I did too.
I expected her to show up sooner than she did.
Yeah,
but when it became, as soon as Johnny said that, I'm like, no, you're not.
She's coming back.
She's gonna outrace you to him and push him through.
Yeah, when I saw him like climbing out, I was like, oh, there comes Silver Surfer about to show up. Yeah, same thing here. Yeah. I mean, it didn't take away anything from the film.
It's not a detraction.
It was so good.
Because to me, again, like that's like the gift and the curse of watching so many of these movies. You see it coming, but the general, I guarantee the general audience and normies, no, they didn't see that coming.
Yeah, I guarantee people applaud in my theater. And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
But but then of course, like obviously Sue's like, I mean, but again, I don't know. I totally forgot that she had a little blood coming out of her nose in the trailer. It's like that would have but again, it was just like she's powerful, and then again, mom strength. Like that's my kid, you fucking asshole. And
I did not know that Sue Storm was that powerful.
Yeah,
I did not know that. That was the thing. Like
that was surprising to me too.
When she's going toe to toe with him, I'm like, well, damn, okay. Yeah. And to me, honestly,
bring it.
So what?
I said, bring it.
To me, my favorite shot with her is
every shot because Vanessa Kirby is so goddamn.
Oh, she's fantastic. But
even
just in terms of talking about her
beautiful woman, I don't know what it is. Those eyes of hers, my God. Sorry.
When they come to the realization that they have to use Franklin as bait, and she is reluctantly accepting of it, and she just like she kind of yells and then just goes invisible.
Yeah. Gets that out
and like her emotional moments, and that's also a massive evolution from how the character was treated from the previous movies, because it was treated as a gag and a joke and like with tinges of misogyny back in the older movies.
Yeah,
whereas here it's agency and it's power and it's motherly instinct and it's her being a human being, her being the leader. Just like
her clothes aren't falling off and she's coming back like, oh no,
exactly.
Jessica Alba do every time.
No,
she's pretty much reads equal.
Absolutely, because and that's seen as a perfect example of it, because Johnny and Ben are still like, no, this is terrible, and Reed is saying, yep, that's the inevitability, but he's even kind of pushing back at it, and she's the one that's going like, no, unfortunately, you're right. And I'm pissed that you're right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because like, doesn't she like kind of call him out? Like, she knows what you're like, I know what you're thinking.
Yeah.
And then he's like, but I'll figure out another. He goes, I'll figure out another way. And she's like,
No, he
I know what you're thinking. And then she kind of goes, that's the only way.
Yeah.
And she's like agreeing, but not agreeing. It was kind of a cool scene. Yeah.
She's agreeing, but she's still angry.
She does
she's like,
not want to do it.
I hate that this is the only way to do it, but unfortunately, you asshole, you're right.
Yeah. It's a good scene because even like when he looks at her, he's like, I'll figure out another way. And he's like, no, you're not. He's like, what are you going to figure out?
Like, she done the math.
That's what's so good because that happens in the comic books, and obviously it's weird to say it this way, but it's the same way like Tony and Steve would always be opposed. But you have that this time it's with a husband and wife and a mother and a father, but they're together, right? And like Chris was talking about earlier, there's many times where Sue will leave him for X, Y, and Z because he's kind of an idiot sometimes. He always puts her kind of not last, but he even says in this movie, right? Like, I do things that affect you. I don't mean them to, but it's just the way I am. So I think that's a good dynamic.
Oh, yeah.
And I've said one of the biggest problems with the saga was they didn't have like a core four. And I really hope that either one of them, whether it's Reed or Sue, I would prefer Sue, that when you start this reset or whatever, one of them is part of that core four of the people you're following continually throughout the, whatever the next phase they're going to be or whatever Earth they're going to be. Like, you need to have those main characters that people go to, and Reed or her are good candidates for that. So I hope it happens.
Thank you for bringing that up because I read that piece and I talked about it the other day on Flightcast because the idea that Feige, that is, there were two things. One, the fact that he's never satisfied with any of his projects. I thought that was an interesting thing for him to say. Like, that's the producer mindset, right? And I get why. I get where he's coming from with it. Yeah. But I've seen plenty of people take it the lazy way and be like, "Oh, if he's never satisfied with any of his movies, then maybe he shouldn't make these movies the way that he does."
Which is weird because there's so many directors that say the same thing, where they say, "No matter what, I'm not happy with my work." Like, you have to at one point say, like, that's why Fincher's notorious for taking like 80 cuts, and sometimes like you just got to call it, man. You can't so I took it more that way of just like, oh, no matter what we do, we're out of time, we're out of budget.
No, that's how he meant it. That's absolutely how he meant it. But no, but the other thing that intrigued me was this whole idea of him saying reboots are scary. We're calling it a reset, and I was like, okay. So what does that entail, Kevin Feige? Like, what is this reset?
A new Tony Stark and a new Steve Rogers.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting how that plays out, but I mean,
and so again, this is uncharted territory. It's funny how both he and Gunn are both kind of in uncharted territory because Gunn has got to do his different thing, with that's creator driven, and we're not doing anything until there's a finished script. And we're going to avoid the homework problem, which I still want to see if you can pull that off. And then you got Feige, who's like, okay, it's been 17 and a half years, and
the baggage is going to be difficult.
And I don't want to reboot this. How can I get away with not rebooting it? And I'm really curious as to whether or not that's going to work.
Especially when you inject the X-Men into the whole thing.
I think introducing the X-Men I think all of us assumed that was how he was going to reset this universe, not reboot.
Yeah,
is that the fucking difference?
Yes.
Because reboot would be everything starting.
Everything,
that would be
resetting
over again.
So I think it's just something like what James Gunn, call it for what it is. It's what James Gunn is doing because everybody in the fucking Suicide Squad is canon. According to the little interview with Happy Sack Confused,
he said, he told somebody earlier, I think it was on Threads today, because they're doing that companion podcast.
Yeah, I saw that
with Peacemaker.
And he's saying, well, first for people who care that much about the canon, which I got to be honest, I don't, and I feel like we overuse that word.
Well, it's not that we care; it's that we want some a level of continuity in whatever we're watching.
I know, but I feel like, and I'm not necessarily talking about any of us, but I feel like a lot of people in our circles take it too far.
Sure.
And try and look for reasons to be pissy about it. But But he was saying that this companion podcast for season 1 of Peacemaker that he and Economos and his wife are doing will answer the questions on what is canon, what isn't. But he also said that really the biggest thing to know that isn't canon is the Justice League.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah.
the
I mean,
biggest
that's the
thing.
thing.
Which
Yeah.
made sense,
Yeah.
when he said like Aquaman's not a known hero yet, which
Right.
makes sense because
Yeah.
that even if you, let's say you do the Aquaman movie and you say, oh yeah, Aquaman's been known for years, the second he says that's canon, then he's like locked that because he knows he's gonna get a bunch of tweets about it and everything
yeah.
like that. And that's what's funny about like where Gunn is and Feige is with the reset. We talked about this before when Gunn took over. There's been that quote that's been going around the past couple of weeks of Gal Gadot saying like, "Oh, I took a meeting with James and said we're working together," right? But we remember when all those movies had to release when James Gunn took over. The reason he couldn't just cut and run, people always forget this, is what if one of those is a massive hit? You can't just cut and run. If The Flash comes out and there's $1 billion,
We're looking at you,
That would have been
Batman.
difficult.
and that's where
Yeah.
Feige is, though. He's in the reverse where can he make a pitch and say, yeah, we should get rid of Tom Holland and just, I know it's Sony, but let's just say for argument, it's sample, right? Where he's a okay, actually, I'll take it back. Benedict Cumberbatch as Doctor Strange. That almost was $1 billion movie. How can you go to a board and say, hey, we're going to start over and we're going to get rid of Benedict? And they'll be like, yeah, but the last movie you just did with him was a massive hit, where Gunn had the benefit of, hey, those movies, they didn't pan out.
Oh,
We
yeah.
got rid of Flash. We got,
All
you
of
know,
2023 helped him. The way
Yes.
that went down helped
and that's
him
where,
a
let's
great
say,
deal.
since Endgame, if everything from Marvel sucked, Feige would be, yeah, we're going to do a reboot, start over. But you can't. Like, Loki worked, WandaVision, Doctor Strange. I know you guys don't like Thor, but Thor, that was, it made lots of money. Black Panther, too.
Yeah.
Like, Spider-Man, Deadpool, Wolverine. So they have a bunch of winners that have happened. So that's why you can't just pull
Reboot.
the ripcord.
Oh, that's true.
That's where
That is
it's
true.
tough, where Gunn kind of is. He's keeping some stuff.
Well,
it's pretty much a reboot.
But then you look at the Batman. And it's like he probably would prefer to not have another Batman and just.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay, but thank you
But
for bringing.
it was successful. Where he goes, okay, I have to embrace it. you know?
Thank you for bringing that up, though, because that's also I was just going to say this actually. That's also a difference between Feige and Gunn, because whereas Gunn can at least say that's in another universe, Feige can't say that about Spider-Man.
Right.
He's
No,
stuck
he can't.
with that Spider-Man. He's stuck with Tom Holland.
But he still does. I don't think he wants to have two Batman franchises running around. I think the Batman. Somebody said in my chat. I don't remember. I think the Batman of the DCU is just gonna show up in other people's films. That's why I think he's gonna show up on the Clayface film, and that's how he gets introduced into this universe until Maris finishes his film. Another thing is that sidebars that Maris universe. I don't know if it's gonna get a trilogy. It is all relying how well this sequel does, because if this sequel doesn't live up as to the first one, I don't think we're gonna see a third one.
So I would say that first of all, Batman doesn't fail. He just doesn't. Like even in
George Clooney.
that might be the lone example, though, guys.
Yeah.
Like look at all the others. Like
all the others have not.
Yeah, it's true shot.
But the thing is like, I think because I do agree with you that he doesn't necessarily want two iterations of Batman at the same time.
Even Zaz also said that, right? He didn't want multiple Batman.
But I'm sorry, Ray. And I want you to continue to what you were saying. What if that whatever version of the DCU Batman is introduced, it completely dwarf whatever Matt Reeves is doing as a character, not as a story, but as a character. Like where everybody say like, "Holy shit, this is Batman."
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like how would that impact Reeves Batman?
I think it'll go exactly the way that you just said. It'll be done after part 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think because here's the thing, like you inherited the Batman, and because of the success of that, and then you do the Penguin. It's like, okay, so you embrace it, but really you were doing that almost kind of as a stopgap until you started your own universe.
Sure.
Your universe has now begun, and if you get the ball rolling to the point where now and I don't know how long he's going to take to bring in a DCU Batman, but I do know I'm confident he has his own idea of what he wants the DCU Batman to be, and it's not Robert Pattinson.
No,
sorry for everybody that keeps pounding that.
I don't know.
Even though
Like before Superman, he
I
even said
would
that he
I
has
would
an
be
idea.
fine with that.
Yeah. He had creative freedom. James Gunn has his own idea for what he wants to do. But
and he said for a while that was the hardest, but now he says he thinks he has an idea.
He thinks he has a way in, yeah. And so the thing is like, okay, so he's got his idea, and we even, I think, I don't forget if we said this, but like this was something that I had talked about before about how I was talking with Phil about this. That's right, Phil Barker, because he wasn't happy with the idea, and a number of people weren't happy with the idea of the Batman Part 2 necessarily being delayed, if you will, sidelined, right?
Right.
And it was basically an insurance policy in case Superman failed. Well, Superman didn't fail.
Yeah.
Superman is not failing, right? And not only did it is not failing, Big Boss, the only one that you report to, took a victory lap on Sunday after it released. So you're set. So now all you got to do is keep the ball rolling. And once you do, basically that means that Reeves has got one more film. Because you're right. At some point, he's going to bring in the DCU Batman. And if you already have this type of outpouring, because this DCU Batman's going to interact with David Corenswet. He's going to interact with whoever they cast for Ana Nogueira's Wonder Woman. So we're talking about another trinity that we're going to see on screen. And if you already have this kind of outreach, this kind of like support and enthusiasm for Corenswet's Superman, then a Batman attached to that is already going to get a bump from this reinvigorated, rebooted Superman.
Facts.
And that's what the general audience is going to gravitate toward. And no disrespect to Matt Reeves, you're getting the short end of the stick because this was an inherited project by James Gunn. James Gunn didn't greenlight your Batman Epic Crime Saga. Walter Hamada did. It was the only right thing that idiot did back in the day. But
look how Matt Reeves got that gig, because things didn't work out with Ben Affleck. It all goes back to that. He wasn't even supposed to be the guy. And obviously but that's just Hollywood. Things change all the time, very rapidly. And I agree with you about the bump, because it's not this. I'm not saying it's going to make $1 billion, but like, when you had someone like Captain Marvel come out, that movie made $1 billion because it was just associated with the MCU. If Captain Marvel comes out in the 2000s by herself, she ain't making $1 billion. No one knows that character. But because people were invested in that universe and they're on the way to an event, they go, okay. So I agree with you guys that 2 is locked for sure. And I would love then scenario where if they said, hey, we're actually not going to do Brave and the Bold for a bit, and we're just going to have Batman be in Justice League or a Trinity movie, and then when Matt Reeves is done, we'll do a solo one, because we could wait. Like, there's so many DC characters, you don't have to do Batman the DCU. It's the same thing for me with Wolverine and X-Men. Like, I don't need Wolverine and the X-Men right away. There's so many characters that they've never touched. You can always have that as a smoking gun at any point, especially if you have a Batman movie that's making money. Well, just wait till Matt is done, and then you bring in another one that's going to make money. But it's tough because obviously I'm sure Gunn has like a ending point for chapter 1, and I guarantee you Batman's probably included with that, and you have to see how it goes.
The bad part is he's so popular. He's so popular, and if you're already talking about a Wonder Woman, everybody's gonna be like, all right, where's the dark dude?
He gets asked all the time about the Batman.
And this is also why I think his rebranding of Superman was so important. Because you already know how popular Batman is. Batman and Spider-Man are god tier popular. We know this, right? And then Wonder Woman, of course, we know that renewed popularity. She was already popular, but renewed popularity because of the first Gal Gadot film. All right, so you got that. So the thing is, you had to get, and we've said this for years, had to get Superman's house in order. And so what you do is you make this Superman film that is 4-quadrant relatable to the general audience in a way that arguably he's never been relatable to them before, where people literally, and people are still saying this, I've seen this multiple times on threads, I've never been a Superman fan, but now I am because of this movie. Like, it is literally making new fans for that. So this is why I say, like, for people that, all the idiots that still harp on the box office, to me, this is like Spider-Man Homecoming. Spider-Man never made $1 billion until Far From Home. Homecoming made $880 million, but what it did was it set the table for him to make $1 billion in his next 2 movies. So, and I'm not saying $1 billion because we're still in the post-COVID stuff, but like what about Batman Returns?
That he also only made $300-something million.
Oh yeah,
you mean Begins, right? With like
Begins, yes,
Begins. That trajectory doesn't make any sense when you look at it, right?
But then they make sense when the follow-ups made to $1 billion each,
right? So to me, you're not looking for the first Superman film in the DCU to be the big money maker. You're looking for the sequel because this first one is the reintroduction, the reboot, that the one that's supposed to get everyone that wasn't a Superman fan before. Now they're a Superman fan. Now they'll show up for the sequel. And so now, it's weird how that bump, I think, will help the DCU Batman.
Oh yeah.
Another thing is that
I never thought about that too. Sorry.
The money that is invested in DC Studio as a studio, because they're looking at the bottom line. They don't care about the fucking movies. They care about the bottom line that this studio is bringing into to Warner Brothers, right? So DC Studio is on a separate entity. Yeah, Superman is gonna bring a couple of dollars through VOD, syndication, and all those things, right?
Crypto toys.
So, yeah, correct. The toys.
I got my Steelbook pre-ordered.
Yes,
before it sold out.
Some of the shit already. But so, and I'm thinking about, okay, they invested this money, but they're gonna get a little bit of money of that. But they only investing $40 million on this body horror film that is supposed to be Clayface. So what if you insert Batman in there, which, like you said, Ray, is a big money maker, right? So this $40 million times 3 its budget is $120 million. That movie, it's not, if we introduce Batman into the DCU Batman into that film, whether it's 5-10 minutes, it's guaranteed to make at least $300 million worldwide, which will be 5 times its budget, and they wouldn't make their money back plus whatever. As a studio, it will mean that it's on the green as far as profit goes.
The only thing I would amend to that, I agree with you in principle. The only thing I would amend to that is I think we can't trust international box office at this point.
No, but I'm thinking about
be rated R2, right?
Yeah, that's fucking true shit. Yeah, I didn't think about that.
So, well, and I want to make it clear to everybody. I mean, not you guys probably already know, but just anybody in the chat or whatnot, that this isn't just a DC issue, because there's a laundry list of Marvel movies that China said no to.
Oh yeah, even
in the last 5 years.
Not doing good. Fantastic Four
is not doing great in China. Yeah,
really, all Asia, all of Asia.
Oh, okay.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it had the second lowest, the only lower, I think, at least in the COVID era, like from 2020 to now, the only one lower in China was Black Panther: Wakanda Forever. So it's like second. So it's just everywhere. International markets for these films are just not, they're not coming out.
Showing up.
Yeah. Well, and in China's case, because the trolls made a huge big deal out of that, but in China's case, I guess what it is they are pushing away more American cinema and focusing on their own homegrown cinema.
The number one biggest movie of the year is not an American Hollywood movie. That Niza 2, that animated film, that's the biggest movie of the year, and that's not anywhere from us. That's from them. So that's the thing and that's happened before, right? Where there's like a couple of years ago, there was I think 2 or 3 movies that were in the top 10 that I had never heard of, never seen, but
some anime,
exactly.
So anime is like so strong everywhere.
So I hadn't seen international numbers on Fantastic Four yet already, but I think based on what you guys are saying, and also based on what we're seeing with Superman, I think we need to get used to the idea of domestic outweighing international going forward.
That has to impact the way the budgets are allocated for these big budget films.
Probably.
They cannot spend $150 and $200 million on this big budget films if they're not going to get more than $500 million back.
Well, especially like historically, when like the split for box office historically has been like 30-70 domestic international for a lot of these. It was an exception. Like Black Panther was an exception at like 51-49. Aquaman was like 30. It was closer to the 30-70. Like it made way more international.
More international. Okay.
But like
Black Panther 4. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just saying Black Panther and like Wonder Woman are like the two biggest examples of like 50-50, where it was like 51 domestic, 49 international, like for both of them. And I know Black Panther made like 1.3 billion, but still, like that usually it's way more international for these types of films.
Right.
Well, like Fantastic Four, according to what I was seeing, is like second lowest opening for an MCU film in China on a Friday.
Wow,
that's wild.
Second lowest.
China just tuned the fuck out of anything.
That's crazy. So then we could be looking at a situation where Superman and Fantastic Four finish really close to each other.
Oh, they will.
Well, it's
Well, the
supposedly
opening
going to be
weekend is
opening almost the
tracked.
same. It's going to be
Domestic,
opening at
yeah.
a 120, 125.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's probably going to be
Yeah.
opening around the same.
The same,
domestically. Who knows?
Where are you, William? You said your A-tier team was going to make $700 million a couple weeks ago. Ray, you weren't here for this, but William was in the chat because he got mad. I said Fantastic Four is not an A team for the general audience. I said not for comics, for general audience, because he's saying no A character has never made less than 700 in the Marvel universe. I said, well, buckle up, get ready, because I don't think F4. Because this is the thing. Just because F4 is going to have the same first weekend as Superman, that does not mean it's going to have the same second weekend as Superman.
I don't think
That's
it's gonna
true.
have the legs.
I think you're
I
right
don't think it's going to have the legs.
because I think that and I'm not knocking Fantastic Four with this, but the conversation that has evolved out of Superman,
It's
I don't
different.
see that happening with Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
And it could be that we're in a bubble because we're supportive of that film. That's a possibility because the algorithm likes to feed us this
That
stuff.
is that's
And
fair.
it's still summer break, right? It could be like same thing. I think I'm going back because I wanted to see it, and because my oldest wants to see it. I knew there was going to be lots of talking, and now I'm like, okay, I think you can handle this. But that's the hope for them is I know Naked Gun's out next week, but that's not a competitor. Like F4 will probably still be number one next
that's
week.
the
wait.
The thing though is like with the Naked Gun, it's good. That's going to be interesting because
It's a
maybe
radar
people are
crowd,
just
though,
ready.
right?
Yeah, but maybe people are just ready for that. I don't know. It's
Yeah.
kind of interesting because that's what I'm kind of curious because obviously Superman had a cushion because after that Smurfs and I Know What You Did Last Summer, which
Yeah.
people didn't really care about.
Nobody care about
So
that.
then I'm kind of curious to see like, are people going to care about Naked Gun? Because I'm kind of seeing like it's not the other two. It's not. I saw no hype for I Know What You Did Last Summer or
No.
Smurfs.
I know it's in the summertime, but like, I don't know. That's a weird.
But I
date.
see hype for Naked Gun a little bit. But I'm just kind of I'm
me
curious.
too.
I don't think it might not make Naked Gun might not win the box office when it comes out, and Fantastic Four still might be on top.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's just interesting because I'm going, well, it's a little different than I Know What You Did Last Summer and Smurfs.
Yeah.
I
hope it breaks through.
Is it rated R? Is it
No.
rated R?
I
Naked
thought
Gun,
it
no, I don't
was.
think it's rated R.
Oh, is it not? Okay.
And
that-
comedies,
I don't think so.
comedies do really make that kind of box office number, even the original ones?
Not anymore.
No, the original
Yeah.
ones definitely didn't.
Yeah,
no.
I don't think they do.
But to be fair, I mean,
Yeah.
we're talking late '80s, early '90s when the original ones
Yeah.
came out.
Yeah. No, I think F4 will win next week, and you never know because this has good word of mouth. It has the exact
does.
same cinema score as Superman. Like, fan reaction seems pretty similar as far as like reviews.
Cinema score. The ratings on the Hell site are almost the audience
about
ratings on the Hell
percentage
site
apart.
are identical.
Yeah,
and
and the criticals
they're-
one apart.
Yeah.
So it's like they're very similar. So same thing. Maybe next week, and that'd be good for Marvel too if it comes out and that has like a 53-54% drop. Maybe the word of mouth helps because
if they have a similar second week drop to Superman, then yes, I would say that they compare, definitely.
But we just don't know, right? Because Thunderbolts also had good word of mouth, and that thing dropped very quickly. So that's the thing. You just never know with the box office.
It's a crapshoot.
You really don't. Yeah. You really don't know. And that was so funny too because when Thunderbolts came out, I said it numerous times. I'm like, I wasn't as praising as I enjoyed it, but I didn't praise it as much as people did. And then people were making it seem like this movie's gonna do gangbusters, and I'm going, what are you seeing?
No.
And then I realized,
when I felt the same way as you did, Dave. When I saw the film, I was like, "This is good," but I don't think it's gonna be 7, 8.
Yeah, I wasn't as enthusiastic. I had issues with it. Big time.
You want the thing that, funny enough, and I remember this came up when they did the whole New Avengers thing. The first thing that popped into my head was when they changed. Remember when they changed the title of Birds of Prey?
Yeah,
because it didn't have a good opening weekend, and I'm like, okay, are you gonna screw with people?
Yeah,
like the next, like how are you navigating that? I don't know. And
the difference to that they had planned though, because they had like Sebastian Stan on Monday with posters, and they were downtown promotion. I just think
you're absolutely right. They did have it planned, but I still wondered if at the time I wondered if it was going to have the same effect, if it was going to confuse people. But they didn't change the listings. The listings still
felt
said
like the Emancipation of one Harley Quinn, though.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah,
a little bit, but I also don't think, because I had my coworkers, like one or two of them, they felt that it was preachy, and they felt that it was like
Thunderbolts. Yeah,
they felt like that it was after school special, hit them over the head with the whole power of friendship stuff, and I'm like, okay, that's a little cynical for me, but I guess that's how they felt about it.
Some people, I saw that on my feed where people are like, wait, they resolved it over a hug.
And that's what I liked
Right.
about it. You know,
That's what I
like,
dude.
we got 50 other movies where
I went with my nephew, and he said, "I bet you they're gonna hug it out." They fucking it.
It's like one of those things where it's like, I mean, I was kind of going, I just wish it wasn't like, you know, when the void thing was all happening, it's like, oh, a whole city block in New York is like going crazy, and then I was like, wow, can we contain this more?
Yeah,
and then when they're in the void, it was cool, especially when we've seen it from Elena. But then I'm like, and then everybody else shows up, and they're like, you know, Bucky, and they're just like, oh yeah, don't worry, I had a good, you know, life, or whatever the hell he says. And I'm like, I want to see. I would love to have the entire third act of them going through the void in their own like fucking way.
You wanted more voids, like you wanted Ghost to have a void. You wanted, I got you.
As opposed to just her, and then just like a citywide, everybody's getting into the void. It was like, couldn't they just kept it more contained, and then
I feel like
all the characters go through their void and their demons and all the shit.
They filmed a void ghost scenes. They filmed that. There's images of that, but they didn't put that in the movie.
No, I'm sure they probably but they.
No, I was just gonna say that I guarantee that like that was cut for time.
Yeah,
for sure. Because it's
2 hours.
Because it's a decent ensemble anywye, right? And let's be honest. Did we need to see Bucky's void? No, we don't. We've seen that. We've seen that for so long.
We've seen Iron Man, Civil War.
Exactly.
Civil War. Yeah. But I would like to see, you know, again, it just would have been
more torture for Bucky. David wants.
Yeah. Right. Well, fuck Sebastian Stan. I want to see him torture. Good looking son of a bitch.
Yeah. He should be Batman. That's my take.
No, but I mean, I was just, I would have wanted more of that, just to see the characters go through all that, as opposed to, you know, and I didn't care like that. Oh yeah, they all hug it out. Fine. You know, I didn't have a problem with that, because I get the point of that.
No, it fit.
I just would have liked a little more meat on the bone of everybody else, going through the shit, you know.
Yeah.
So.
No, that was my cons for that movie too. It's again, that's a constant issue, and I get what they're doing, but some of these comic book movies, it's just I miss a couple, maybe I miss pre-COVID when we were having some movies really get time to just let loose for a little bit and breathe. Yes. Where now it's such a fast pace. I don't know if that's the thing where they have studies where, and I know it's probably that because it's 2 hours, more screens, and the way people are now, short attention span, we go any longer. But it's just like
I've seen
Batman came out and made 750.
That
would have made
3 hours. Probably made 300,000.
I've seen that sentiment though. Like I saw earlier today some people that were like, you know, the equivalent of a post of like, the world is healing, these movies are being reined in because they're not over 2 hours.
Oh my God.
Oh no, there's people that love the 2 hour runtime.
There are tons of people.
I think it's a post-COVID, post TikTok.
Yeah, and I think it's a TikTok thing. You know, I think it's just like you said, short attention spans.
Oh yeah.
It sucks that that's the case, because it's like and then you kind of wonder, like, you know, when you see the trailer for, you know, Avatar Fire and Ash.
Cameron doesn't.
And then you go, well, that's going to be a 3 hour movie. Are people going to flock to that? I mean, I am so curious if people flock to that movie like they flock to the other two movies.
I bet they will.
Very interesting.
Cameron's made a deal with the devil.
It's not going to make $2 billion.
I'm not making $2 billion, but I think it's making $1 billion. You know, it's just.
Well, when did Way of Water come out?
4 years ago, 3 years ago.
And what did that make?
22.
That's it.
2.2, right?
I'll pull it up now. Yeah, because this is like the third biggest movie of all time.
Right.
Yeah, $2.3 billion.
Right. So okay. So if he did that post 2020, then we can't rule that out for Fire and Ash.
That's the thing. The thing about Avatar, it's
they make
a
money,
movie,
man.
and I was telling my dad this. I was like, because now my dad's retired and he's like joining me in the movies. I'm like, you realize we can't just watch this on normal screen, right? We have to go to a 3D IMAX.
Yeah,
that's experience. And he goes, really? I'm like, Well, if you don't want to, I am, and then I'll watch it with you on a normal screen. I'm like, dude, that's how you experience the Avatar movies. Both times I went and saw these, it's the experience of seeing it on an IMAX and wearing 3D glasses because the 3D is so crazy good, you know. Well, it's like that's how you watch this type of movie.
It just feeds further into the crapshoot the box office is like because like consider the fact that of the three movies that were the three big budget movies that were released in July, the one with the lowest critic rating and the one with the lowest audience rating is the closest one. It is leading cannonballing its way towards potentially another $1 billion for dinosaurs. Right?
Yeah, damn, I know it's crazy. People like those dinosaurs, but a lot of people are walking out going, "What the fuck was that?"
You were not the only guys that said that either. Like I have I got a old coworker who loves the franchise, and he said I probably will never watch that one ever again.
I never will.
But again, the thing with that franchise is there's not an abundance of those movies, right? So I guarantee you, when was the last one? Dominion that came out, what, 2021, 22, I think it is. So
somewhere around there, I think.
If we only got one superhero movie every 30 years, I could bet you that might be $1 billion, but we don't. We get so many of them. And Jurassic, you get them every 3 to 4 years. And same thing as Avatar. I think that it just has like an event feel baked into it, you know, and I think people, they'll go to it.
The mistake they made when it came to Jurassic World, it was like, you mean if you're gonna do nostalgia, you should already like had the original characters already established from the beginning. Yeah, they brought in Jeff Goldblum for the second one, but he was at like a hearing, and that was it, like one scene. Right. And then it's like, and then all of a sudden they bring in like everybody in the third one. It's like the Star Wars sequel situations, like, oh, let's just wrap it up in one movie and try to cut everything, and they just it didn't work. It still made a fucking shit ton of money, but it's like
$1 billion.
It still made $1 billion, but it was
crazy.
You watched it and you're like going, this is a mess. You're trying to wrap up this and then bring back the older characters and bring back older concepts, and what the fuck?
You know what? The people just showed up because they wanted to see Sam Neill and Laura Dern. They don't care.
They wanted to see Dotson. Mm-hmm. Dotson, we got Dotson here.
And Jeff Goldblum. They really don't care. And that's not. I'm not saying people are mindless, but there's people that pick 2 to 4 movies a year, and they say, "Hey, I like Sam Neill in that Jurassic Park movie," and they go to that. Same thing as Minecraft. Hey, my kids love Minecraft. I'm going to go there. That was a terrible experience for me. I watched it at home. My kids love the movie.
Did you have a chicken jockey situation?
No, I didn't go to the theater. Luckily, my wife did, because I was like, I don't want to see that really at all. And the kids loved it. I watched it at home, and I just played nice. Like, oh, yeah, that was fun. But after, that was a long 2 hours for me. That was a tough sit for me, but that's a $930 million movie. People,
right? Right? It was number one for like a month.
Yeah, it was.
Hey, I went to the theater by myself and watched that with a bunch of people, with a bunch of kids. But I mean, I was, luckily I wasn't sitting where like there was, I was just, but it was kind of interesting to hear. I was hearing the kids going, "Oh, that's this," and they were saying all that, and I was like, "Oh, this is cool. I'm glad that they're having a good time."
That became an event film, though.
I had no idea what the hell was happening. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. But I was like going, "Oh, they're having a good time," and then I enjoyed it enough because I like Jack Black, and I thought Jason Momoa were at least likable enough where I enjoyed it, especially Jack Black. He was doing his Jack Black isms, where I was like, all right, you're doing that stuff, and there's some funny moments where I did chuckle like out loud. So I didn't hate it, but I'm not gonna watch it on my on my own. I'm not gonna put it on. Now I'm like, I saw it, I'm good. I don't need to watch it again. But and then we got Jonathan R, who just gave it $2 super chat, said F4 has lower
John, post track,
70% soups and TB Thunderbolts, I guess, have 74.
John is a regular contributor to our feedback show at Flightcast, and
thank you, John.
He is like all over the box office stuff. Like
I've never really
been measuring this stuff.
What is post-track? Is that like another audience?
I forget. I have it's in the. I forget it. Hang on, let me look this up. Because
thank you, John, for the $2 super chat.
Like that, which is which even then, like that's to me, like that's not so far away where it's like 4%.
4%.
Yeah, it's like
no, 4%.
if it was 60%, I'd go, okay, 14. That's a little bit. 4%. It's like someone could have not liked that CGI baby. You know,
so it's a film audience survey service.
Okay.
I've heard of it before. I have.
And just even based on the opening weekend, that's always tough because like I guarantee you F4 is going to beat Thunderbolts. You know, like I think F4 and Superman are both a lock at 500. So that's the thing where it's like Thunderbolts didn't even get to 400. You got to 390, whatever. So it's like we just talked about, right? Jurassic World has all these bad reviews, whatnot. Doesn't matter. It's going to be the third, fourth biggest movie.
Eating people.
This is why
800 million. Yeah.
This is why scoreboard mentality has always been stupid.
I know.
Because it doesn't make any sense.
When we were on top, Ray, when the MCU was on top, no. No, and I don't take it's just always good to see, like, what are people into, right? And it dictates business and even for the companies, right? Because now we know, you're getting a Minecraft 2. You're getting, like, the same thing, Lilo and Stitch.
Lilo and Stitch getting
You're getting a number 2, and same thing. That's the only way we can track K. Because same thing, if Superman wasn't successful, like you guys were talking about before I came on, then the Batman is definitely safe. Matt Reeves' trilogy is easily safe because let's go, okay, this isn't working. Let's go with what's working, right? And that's still going to be the test for the other stuff. What if Supergirl and Clayface overperform or they underperform, right?
I think Supergirl is going to be a hit. I don't know.
I think Supergirl is going to be a hit. Even though I already think there's such a divide, though, I worry about that because I've already seen some people like it's the woke stuff or it's
why would he call her a bitch?
Oh my god! It's so disrespectful. It's just like it's
like they never give a shit about Superman. All of a sudden, why is he calling Superman?
Yeah.
So it, right there, all this chatter that's definitely like us, like, in the like in our circles, right? That's definitely bubble chat because to me, when I try to gauge like how Supergirl could potentially go, right? I haven't. Anna Nagara, I don't know how she is as a screenwriter. Clearly, Gunn and DC Studios really like her. Okay, cool. But I look at the director, Craig Gillespie, and I haven't seen either of these movies, but I know that I, Tonya and Cruella were both well reviewed.
Yes.
So I'm like, okay, and those are both female-led films. That's Margot Robbie, that's Emma Stone. It's like, okay then. So now it's Millie Alcock.
I also like the fact that Gunn was just like, hey, we're just gonna get the right director. He didn't do like, oh, we got to find a female director. He was like, oh, we're gonna try this.
Yes.
Because this guy directed female-led.
It's the same thing as like if they were doing, let's say Annie Muschietti falls apart and they're doing meetings. I would love it if they announce I'm not saying you have to announce a woman director, but it's the same thing where it's like if a woman comes in has a great pitch for a Batman movie, then you hire. It doesn't matter if it's like, well, we need a dude direct Batman. It's like, whoever's the best pitch, go for it.
I think that's fluid because can a white guy do Sinners?
No.
No, he can. It's not the same degree.
That's culture.
Denzel Washington is not. It's culture. It's
right. Yes, exactly.
But how do you feel about Spielberg doing The Color Purple, though? That's the thing, right? And people have always used that example.
But that's why I say it's fluid, right? Yeah. So it's not. It's on a case by case basis, is what I'm getting at. Yeah, so like if they had found a woman to direct Wonder, like if Greta Gerwig did it, or actually, what if Greta Gerwig does do Wonder Woman? I'm not saying she would.
She's locked into Narnia for 10 fucking
years.
She's making 8 Narnia movies.
Fair enough.
Netflix is paying her good, but I love that.
But I'm just saying, like that's. I don't treat it as like a blanket, like, oh, it should be the best. It's whatever they decide is,
of course,
the fit. Yeah. And if they get because a situation like Sinners or like Fences or like Denzel said, Martin Scorsese could do Schindler's List.
Yeah.
Steven Spielberg could do Goodfellas.
Yeah.
And they would still be good movies. The reason those movies transcend is because of what each man understood about their culture that added extra oomph to that. So I don't, and it's the same. It's absolutely the same with Coogler and Sinners. I just don't want to dismiss that.
Oh no,
of course. Yeah,
I think. What is the name of the director? She directed The Woman King.
Is that Gina Prince? Is that Gina Prince, by the way?
Yeah, I think so too.
I think so.
I would love her to get that.
I would love her to get Wonder Woman.
Still have to watch that movie.
And introduce that movie is
I have not
Gina
seen it.
Prince by
it's a little bit detached from reality.
Yeah.
If you hear about the real story,
it's not a documentary; it's a movie.
Yeah.
It's funny. I haven't seen The Woman King, but she did direct The Old Guard, and I have seen that.
The first one was decent. The second one,
I've not seen the second.
The second one's a different director. The second one's a different director. Yeah,
the first one was good.
Because we were just talking about it, I was looking at June next year, so because that's when I keep thinking Supergirl's July, but it's June. But in June, so June 5th, you got Masters of Universe. Then June 12th, you got Scary Movie 6.
Good, by the way.
And Steven Spielberg's new movie. Then June 19th, you got Toy Story 5.
That's right.
And then June 26th, you got Supergirl. So June is almost like July this year, where you got Spielberg, Masters of Universe, Toy Story, and Supergirl all within 4 weeks of each other.
Next summer is also going to be insane too, because and then July, we get Spider-Man,
Odyssey, Moana live action, which I don't put my brush on that, but that's going to be a massive hit.
I don't care to see it, but whatever.
Evil Dead movie's coming out in July.
Evil Dead Burn coming out.
They should start picking dates outside of the summer fucking months.
They need to spread it out a little bit better.
I mean, that's why Clayface is in October.
Well, I mean, true. And then, you had this year you had Megan 2.0. Why the fuck are you putting that in June?
What
the fuck is that? I mean, I think even the director knew it was like that was a bad.
Wasn't the first one a spring release?
No, it was January. It was January.
It was January.
It was coming out. Yeah.
You put that movie in January or October or September. You put that bill in that, and then that's where it makes its money.
Yeah.
You put it in summer? Are you kidding me? Like it was that movie didn't the sequel. No, people were like, "What the fuck?" And then it just went nowhere.
Yeah,
but the first movie did gangbusters.
I think Summer Girl is a Supergirl movie, but I do understand now why people were pitching for it to take that Avengers slot in May, because that's empty now. Because in May, all you got Mandalorian and Grogu, but then you got Other Mummy and Devil Wears Prada. Other than Mandalorian and Grogu, that month is like nothing going on. So, and I doubt they'll move because DC's been pretty good with their dates.
I think Gunn's making a point of not moving. When you have a date, we're not going to change it. And then, which is good, because I always hate that when they talk about a slate, and then I always go, those dates are not legit. Why are we even talking about those dates? They're gonna fucking move. They always move.
We Superman, we knew a year and a half ago was July 11th, and they stuck the landing on that one.
And it it worked out. Like I said, it's good word of mouth. Even coming off of a Jurassic World and then on the cusp of a Fantastic Four. But the thing is like what, when we were talking about this before, talking about July before it came, it was like, we could talk about who's going to win the whole thing, whatever. But at the same time, they're all doing well. They're all going to do well. Mm-hmm. And it's like, that's what we wanted, right? Yep. We want summer blockbusters. We want people to be showing up. I all of my screenings on a Thursday night were 80-90% full,
same.
For all three. So not so much I know what you did last summer, and that was probably about 40. 30.
And I feel like for all the scoreboard mentality warriors, like, listen, guys, if there's one lesson you could take from Barbenheimer, I mean, yes, it was an organic marketing campaign, but it also showed you that there is room for two movies to eat hearty at the box office at the same time. And I'm not I'm not saying do that. I'm not saying release in the same day. But I mean, everyone it's like so many people like push that aside and just went 2 weeks. Superman's in trouble. It's gonna get eaten alive by Jurassic World and then cut off by Fantastic Four. And it's like, why does it?
Because they wanted to fail. That's the thing.
I mean, why do people give a shit about stuff like this? It's like they have invested, like they have stocks on fucking Marvel or whatever.
It's our turn now. Remember back in 2015 when we had to defend BVS and all this stuff? Now it's our turn.
That's the tough thing, though, too.
But the people that defend the BVS are the same. Well, not everybody, because we defended BBS. But a lot of people that defend the BBS are the same ones shitting on everything that has to do with.
Oh
it.
yeah, like I
Yes.
posted today, and I talked about it
yes.
at the beginning. I'm like, man, I'm seeing some snobbiness when
It's
it comes
weird.
to.
You guys
And I'm
going
like,
after my boyfriend KC? I saw you in bed.
Oh,
KC. I saw you guys getting into.
I didn't, but I did see that, and I was like,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ! But I
You
was
either
like,
die a
Casey,
hero or you
yeah.
live long enough to see yourself.
but
become
that
a
was
villain.
a snobby type of tweet. It
What,
was
what
like,
do you say, Ray? Say that again.
You either
Sorry.
die a hero or you live long
Yeah,
enough to
that's
see
pretty
yourself
much
become
what
a
it is.
There
villain.
you go.
That's the Harvey Dent right there.
Yeah.
Well, that's the
sure.
thing is like the gloves are coming off. It's like, and I've said this leading up to it. I've been saying it for months. I'm like, you have the like crazy Snyder fans who are just, they'll say whatever and do whatever. But then you got the ones that are not crazy, but they have their arms folded and going, I don't know. And then they start kind of going, I don't know if I like that. And
Yeah,
they just,
that's respectful. That's respectable. I'm
they
sorry.
were. But then now when Fantastic Four came out, some of them took the gloves off and went
Amazing.
like, "This is amazing!" And then I'm like, "I can't take your
Thank you.
review seriously
Yeah.
Thank
because
you.
I don't know if you actually liked Fantastic Four or now you're just
Now you're just
rolling
rooting
out that you're
against
like,
DC.
I
Against
hated
DC,
Superman so much that this movie is so much better. This movie is pure cinema. But I'm like going, I don't know if I could take you seriously now because I think now you're acting like
like you've been quiet the entire fucking year. All of a sudden, you showed up out of nowhere.
And I'm sorry, but you're gonna tell me that like people that were that big into like the Zack Snyder trilogy, like you're that big of an MCU fan
That feels
that you're just
odd,
gonna flip over it. Really?
Thank you. You know how many conversations I have with some of these individuals saying Marvel is trash because it feels like vanilla, everything's the same shit. Zack Snyder is like all of a sudden they are the biggest fucking Marvel fans.
Well,
like, what the
that's
fuck
where
are you
I
talking
even
about?
said my theory at one point where I was going, wait a minute, there was a conspiracy by the crazy people out there that said James Gunn is coming in to sabotage DC to drive DC fans over
this is the
to
whole
the
Russo
MCU.
brothers.
And then I went like,
agent thing again.
and then I'm looking at some of these Snyder fans going, now they're all of a sudden they're praising the MCU like crazy. I'm going, he succeeded. He succeeded. He made you guys like, I was like, what the fuck? Like, whoa,
he succeeded.
You guys just gave into the conspiracy.
Yeah.
What do we? Oh shit! Yeah, I'm like, and I'm like, wait a minute, guys, what are we doing here? It's
Oh
like,
my god, it's so stupid.
It's just some people because Ben asked originally like, who cares? And sometimes just people that they're online too much and they get too invested. And I sometimes feel like the Marvel DC, like, to me, the height of it when it was fun and a little bit was like, it was like 2016, but I feel like it's like a war that's like, it's like over, it's like, it's not even that, especially too, because it's not like both franchises haven't had their issues. I think now it's more at the point where it's like, well, let's just hope they both do well so we can keep getting these type of movies, right? Because before, when they rule the roost, it's like, then it's like, okay, I can kind of see we want to be best, we want to be the best. It's like, I just want these movies to do well so like I don't have to wait 7 years to get another Batman movie. And I'm being greedy because we got lots of Batman movies. I'm just using that as an example.
No,
right?
Superman's a better example.
Exactly, right? That took forever to get one, right? We didn't even get, like another, how many rumored follow-ups with Cavill was there with, what's his name? McQuarrie and all this stuff, right? So that's the thing where now, to me, I felt it's more, I just want these both to do well, so hopefully, and that doesn't mean I'm going to blindly love them, because like Captain America Brave New World, didn't hate it, but I thought, that was just a fine time. And Superman, I really enjoyed it, some issues, and Thunderbolts and F4 I loved, and it's all going to go in a variety, but it's, I don't know, it's a weird, and even then too, now more than ever, you both, within the last 7 days, you had Gunn speak highly of Feige and Feige speak highly of Gunn. Before, you could be like, oh, maybe they're friends, maybe not. Literally in both interviews, they speak like, like, I just talked to him the other day, and Feige's like, I loved Superman. I love that you didn't know stuff. So it's like, I think they actively, Feige said this before, where it's like, we want every movie to do good because that's the genre doing good. Because if they see a bad comic movie,
it's all about the genre now.
Yes,
exactly.
And I'm sure we're gonna get a review from Gunn going Fantastic Four.
Oh, he's gonna. He's gonna. If he has, he'll say something. He'll post about it. Yes. Absolutely.
Because we're gone past this, and I didn't have a problem with it. I understood, but like, think about in that era of Iron Man to Suicide Squad, where he had Downey literally kind of crapping on a Nolan movie, which is funny now. Who got him his Oscar was Nolan saying, "Oh, The Dark Knight's too heady, and I don't get it."
Yeah.
And you have David Ayer on press night saying,
saying,
"Fuck Marvel," you know.
Right.
That to me was like, because that was the first.
That's how it was then.
Yeah, they were really going. They're big guns. It was Civil War and Batman, Superman. But now it's just like, the war's over. It's like, let's just have a truce now.
Money.
Like, it's a friendly competition, but it's not the way of. It's just like, can we be successful? And even then, like, I didn't like. People got so mad. David Ayer, like, it's funny they said fuck Marvel. It's just a funny thing. It wasn't like he had to fucking apologize for it and do a whole tweet. It's like, nah, he's just like, he's poking the bear, having a little good time. I don't think Stanley woke up and was like, oh my God, David Ayer said fuck Marvel, my life is ruined. You know, it's just, but yeah.
Nevertheless, they are very competitive because James Gunn, his plan, his whatever idea he has, he said he's not divulging that because he doesn't want somebody to steal that idea.
Well, you want both each other to succeed, but you still want to be number one. But
I also, I mean,
it's a friendly competition.
I'm not
but I want to be number one.
I'm not disagreeing that they're still competitive because I agree with that. But I also think that, like I was talking before about how Feige is a producer at heart, so that's how he runs the MCU.
Mm-hmm.
Gunn is a creative at heart.
Mm-hmm.
Creatives, we're protective about our shit.
Yeah,
we don't like even if he wasn't in charge of the DCU, he would keep his fucking mouth shut because he does not want. He really does believe he probably has had shit stolen, like ideas that he told the wrong person, and now it winds up making however much at a different studio or whatever. So he's being protective of the work as well in that regard, and he believes in this approach.
And it's not that the idea was even stolen, but he's talking about this before with the Infinity Stones origin, right? That he gave that, where for years, Marvel just runs with that, like, hey, that's the thing that set the course for a while for the MCU. But that was just James Gunn, and he said like 5 or 10 minutes, just wrote this origin of, the stones are going to be there, and these are this is Thanos, this is the gauntlet. And not that they stole, right? Because he's working with them, but like, he doesn't get that idea contributed to him a lot, right? That's just thought of to the MCU and Marvel, but it's like, that was a Gunn in. And I don't think Gunn's like bitter about that, but it's even little stuff like that. And even Marvel, they admitted when BVS was announced, Feige looked at the Russos and said, hey, they're beating us that step. We got to get to Civil War. And that was a smart thing to do because Civil War for them was $1 billion movie. So it was not a dumb idea for Feige to be like, let's change this up. And like, I guarantee you put out Captain America, the Serpent Society versus Civil War. Serpent Society is not getting anywhere close to the box office that Civil War was, right? So it's like,
I'm glad you bring up the Gunn thing because I didn't know that actually about the whole Infinity Stones thing.
He's been on record a couple times.
But it further cements something that I've said for years about James Gunn, especially to people that don't necessarily care for him being in charge of DC Studios. It's that he, above all, however you feel about his filmmaking and his humor and all that, he's a student of the source material.
But he doesn't know Clark Kent's middle name, right?
Oh my God.
Did you see the video?
Yeah, I saw that. Everybody lost their shit. It's Joseph. Like, shut the fuck up, bro. You didn't care about that.
I saw the Eisenberg clips going around.
But I saw people I saw people complain about that. I was like, okay, I get it. Yeah, he didn't know that. But he knows like Polka Dot Man. I mean, I'm like, he knows like these random characters, and I'm like going.
Which is so funny. We also live in a world where Tony Gilroy is like, I fucking hate Star Wars, but everyone's like, he should run Star Wars because the Andor's the best, and I love Andor too. But it's like just because he doesn't love Star Wars doesn't mean he can't create good Star Wars. And
well, you know what? I say this. I think James Gunn knows more about comic books than even Feige knows.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't think Feige would not admit that either. Probably
the fact that Gunn and whatever, however you feel about how he did it, but the fact that Gunn literally like went to Tom King and was like, okay, I need a canonical reason for why the glasses work.
Well, the glasses work.
And King goes, here it is, and he goes, okay, boom, right? The fact that he went and got, I forget the guy's name, but like one of Lex's henchmen, like from the comics historically, and cut the guy's hair and put the glasses in the mustache. The guy looks exactly like he's ripped off the page. And I've never heard of this dude.
The guy with the mustache.
I've heard of Otis. I've heard of Mercy. I've heard of like everybody. I've never heard of this other dude. Whatever his name is. But like,
I forgot his name too. But apparently, when you do a comparison, he looks exactly like this.
Right. there's and the deep pulls from the lore, and the video that just came, and we knew about this already. We saw the pictures last year, but the video that came out where he brought like Jerry Ordway and
we saw that.
like Jim Lee and all the creators to the set
Snyder.
to meet all Scott Snyder, like all of them, like the synergy and the respect that he has for the source material. Second to none.
Inviting also Christopher Reeve's son and
Reeve,
yeah. So
who's in the movie?
Yeah, he's in the movie. So he pays respect to the creators and those that have some type of lineage associated with Superman mythos. I think that is always, like, I appreciated that from even Zack Snyder, because I remember when he was the first one to put in the creator
Joseph Joe Schuster.
No.
Oh, you're talking about Batman.
Batman, yeah.
Bill Finger. Bill Finger.
Yeah, Bill Finger in Batman versus Superman.
Yeah, Batman versus Superman was the first time you
see that. So I always appreciate that, because like if you know the history of all these comic book writers, like
Bob
it's
Kane.
a really shitty one. Like you used to go back to all those, like it was like the fucking Wild West, stealing stories, stealing ideas, not giving credit to XYZ writers.
It's like Bob came up with the concept, but if you saw his concept, oh my god,
I'm like, what the fuck?
It was bad. It was
Yeah.
Bill Finger who came in and went, let's do
No,
it
let me
like
fix
this.
Yeah, exactly. And so I appreciate that Zack Snyder did that, and I appreciate that James Gunn is also paying tribute or respect to all those that came that gave life to this character.
And even with the comic books, he's done that from the beginning, right? Of recommending runs, and even though Supergirl's not going to be called that, like it was titled that, so he's definitely tried to.
He's still telling people to read it. Like he's still saying, read Women of Tomorrow.
Oh, the books are he retweeted something earlier that some comic book site. They're like selling
like hotcakes. Yeah,
they're selling like books have been selling because of Superman and blah blah blah. So it's like, and the fact that they took that approach, last year, they were like taking that approach early on, like, hey, here's some of the references of what we're gonna be like looking for when it comes to.
He even did it for the DCEU. Like he said, read Flashpoint and these books for the Flash.
Read these books.
Yeah.
And we got an influx of those, and they were selling out on sites and everything. So, I mean, the fact that Marvel Studios wasn't doing that for a time,
You read it for nothing, Ben.
Yeah, no, I love that authority actually.
No, I know. I'm just joking because it's like the one that everyone thinks is canceled now. But
no, but I mean, it's really interesting. Like I even said at the beginning of the stream, I was like, man, it's crazy how Gunn and Snyder really got under people's skin when it came to their interpretations. I mean, two vastly different interpretations, and God, they got under the skin of diehard fans.
And at the end of the day, the two of them, and I love this. However much Superman makes the box office, Zack Snyder and James Gunn will be responsible for the two highest grossing Superman movies in history.
It's crazy. Well, but obviously if you count for inflation, Superman the movie does blow everything out. And I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry.
Still the king. Richard Donner
is still the king. But I'm just saying. But I know what you're saying. Like, right, But modern day, it's like, they did it. They succeeded. Where it's like, no matter what, it's like,
with two very different takes.
A completely different takes.
And I mean, they have their similarities here and there, but they're still very different types of very different representations of the character.
What's funny too is like when I hear people like, oh yeah, hey, Snyder made it for adults, and then Gunn made it for Gunn. I'm like, yeah, but then why do I see people that hate Gunn say like, oh, you shouldn't take your kids to see a James Gunn movie because he has adult humor? I'm like, which one is it? I'm like, is he making it for kids or is he making it for adults? I don't know.
So we had I forget the name of the site. I think Common Sense, which is a site. It's like commonsense.org or something. It's a site where like they literally user reviews from parents and kids that suggest what age like is the starting age appropriate for a particular film. A coworker told me about this because he's got a son, and he took him to see Superman, and he thought that there was a lot of cursing in the movie. And I'm like, really? There was a lot of cursing? Was there that much cursing in Superman? They do, but I was just trying to. I was thinking over it, and so he shows me the site, and I guess parents recommend. I think the parents said 14 and up for Superman, and then like the kids who give their own ratings, they said 10 and up for Superman. But the thing that I don't like about the site is that you go there and it's like profanity used, and it just lists the profanity. I'm like, there's no context to any of how this was used, or like there's no explanation of like, okay, well, this happened in this scene. Okay, well, but that's because this happened in the movie. Like hashtag super shit.
Yeah.
Right. Like the site doesn't say what that was or what the context of that was. Like that's something that as a parent you still have to tell your child or help your child understand. Hey, this is. But then but so that happens, and then we had a doctor come in, a pediatrician, and she was doing a segment on one of our shows where she was talking about appropriate age for movies, and she saw Superman. I recommended it to her. She really liked it. She says 8 to 10. So she said even younger.
I took my 7 and 5-year-old. So if I'm a bad parent, you know where to tweet at me. But they were completely fine.
Again,
with all that
it's
stuff,
up to the parent. It's up to the parent.
Yeah. We tell them there's words at home that can be used and whatnot, and you don't use them at school, and that's clear.
And that's also what the doctor said. She said that like it varies based on the kid, it varies based on the family and the parents for sure. I mean, look, me, like my first R-rated movie was Coming to America. I saw that at age 6. And did I understand the bathing scene? No, I did not. I do now, but I didn't then.
Dude, when I was 5, 6 years old, my dad was like, when my mom left, what do you want to watch? Aliens, Predator, Terminator. Yeah. Obviously, when it came to the first Terminator, he said, shield your eyes during that scene, obviously. But, when it came to nudity, sure. But fucking hey, man, he was like, I think you can handle Predator. I think you can handle the first Terminator, or at least, or Terminator 2. I remember he took my brother. When was that? 1991. So my brother.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, my brother was 12. He took him to the movies.
My dad took me to see Die Hard with a Vengeance around the same age because he loves Arnold and Bruce Willis and Sly, and he's got all those movies, and he still got like Die Hard 1 and 2 on VHS, and he saw me watch them because again, I could watch R-rated movies as long as I didn't repeat any of the language, and I knew that all the violence was fake. So he knows I'm into Die Hard, and he loves all that. He wanted to go see the movie, so of course he's going to take his 11, 12-year-old son with him, and that's my favorite Die Hard. That is by far my favorite Die Hard movie. But it's all just a matter of like the parent, you each determine
kid, each family.
Meanwhile, Meanwhile, kids are like scrolling through their phone and watching like
the phone's way more dangerous than any movie.
By far.
You watch a real life video of somebody just getting decapitated by something,
and it's not like hard to find others, but like any video can, especially when things are happening in the real world with war. It's like it's just. He just pops up uncensored, unwarning and stuff. Like that scares me more. Like my kids, as long as it takes, will hopefully not have a phone till they really need it and they're older. But that's way more scary. Yeah, way
I'm afraid to open, not TikTok, but Instagram or Twitter in front of my daughter. I can't. It's fucking crazy.
It is. Yeah. It is completely crazy. Well, and the second time I saw Superman, there was a father who brought his 3 kids, and these kids couldn't have been more than 8-10 years old, 2 boys and a girl, and he said they all loved the movie. He said one of the boys got scared at one point. He didn't tell me what part he got scared. I was trying to figure out what part of the movie would have scared him, but he said overall that they liked it. And these are little kids. Like it's still, I mean, is it a quote unquote family movie? I don't know, but it's like,
my daughter's 5 years old, and she only got scared with Mr. Nice Guy. What's the name of the ugly?
Mr. Handsome.
Mr. Handsome. Scared the fuck out of her.
I still consider
everything else, like even the kaiju, she thought it was cute.
And, right. Well,
Yeah.
you know what also helped? It was also probably disarming because it started small.
Yeah.
You saw like
correct.
a small little thing, and
That
then
is
it's
It's
true.
like childlike,
Yeah.
where it's like,
Yeah.
you know,
Right.
it's not,
Yeah.
it's like a different type of being there. But yeah, I put in the family movie category, like especially with the crypto
Totally can
stuff,
be.
like that is
Yeah.
in there, and
That's true. Yes,
yeah, no,
absolutely.
my kids
Yeah.
get scared of anything, but we did go see the Lord of the Rings extended trilogy last year, so I think that toughened them up. That was like a scared straight program of like they like those movies, and there's some jump scares there. Like, okay, if you guys get through Lord of the Rings, we're gonna be okay seeing Superman. They really wanted to watch it. I had no issue. Or F4 now, my daughter was like, "Oh, you didn't buy me a ticket." She not asked once until this week and probably saw a preview, but she had seen previews and never asked. But both my two oldest really wanted to see Superman. They both really enjoyed it, so they had a good time with it.
Took her
So,
to see F1. You didn't take her to see F1?
no, I still haven't seen F1, but I don't.
F1's so
No,
good.
no, F4.
So
I'm talking about, not
fucking
F1.
good,
no,
bro.
no, F4. Because F4,
Yeah,
I thought
F4,
might have
okay.
like even then too. Like I think my 5-year-old still wants to see. Is like, yeah, there's a lot of talking, which I don't mind. I like that there's only like 3 action set pieces in F4, but when you're a child, some of that stuff might be a little okay. Like
Yeah, they won that.
Reed's back on the fucking chalkboard. What are we doing here? Like that's one where like, I think you guys will like that more at home.
They are
Yeah, I think at
talking
home
to
it'll be
another
better
nice
watch.
show.
I had in the second viewing, same one that the guy brought his 3 kids with. There was a couple that brought their one son, and this kid had to be like between 3 and 5 years old. Would not sit the fuck down.
Oh yeah.
Oh, God.
I had that.
Yeah.
Someone brought a kid for Mission Impossible: Final Reckoning. They
What?
brought a kid.
Lord.
Yeah, and it's so
Oh,
funny because
that
the
doesn't-
reviews I'd heard before was like, "Hey, the first hour really slow," and when I saw this kid, it was when they walked up because they're late, you could see the entire theater just like. It was like a fire, just like move, like what is happening? And then after about 2 hours, one of the grandparents left with the kid because the kid was just
Thank God, right?
Yeah, it wasn't
Yeah.
as
That
bad as the
doesn't
start,
beat
but it's
mine.
like it's an hour.
It doesn't
of
beat
talk.
mine when I went to see Ford v Ferrari, and somebody decided to bring their kids to Ford v Ferrari.
What the
Really?
fuck?
Oscar.
Okay,
bait
so the
nominated,
first
you know,
half of the
dad
movie, for first half of the movie, their son, who was probably 6, 5, whatever the fuck, asleep. He was passed out.
Yeah.
Once he woke up,
Oh,
he
was
was
up.
running up and down the aisle, knocking on the seats, and that was one of my seats. And I was like, I did the whole look of like, are you fucking serious?
And that's
like,
a tough one because I have no problem if it's an adult being an asshole. I will turn around and call him out. But when there's with a kid,
you can't.
one, you don't want to scare the kid, and
Yeah.
2, you don't know how some parents are going to react if you say anything about the kid.
I had a kid
Yeah.
that was Ant-Man and IMAX. This kid was kicking the back of my seat the whole fucking movie, pissing me and Shonda off. But it's like, well, what am I going to do? I'm not going to scream at a kid.
Yeah.
You know?
And you don't know how those parents react. They might
Exactly.
overreact. And nowadays, like,
Right.
I don't want to make anyone mad. You never know
Nowadays,
what's out
Jesus
there.
Christ.
Yeah. So sometimes
It's
you
scary.
just got to take it and stuff. But yeah, that was Mission Impossible. I was like, that's a bold. There's a lot of jargon in here. There's a lot of, especially the first hour of that
It's
movie.
long too. Like it's
2
2
hours.
2 hours and 40 minutes
there's
And
long.
even then, what
Yeah.
they did, they kept doing this thing where when the kid would get antsy, it was a grandpa, I'm assuming a grandpa, husband, wife, and the kid. And sometimes the dad would go out for 20 minutes, the kid, the mom. And at that point, I'm just like, is this even an enjoyable experience for you guys? Like taking shifts during a movie? Like at that point, wait for a certain
You're
film.
paying to
Yeah, you're
babysit.
paying, and it's like you like. How can you enjoy the movie if you like? I've missed 25, and then I'm back, and I missed. It's just like, no matter how much you want to see a movie, like that's maybe try to do it like wait for a
sense.
drive-in or something. Like I
Dude.
don't get it. You know.
It's so weird when like you're watching like an adult movie, whether it's PG-13 or R-rated, and then all of a sudden you hear in the distance in the movie theater a very high little hey movie hit, and there's been many times where me and my brother have looked at each other like, are you fucking serious?
I walked into Spectre.
Oh,
I walked into Spectre in IMAX to see a guy baby in hand bottle.
what?
Oh shit.
He needed to see Blowfield one more time.
I'm like
Die Hard James Bond.
I'm
fan.
like,
Yeah.
really, dude?
Yeah,
The newborn, really?
I had a newborn or same thing, baby, when me and Emily saw F7, and I remember just walking in, and they're in the front row, so they could have like the stroller there. But I was like, really, like Fast and Furious? This is
That
gonna be a loud
movie's way
movie.
too. I was about to say way too loud for a freaking baby.
And it's like, and that's what we do. Like, that's like me and Ellie. It's like, if there's something she really wants to see with the kids, we take shifts. Like, I saw Elio with the kids or Elio this week. And then with Bad Guys, she's going to do that. So that's a situation of like, you can, because
You're a good
we're not
parent,
we're not going to take our twins, our 8-month-old twins, to the movies as much as she would like to see Superman. It's like, hey, I know you like Superman more. I'm going to wait, and vice versa, right? Like, sometimes you just got to be like, I'm going to catch this one on VOD. It's just like, I've never understood, like, the kids' movies, family movie, whatever. That I understand. If you go see Elio and there's like a 3-year-old, maybe you think they're going to like it, sure. But some of these adult movies, they never, and they're going to be bored. It's the same way as, like, that's why I said to my kids, like, F4, like, let me see it first. Because even a couple weeks ago, me and Emma were watching the Nolan trilogy. And I was like, I don't think you're going to like these. And like, oh, no, because they know Dark Knight's my favorite. They were watching it about 20 minutes in. Yeah, we're good. And they went off and did something else. I'm like, yeah, you're not ready for this. It's like, I could see they were locked in until it's the scene where Gordon and Harvey are talking about just like legal proceedings and all this stuff. And they checked right the fuck out.
Case.
Yeah. They were gone. Once Heath Ledger was off the screen and Batman was done chasing Scarecrow, it's like
gone.
And that's the same thing. It's not that Dark Knight. They've seen stuff that's scarier, but it's like there's 30 minutes sometimes of them just talking about politics and crime. It's like, and that's where I was like F4. I'm like, like just wait, because I don't think it's like too adult. I think it's just you're not going to enjoy it. I'm like, let's see it at home. So some reason,
but then you have those situations too, like you said. It's like you never know, because I remember when I saw the movie If, about the imaginary characters, Ryan Reynolds.
Ryan Reynolds.
Oh yeah, this one mom brought her daughter and her son, and I was lucky enough to sit next to that son, and he could not sit in his seat still for a fucking, he was sliding down it, jumping on it, and I was like, oh God. I mean, and this is a family movie, but at the same time, it's like he could not fucking sit still. And of course, she was going, sit down, yeah. Jonathan. I remember his name, Jonathan.
Then you remember?
Oh yeah, because she said it like 57 times during the goddamn movie, and I'm like,
that's how scarring it was. He will never forget the name Jonathan.
Oh yeah, you never know, because this year with my 4-year-old, we went to the Looney Tunes movie, and she was locked in the whole time. But when we went to Ilio this week, just wasn't her bag, and she wasn't moving around the seat, but I could tell she was getting antsy and just like, hey, can we get more? When they start to ask me for more treats, that's when I know, oh, you're not enjoying this movie. We've made it to the end of the popcorn and you want more. But when we saw Looney Tunes, she was locked in, didn't say anything, and we're gone. So you never know. Pixar, it was bright. It was aliens. There's lasers. I'm like, oh, she's going to love this. And she, was not a fan of it.
I don't even blame that, because I'm like, it was a family movie about imaginary characters and stuff like that. I don't even blame that. But the daughter was fine. Like the little daughter, she was fine. She was even trying to help. She was like, Jonathan, sit down. I was like, that she was fine. Like, but he could not sit still, because I'm like, oh yeah, he's a boy. He's got all his energy. I get it. Yeah. But I was like, you just don't know. And I was like, I'm not going to sit there and go, Jonathan, sit down. I'm not going to like yell. But at the same time, I'm like, fuck. And I'm like looking at my mom, because like my mom wanted to go see the movie. So I took my mom, and I was just like looking at her. I'm like, I got this fucking little shit over here that's jumping on his chair like it's his bed. I'm like, God damn. But, but that's what happens. That's what happens. When you go see that kind of movie, you're at opening night, you're going to get that.
Oh yeah. I bought 2 tickets. I remember that I got the Amazon Prime, and I took my wife and my daughter and my niece and my nephew. But I bought also tickets for that Friday, and I told my wife, if she starts crying,
yeah,
I stay with the baby and I drop you off and you watch it on Friday by yourself. But luckily she was like fine all the way through. It was just in that little scene with a white Martian.
This was so you went to the Tuesday, the Amazon.
Oh yeah, I did.
So I found this, that like, because I'm totally like, I don't do the crowd stuff anymore. Like today I went 1 o'clock after work, and it was like 10 people.
Yeah,
that's fine by me. I had the whole back row to myself.
Yeah, like that's how I saw Sinners. That's I went. It was like at 10 o'clock.
I see. I did the same thing for that. Although the second time when I took Shonda to see it, that was like 7 o'clock. That was a full theater, but it was a good theater. Like everybody was reacting to it. But no, I found that like with comic book movies, the fan showings, or like the early, because I did that one, and then I remember else I did one for the Batman. Like those tend to be the crowds where everybody shuts the fuck up.
Yeah.
Because if you're there
They're
early,
invested.
you're invested.
won.
You want to see the
Yeah,
damn movie.
you want to see
you
the
invested. Yeah,
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
don't bring your little ones to those ones.
yeah.
well, you know what?
No.
There was a woman who brought her 2 kids to the Batman, and they did get up and leave twice, but they finished the movie.
Okay.
So I don't think
And
I
like
would.
respectfully left too, right? Like just kind of
they weren't
left
too
and- yeah.
disruptive.
No, they weren't loud.
That's good,
They weren't
yeah.
making noise. Like
That's
I feel like they had to go to the bathroom, probably something like
Probably,
that.
yeah.
But
I'm completely fine with that. If I saw 20 years later, and I definitely could tell there was some person that was not probably went out, phone, smoke break, but it's like as long as you're just chill about it, that's okay. It's when you're making a big deal for everyone else that's when it becomes a problem. So
this is the first time I go with my sister to see Fantastic Four, and I usually go with my nephew or my wife because my nephew lives right near here, and he's a big Marvel guy, but my sister wanted to see it, and I noticed that my sister throughout the fucking movie she was like, "Who the fuck is that guy? What is this from the first? Where's Iron Man going?
oh,
Where's Iron Man? Where's Captain America?" I was like, and I'm like looking over like I'm a nephew, like, tell your mom to shut the fuck up. I mean, she's my sister,
right?
tell her
like,
she's got one more year. She'll see all
that's
that
nothing.
next year.
That's
and I just looked over like, "Do you shut the fuck up?" But I love going with my wife. My wife, like, even if she's lost, she won't say anything until the movie is over, and then she asks me, "What the fuck? Who was that guy? What does this mean?" Like, I don't mind those type of.
Oh, the fun. I mean, that doesn't beat my dad when like we saw Sinners, and he says to me, "Is that the same guy playing the same character?" I was like, "Yes, it'll be Jordan, Dad." I was like, he had no idea. It was like he thought it was 2 different guys. He was like, "Wait a minute, is that the same guy?" It was the funniest thing because I started laughing because and then he started laughing and I was like, "Shit!" It was like because it was pretty packed. I was like, "Yes, that's the same guy. It's Michael B. Jordan." He's like, "Oh yeah, the guy from Creed, right?" I'm like, "Yes,
the guy from Creed."
Like, it was so funny because this was like halfway through the movie too. By the way, it was like because even after like
he was trying to process that.
He was like the whole time I was like, I thought it was the same guy, but I recognized him, and I was like, "Yeah, Dad." I was like, "Yeah, Michael B. Jordan. That's 2 different." But he's all.
Same shit happened to me on the Facebook.
But then he said,
movie.
"It's all the technology is so good, I couldn't even see." I was like, it was seamless. It was seamless.
Yeah, the smoking scene when they passed the cigarettes to each other. I was like, "Oh my!"
Well,
everything about that. I was like, you could not see the seams.
And I mean, they got so creative with that in terms of like the apparatus, and it's not even just like it's half what Coogler and everybody like designed in order to do that, but it's also Michael B. Jordan's ability to like act against himself with himself not being there.
To stay in that mode that you talk to his brother. I'm like, holy shit, that was good.
And I mean, to like your dad like kind of displays the strength of his acting. He Smoke is not the same as Stack.
No, not at all. No,
right.
No,
and for them to be that wildly different to the point where his brain is like, wait a minute. Are we sure that's the same guy?
Yeah, right? That's what was funny. It was great, but then it was like again, I was a testament to the filmmaking. That's the thing. Yes, and that's why I brought it up so like time. I even brought it up in my reviews and stuff like that. I was like, my dad was fooled because he thought it was 2 different actors, but it was bothering him. It was like, I know this guy. Does he have a twin? Like, what the fuck, And it's like, no, it's the same guy playing 2 different roles.
Okay, so. So we had I remember like we talked about like the idea of like because Guns talked to Coogler like multiple times.
Oh yeah,
right. But how about this? I mean, especially since Killmonger is dead, what about Michael B. Jordan?
Being an icon, or to star in something?
To just to be in the DC. I mean, never mind the Val Zod shit. Never mind that. But like
the icon.
It's too woke if you ask Zaslav.
But see, that was they were trying to make Clark Kent and doing the race.
That was stupid.
But if they were to do a Val Zod or
I'd be okay with that. And also remember, Travis, we're no longer in the era of rinky-dink DC films. We're in the era of DC Studios.
Yeah.
where Gunn and Safran literally, like what Gunn said, people were asking him about a director's cut of Superman, to which he said, I'm like in charge and
This
it's
is the
my movie.
director's
This is
cut,
the
yeah.
director's cut.
Yeah.
I had final cut double, basically.
I think Coogler is one of those guys that if he wants it, he's got it automatically. I just don't know if he's gonna want it. I think we've talked about this before, where I think he has
Yeah.
the Nolan trajectory, where he's gonna finish Black Panther, and then after that, I think it's mostly original. Granted, he is working on X-Files, and that is a property, but that's him in like a producer role. He might direct an episode or two, right? But that's a little bit different. So, but you never know. You
I
never
don't know if
who's
he would
here,
actually
like-
do it.
But Warner Brothers is the studio that told him, "Hey, you can do your passion project and do Sinners."
And
It's like,
own
do
it
one
in
for
like
us,
20
do one
years.
for us.
One,
kinda
thank
thing.
you, thank
Yeah.
you. So it could be.
Or
a
we'll let you
situation-
do what you want with that, whatever you want to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I never
Well,
say
you have
never
to
because
do
you
it
never
now,
know. There
this-
could be
Yeah.
a character he wants to tackle. But like if you were to ask me, I feel like it's more likely Michael B. Jordan directs something for DC more than Coogler does, because
Interesting.
Jordan's still just starting out. But he could use a big film that would.
Well,
get his
he's
name out
not
there
the
more.
one that he's spoken to. So what would
You know what?
What would you see him doing in the DCU if he was?
I don't know,
I don't know,
but
but
I mean, when you watch
he's
Creed
talented.
3, that was
Yeah.
directed by Michael B. Jordan, that fucking final fight
That was
he
pretty cool.
based off of anime, and he
Yes.
like got creative
Yeah.
with it. I was like,
Yeah.
And that's
that
what
was
I'm
really
thinking.
good.
Think about him being like, if there's a character he wants to adapt. And remember, he was always kind of hinting around that he wanted to do that Superman thing. He was never outright saying it. Actually, wasn't that a rumor at one point that his production company was involved
It
with
was,
that?
yeah,
Yeah, it
it-
was,
but,
yeah.
it,
Yes.
but it wasn't the
No.
it wasn't the Ta-Nehisi Coates thing. It was the
No, it was something
Belzad.
separate.
It was the
Belzad,
Belzad
yeah.
thing.
The
Yeah.
actual
That's why I
Black
just feel like
Superman.
I could see down the road Coogler's want to make, a big splash, because I know he's directing the Thomas Crown Affair next, but there's a different level to maybe a big comic book one. So I could see that happening. Marvel could throw it out too, but I just think Coogler's trying to be, or sorry, Johnson's going to try and be Jordan. Oh my God, I'm fucking up all the names. Michael B. Jordan's going to want to. I think there's sometimes with Marvel, there's only so much you can do, which I think Gunn is trying to do the reverse of that as a director, where you can have
absolutely.
more freedom.
Yes.
And that's where I think Jordan could lean that way if in down the line versus doing something for the MCU. So.
Yeah, that was another thing. Thank you for mentioning that, because that was another thing I was going to bring up, Ben, when you were talking about them being competitive. I also think that, to me, I can never get out of my head what Gunn admitted when he did when he did the Suicide Squad, and he admitted how different the process of post-production was between the MCU and DC, about how it was less hands-on. Nobody was in the edit room with him, and he had all this like perceived freedom. And not to re-adjudicate the argument about creative freedom with the MCU, but I think right. And so I think from his perspective, he wishes to embrace, as a creative, he wishes to embrace the idea of creative freedom more than a producer necessarily would. Like Feige, and it's not that Feige, and again, it's not that Feige doesn't. Feige employs filmmakers to fit the vision of what he's building
and make money.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, I hope.
Of course. And Gunn obviously is trying to make money, although Safran's probably the bean counter. Actually, he said that.
Yeah.
But like Gunn is approaching it from a creative perspective, where he really does believe in Craig Gillespie doing Supergirl. He really does believe in Mike Flanagan's script for Clayface, and Anna Nagara, whatever she does for Wonder Woman. Like, and he wants.
Gunn doesn't want to be over the shoulder of somebody in the editing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He does not want to be a Feige.
Funny thing that you mentioned that, because he said that even though we have a great writer and a great director, I think he was talking about Sergeant Rock, we didn't greenlight the script because it was not up to par.
And then also the Authority, he even talked about how,
right.
hey,
which
we couldn't crack it. We couldn't crack it.
The Authority was the one. It's not the one where like the director got moved to a different project that he won't name.
Well, I think the director and writer, it was him. I think he just got. Yeah.
Because if you watch that Josh Horowitz interview, he
Oh,
starts to say "I," and then he
I.
stops himself and he says,
Thank you.
"The
Okay.
director."
You
He
weren't
says,
the
"I
only
am
one
the
who
director,"
picked that up.
Which I
Yes.
feel like we all thought that when the Authority was announced, right? Like that's a James Gunn project. And
James
the
Gunn
thing is,
thing,
with
yeah.
Gunn,
Yeah, that
like,
was totally
he
up
can
his
always come
alley.
back to it, right? It's the same thing. Look at Superman.
Yeah.
They pitched him on Superman. He gave them a treatment, but he didn't want to direct it. And he years later was like, "Oh, I actually have a way in." So that's the thing where the Authority could be something that 5 years from now he goes, "You know what? I got a way to do that. And it also might just be one, honestly, that it's funny that now some of them are, higher quality scoops, but it's funny after Superman, we're hearing about Booster Gold, and we're hearing about more Clayface, stuff like that. Because now Superman's successful, you'll start to hear more, okay, maybe this is going to happen, this is going to happen. Authority is to me, that's a riskier project. Probably the most riskiest one they announced. So I could still see also being like, let's still just wait. Like, let's see how Supergirl does, Clayface, because Authority, I think, is a harder, even that in the economy we're in.
I think that's the only reason
one of the
why he
pitches it's
included
Superman and Batman in a gay relationship. You're telling me right now, the way the economy is, there's not going to be any issues with that company and how they sell that movie? When all these people, even Iger's like, hey, we're going to we don't want to tell as many like specific stories. We want a story that everyone, which is just code for, the woke DIY, where it's like, we don't want to do that. He's just saying that in a suit way. So I think a lot of them, and you guarantee Zaslav has that same idea of like, well, what is Batman and Superman doing in this movie? I don't know if we can sell this, and like that intrigues me. I've never read The Authority. I'd love to see it, but get some more wins,
Oh yeah, that's how you beat that. You basically you get the wins, you make the money, and then it's like, okay, now hand me the blank checks and let me do what I do. Yeah. So
true
that.
And
that's how you get all those little riskier films like Logan's. That movie wouldn't have been made had not been for the great success that Hugh Jackman had with Wolverine throughout the years. Like if all his movies would have been done, like, and then Mangold would have pitched, hey, how about a Logan film? Like, get the fuck out of here, man.
Yeah,
this movie has to be made.
We want to do an Old Man Logan kind of type.
Yeah, like we're gonna
very slow
Old Man Logan. Like the young man Logan didn't make fucking money. So
it's gonna be R-rated. It's gonna be impaling motherfuckers, and they wouldn't have greenlit that, and then thankfully they did because they did. Yeah,
best Marvel movie of all time.
Fucking A.
Well, the best Fox Marvel movie. Yes.
Hell yeah.
For me, it's best best whatever. I don't care what
it's the best Wolverine movie. That's for sure.
100%.
Yeah, that's easy.
I cried in that fucking movie,
dude. That movie, gets me all the time.
My son and I were bawling, and he was like 14 or something like that.
Well, the thing, it was like during that time, 2016, 2017, you had Wolverine die, and then of course, then 2019 we had Tony Stark died. You had Superman die, obviously, and it didn't have that as much of an impact.
They didn't have the same impact.
I get it. It hits
I loved
me.
it though.
I liked how it played out. But there was like a chunk in the 2010s where it's like, let's just kill these fuckers.
Black Widow, we lost Black Widow too. Don't forget. R.I.P. to Black Widow. We lost her. Yeah.
I wish her movie had come out sooner.
That was a little mismanaged.
Honestly, that's the same way I feel about both Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four. I feel like these are movies that we should have, obviously, COVID strikes, all this stuff, but if they would have been earlier, I think that could have helped a lot more certain trajectories of Avengers.
John R., who commented earlier about Post-Track, he actually posted that on Facebook. He said that Fantastic Four felt like a lost episode of the earlier phases of the Infinity Saga.
Thunderbolts feels a little bit too, like, look at the box office. I think sometimes it feels too late. It's just
it could. Well, that movie can fit anywhere because it was just not part of any.
That's the good thing about, and again, going back to, both Fantastic Four and Superman, it's just the fact that you didn't need homework for either one of those. You could just watch them, and not have to know, like, did I need to watch anything before this? No, you don't. You don't have to watch anything.
For me, more the sense of, like, when I talk about the phases having main characters, clearly with Thunderbolts and F4 in Avengers, they're going to be those teams that are main characters, but the problem is it's not years of build up to be like, the Thunderbolts are finally going to be in Avengers, like Guardians, right? Like, even then, that had to, like, I can't wait to see the Guardians interact with Steve and Tony, where this is literally, the Thunderbolts are together, and in, less than 12 months, you're going to see them in Avengers, and it's just, it's like a rush to the finish line a bit,
What I'm looking forward to with the Thunderbolts is, like, obviously they established the fact that there's the other Avengers that Sam is leading. That's what I'm kind of curious, and I'm like, and we don't know who that group is. So it's like kind of up in the air. I mean, apparently Thor is going to be a pretty, heavy hitter.
Oh yeah.
When it comes to Doomsday, and because he was the first one. He was the first one on the chair, right? Wasn't he the
I think
first one?
so.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
But
Feige
then
in that
I
interview
read
this week-
something, and then I read something earlier this week that said he's second
second
to
lead.
somebody else, and I'm like, well, who's the fucking
first lead?
I
Yeah.
hope that it's
Sam?
Sam. I would
It's gotta be
hope
Sam, right?
I would
Yeah.
hope that it's Sam. You know,
it's gotta be Sam.
Unless they're doing the Infinity War thing where they're going to do that bullshit where, well, you know, Doom's the lead of this movie. They could do that, right?
Oh,
Where
yeah, that could be-
Downey, because the way they say
Okay.
like the way they approached Infinity War, that Thanos is the main character.
Essentially, yes.
And I think that's why,
Yeah, it was
because I think that
Thanos'
Thor
story.
lead thing's not a rumor. That was Feige in an interview with like Matt Maloney or whatnot.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I think,
The interview that he had where
Yeah.
he did like a whole dump.
Yeah, and the same thing too. He in that interview said that Chris Hemsworth is in prime. I know everyone's like, "Oh, he posted that video, he's dying." He ain't dying. He's making it to that reset. Thor's a popular character. Hemsworth has always said, "I'll do this till they tell me to stop." I don't think, as Travis told you, Thor's
No.
not dying in those movies. He's sticking
Thor's not
around.
gonna
Like,
Plus, he's
Nah,
not asking for $70 million for it.
no, he's happy
Yeah.
to do what he's doing. It funds his like workout apps and his. he
I-
has a bunch
I
of
also,
stuff going on.
I also don't think, because I mean, they just killed off Jane in
Yeah.
Love and Thunder, so I don't think they're going to kill him off in his next movie.
Yeah.
I think he's around for a bit, but
No, he's gonna be. You don't give up somebody like that too. It's
no.
like
And
he's
again,
literally built like a Greek god. It's like, we have literally this guy right here. Let's
Yeah.
keep him around. Obviously the tweak the tone of his stuff.
that's coming.
Love and Thunder, yeah, okay. Now maybe next when we do a Thor movie, let's bring it down to a more serious.
Take it
tone.
down a notch.
That's
Yeah.
coming.
Let's not do a Taika Waititi. Let's
Yeah.
let's get somebody else in here. And
I
let's
think once you have
bring
the
it back.
actor actively like saying, "Hey, we went too funny with that one," that's
Yeah,
when you know
yeah.
a change is coming.
He
If he
even
didn't
said
say
that.
anything, then you'd be like, "Oh, maybe he's still doing that." But I think there's a time where probably they're on set and they're like, "Oh, this is a good time," and then once you see the product, you go, "Oh yeah, we overshot this big time."
Yeah, we
So,
did a little too much with
yeah,
this.
which is good
I
for
literally
the
have a
Russos.
relationship with my axe. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, which is good for the Russos because like I don't think it's a hot take, but many people like myself, that Infinity War Thor to me is the best version because he's comedic,
Facts.
but he's
That's not
also
a hot
very intimidating.
It's not a hot
right?
take, bro.
So
You're
that's
right.
where it's like it's kind of
Ray
perfect,
is
even
not.
though it's funny that in the next movie some people say it's the worst take of Thor, right? The very depressed Thor, but they have the opportunity to kind of get him back to that point where. Yeah, sure, he can crack a joke or two, but when he shows up, you're scared of him, and I think
It is kind of interesting because I even said this before too. It's like the Russo brothers gave us the best version of Thor, or maybe not the best,
Well, the
version,
weakest
but at least,
version of fucking Hulk.
and then and then also Spider-Man.
I
always thought
think he's the
Civil
best
War.
version
of
Civil
any
War.
of those.
Peter Parker was better than.
I agree.
In game, yeah.
Up
who
until
did
No
it?
Way
Tom-
Home, I think. Up until
Yeah.
No Way Home, I feel
Yes.
like there was always a little brother sense in those movies, and even in Infinity War, I like him a lot in there. Where he's an annoying sidekick, but he doesn't feel so kiddie. And I think Russos are the best with Spider-Man in the MCU at least. So
I mean, if you look at like Civil War when they get introduced to him, and then like, he looks very modern. Everything looks very modern, and then you get to Homecoming.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it's like he's wearing like thrift store fucking.
Well,
stuff.
but like,
his bedroom is different. Everything is different.
Well,
Like, what the fuck?
I still really like Homecoming though.
I do too.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
Homecoming.
I just thought it was a little bit of a tone shift from Civil War to Homecoming. With that, I'm like, yeah, it's still the same, but I'm like, even everything looks different. Like it was like you could tell, like, but then again, that's the way it is in comic books, right?
Yeah,
It's
different
like
artists,
you have a
different
different
writer,
artist that is handling it. Things are going to be different. It's going to be drawn different. It's going to be different.
And now that's the same thing for like someone like myself that absolutely loves Fantastic Four. Man, I hope the Russos nail what they nailed in that movie with those
It's going to be
four.
interesting.
Yes, because it could carry on, or it could be Smart Hulk, where it's like, and I didn't hate Smart Hulk when it happened. I understand why people do. I understood because he had been Hulk for a while, and it's like, what else can we give Ruffalo to do? Like, let's do this. I think they just didn't have a plan for him after Endgame. Like, he's just been floating around doing nothing. Like, you could have done an arc with him, but that's where F4 in the Thunderbolts, for some reason, like, those feel very Russo coded. Like, that fits, but the F4 feels different than what they do, and I don't know how that's going to work.
With Hulk, aren't they still stuck isn't that Universal? Aren't they still stuck? Like, is that's
yeah?
still
They
tied
can't
up?
do their own like
Right.
version. Yeah,
So
It's kind of a Sony situation, like a little
Of
bit
course.
in that regard. But no, you're right. Like as
Yeah.
far as what Shackman just did with F4, it's like, okay, how do and it's even more so because they're not going to be in that. They're not going to be in that retro. They're not going to be an 828.
No.
So the idea is, okay, well, because here's what I'm already expecting. I'm already expecting a bunch of fish out of water.
Oh
stuff,
yeah, it's definitely
you
gonna
know,
be that.
and not just because of the universe, but also because of how far in the future they're going to be. Like there's going to be some, like Reed's probably going to adjust the best, like as far as like his tech brain, but like just socially, this could be like worse than Cap coming into the future.
They're like 60 years ahead at that.
Right.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's coming from a different world as well, where they have technology. It's like,
yeah,
so,
what have you guys been doing for 60 years? We have cars that can fly. You guys,
they have cars that can fly.
Okay, you know what? That could happen in reverse. They could be like, "This is as far as you got." Really?
Yeah. But then at the same time, they'll be impressed by like holographic technology and some of the technologies, modern technologies that we have, where they go like, "Whoa, oh, wow, that looks," and design. They might be like, "Oh yeah, that does look better than."
I kind of want Reed to be unimpressed now. That would be funny.
And I kind of want them. It's the same way Rocket. If you watch Endgame, he's like that because he's like, why'd you build it like this? Like this is awful. Like Rocket's like on the same level, if not smarter, than Tony Stark in the MCU. When they sees things like, why'd you guys do it this way? Like this is awful. Like so, yeah, it could be. And I would like that for them not to enjoy Reed's company that way because Reed kind of feels like better than them because. This is all you got.
I think Reed's gonna have the most problem with adapting to.
Oh
yeah, because he's gonna overthink it.
Oh yeah.
Well, I always see that technology issue same as Star Wars. I don't know why I'm bringing Star Wars again, because like they do interstellar travel, but they don't have fucking iPads. They're like,
yeah. But see, that's what's going to be interesting to see how they adapt to the modern day Earth. This word, which is what 616. Yeah, like how they're going to adapt to that. I mean, that's the thing. Is like that's what they hit that in Fantastic Four right off the bat. It's like this is what 828 or 838. 828. Yeah. So it's like, hey, this is Earth 828. Letting you know that's why everything's like this.
And they made that clear enough at the beginning, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so because I saw somebody like posting earlier, and this is just tells you how people either don't watch the movie or don't pay attention. This person's like, well, okay, if we're assuming 4 years, what do we think happened? What other movies in the MCU do we think happened at the same time?
No. That's there's like no other heroes in there,
and everybody's like. It's not the same fucking universe. There's no lineup. What are you talking about?
That's the thing. But see, that's the thing. Like the MCU is, that's what's happened. You created something. Now you got to like.
People are
you
conditioned
do have
for
to
that,
explain.
Right? Yeah, they're conditioned to that to be like what's happening. Like even just the idea, which I liked of F4, I'd say 95%. It's a solo venture till you get to the end credit, and they're giving you some multiverse jargon for the future, help explain how they get to and from. Right, but other than that. You can watch that by itself where that's not been the MCU a lot since Endgame. There's been a lot of, you got to watch this, you got to do this. So I think and that happened with the first phase, which was good, right? I've always said this where you watch all those first ones, they have a bit of a through line, maybe not as much as Iron Man 2, but all of them have a bit of a through line, and then they just go to Avengers. There's not like this, well, we got to meet here, we got to meet here. It's just like, hey, Thor's hammer is at the end of Iron Man 2. Oh, there's a shield in Iron Man. And it's Nick Fury saying a couple things, and I think they'll be smart to go back to that where the end credit is small, but right away when you watch that, oh, Doctor Doom and Doomsday's coming up. Not this like, hey, Harry Styles is here and we're never going to see him again. Hey, Hercules, like the next project's coming up. And that to me is like, they did that with Thunderbolts of, hey, Fantastic Four, and then Fantastic Four this, and you guarantee with Spider-Man, the end credit is going to be probably something with Downey or Doctor Doom. And
of course.
That's a simple way. Instead of trying to go 6 movies ahead, just go 1 or 2. That you go with what you know is coming out and not what you hope to come out. So
right,
yeah, exactly. Oh man, I think this is a good way to end the stream. We're going over 5 hours, and I know Ben, you were saying like you want to go, but I think we're all kind of wrapping it up right now.
Yeah,
yeah, I know, right? Sipping that.
I got a text earlier. It was like, "How are you still talking?"
I know, right? I was about to say, yeah.
My wife came over
man.
like 20 minutes ago. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like,
yeah. Still at it. Yeah. No, I figured we'll wrap it up right now. And but yeah, great conversation as always. You know, I think we all loved not loved, but we all really liked Fantastic Four.
That's very good. It's a very
good. It's a really good entry, and I love that your fireworks just went off right now.
Two thumbs up.
I know that's so funny.
I think StreamYard is racist because when I do this,
you gotta be like right in the
middle. You're a shade of skin.
Travis, you're on your phone.
No,
I think it's part of his camera.
Oh yeah, I'm on a Mac. That's probably why.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, because I remember Scott had the same thing when we do DC Fanimated. Anytime he
it's what? Let me see this.
iPhones. iPhones.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
It all has to do with that. I know mine's not going to do anything like that. I'm like,
okay.
Okay, no, I'm joking. No, but anyways, yeah, this was great, and thank you to, of course, Chris and William for reporting from Comic-Con. And like I said, we had some good panels, and I'm going to be streaming tomorrow around the time for Warner Brothers. Huh? Yeah.
Fuck, man, I was going to stream too.
Yeah, you guys want to come on? Yeah, you're gonna do it too. We could do it.
I was thinking about. I'll join.
Yeah,
I'm
gonna do one and invite people who support the channel.
Okay, cool.
Show up,
What time's the panel again tomorrow?
It's at 3:30 Pacific time, so 3:30 your time. Yeah,
earlier one. Yeah, okay.
So yeah, I'll be streaming around that time.
That's 6:30 over here. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm still standard time too.
Yeah, we could do joint streams. It's fine. It's whatever. But if you guys want to join too, you can, let me know. But I want to invite some people who support the channel and stuff like that. Because I haven't done one of those in a while. But, anyways, yeah. Thank you to Chris. Thank you to William, and thank you to you guys. Let's go around the horn and promote whatever. Ray, start off.
Theflightcast.com, my weekly show, also flight review, my full spoiler-filled review of Fantastic Four, where I break stuff down even further, doing what I normally do. That'll be posted on the website this weekend. Our feedback show, Flight Chat, that'll be next week. That'll be like 3 hours of emails talking about Fantastic Four spoilers. We just did one last week that was 4.5 hours of Superman spoilers because we love comic book movies. But I am on Threads and Instagram at the Flightcast. I am on Blue Sky at Flightcast. There's a Flightcast Facebook page, and I'm also now active on TikTok. Yeah, I've been posting TikTok videos rather actively and getting into that milieu, and that's also at Flightcast on TikTok. So I think that's everything.
Yeah, nice. Well, it's great to talk to you.
Oh, there's also the YouTube channel. I'm sorry, I have a YouTube channel as well. Flightcast. Yeah.
There you go. Everything Flightcast. Just type that in. Ben, what do you got?
You can catch me on Fridays. You can catch me on Fridays at 7:30 Eastern Standard Time on Real Anarchy on YouTube live streams, and you can catch my shenanigans on Twitter, Real Anarchy, and also on Instagram and TikTok.
There you go. And King Kevin brought Marvel back.
Yeah, we're back, baby. We got Spider-Man
we're
next.
Back
to
again.
Avengers.
Marvel is
We're never going back to the Dark Ages.
We're so back.
One, I apologize. Just realized at the end of the stream I was on the wrong mic the whole fucking time. So I apologize to anybody who was like, why is he sounding boxy?
It was a little muffled, but I thought maybe
I just StreamYard always I literally did a review and came over here. I was using this mic, but StreamYard is just obsessed with trying to get you to use your worst mic. So
I know. Yeah. StreamYard sucks. But I was gonna comment on it, but I thought maybe you were I don't know.
Next time say something. Say, hey,
I know I should have
fix it or I'm kicking you out, you know?
Yeah.
I don't want to be like William who's like strangers behind him and stuff. I'm trying
throwing
to
darts at his head.
Throwing darts over his head. So
that might have been the last appearance of William from Sci-Fi Center.
Yeah, maybe that's what we haven't heard about.
Yeah,
him.
RIP to him. But yeah, Travis B. Snell, you can find everything I do there. We just tweeted. And yeah, August 9th, our 10 years coming up. We're going to be doing a 10-year or 10-hour stream, and that's going to be tons of fun. And yeah, no, it's been a fun July, and it'll be fun to see what happens. We got Peacemaker. We got a fucking Alien TV show in a couple weeks.
Hell yeah.
That's going to be a good time.
Yeah,
So,
Naked Gun, Weapon.
Yeah, Naked Gun,
Nobody
Weapons.
Too.
My most anticipated movie of the year.
Nobody
I cannot
Too,
wait
man.
for Weapons. So yeah, but yeah, find me there. And when we do stuff at Geek First, I share it. That's all you need to know.
There you go.
Yep.
All right. Thanks, guys. Again, thank you to Chris. Thank you to William. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Travis. And thank you guys for watching. We will talk to you later.